Boo. Jump scare. We're coming in early. We don't care about the timers here anymore. We're a co-stream now. We play it fast and loose here on the CBLOL English. Welcome back, everybody, to another week of CBLOL. We are now on Sunday, the fourth round, round 4, second day of week 2. My name is Trajan. I'll be your play-by-play today. I'm joined for the first 3 games by RMC, Random Minion Caster, and as always by the Uncomfortable Rose on production. RMC, how are you feeling now at round 4?
I mean, Trajan, it's been interesting. We're finally starting to break some of these trends, bucking the trends. You know, I was supporting the blue side, repping that. It's broken. Kaboom broke it yesterday, and I'm excited to come to today because I think the blue wall, blue wave, blue side supremacy, whatever you want to call it, is really going to crack today.
Yeah, Kaboom broke the streak, to be clear, but the meme's kind of still alive. The blue side is still 14-1 in the CBLOL. Now, we can maybe attribute some of this to the fact that a lot of our stronger teams just wound up on the blue side yesterday, right? But in theory now, from what you told me in the green room, you think that might significantly change today?
Yeah, I mean, we've got teams like Loud, like Pain, like Red, all on the red side today. And coming into the season, we were thinking, okay, Loud, Pain, Red, Kaboom, these 4 teams were a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack. And today, well, we get to see it because if Loud, Pain, Red don't win, okay, Red maybe not. Red, Kaboom, that's probably match of the day. That one's going to be interesting on game 4. But if Pain and Loud don't win, Trajan, then the blue side really is hacked. There is really something wrong with how the map is built.
Yeah, if our top teams start falling, we're past the point now where in theory our top teams can just like trip over themselves and die for no reason. I like to believe anyway. I like to believe we're maybe past that stage.
May I introduce you to Pain?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So hopefully, if we start to see at least a more even split, a bit of a red side focus today, we can finally put to bed this blue side dominance. But if it continues, then we will have to start consulting the star charts and the spirits because there will be something untoward going on here. But as you say, with this blue wave potentially breaking against the CBLOL today, we do have something else blue to discuss here. We had a very insightful query from our Twitch chat. You know, our high quality Twitch chat, only the best rock up to watch the CBLOL English here. And it's from LunaDay87. And it is, of all the CBLOL teams, RMC, I wonder how many of the 2-1 teams would beat Carmine Corp from the LEC, who are famously winless so far. I believe they're 0-7 as of today. So, RMC, how do you think our top teams would fare against the tragic, I believe was the word Yamato Cannon used in a recent interview with Don Jake, Carmine Corp?
You know what, Trajan? Let's go full Gringos Liberalos on this. We need our hot thumbnail take, right? I'd say our 1-2 teams are going to beat Carmine Corp. Like, forget the 2-1 teams. Our 1-2 teams are going to beat. So
that's our worst score so far. All 10 teams.
Yep.
We're just better than Carmine Corp.
And here's the thing, okay? Like, I'm not flaming Carmine Corp. I just don't think they're necessarily ready for Tier 1. They were a very good Tier 2 team, but they're 0-7 for a reason. Here in CBLOL, we ended week 1, 1-1 across the board. We have parity here. And we know that, hey, you know, our top teams are probably equivalent to, like, mid-pack LEC teams. We kind of probably couldn't take, like, top 3, maybe top 4, but we could probably take, like, 6 or 7. Carmine Corp's not 6 or 7. So, with parity, I think all 10
teams can be 6th or 7th right now. Yeah, so I think I kind of agree. I think definitely our top teams would smoke him. And like that top 4 echelon of like, you know, as you said, Loud, Red, Pain, Kaboom. And then you start even to looking at like BKS and INTZ that have shown us some pretty good stuff. And even though, you know, these are teams that are new rosters that have been put together in a similar way, but they seem to be showing a little bit more. So I think that we would certainly at least half the teams would beat KC. All of our 2-1 teams would take him down. So I agree with that one. And then, you know, even Liberty's probably got an angle. You know, makes pulls out the Pantheon again, and they could just run it over. So, okay, having gotten our little bit of international flame out for the day, let's draw it back. Let's zoom back in to the Brazilian region and talk about our first game today, which is Furia versus Loud. Now, Loud have come across pretty strong, but Furia, we're not really sure yet, right? And I want to dig into the top side a little bit with you, RMC, because that's kind of the biggest question. That's the new piece. That's the new thing they tried to bring in to try and move this roster forward. What is your initial verdict on this top side? Do you think they are succeeding yet? And do you think they still have the potential to actually become a stronger roster overall?
Trajan, I thought you said we were done with International Flame. Why we gotta go topside? Okay, let's talk about
that's
Furia.
true, actually.
As you pointed out, Furia did change up their top and jungle. And the reason Furia gave in the offseason for this change was, well, Tuts Ayuzai, that's the sort of developmental pieces we want. They're good, we know that. And we want to stay with that. But we need to change top and jungle for a little bit more. We want to be competitive this split. So they brought in Destroy from Istanbul Wildcats, the TCL, and they brought in Mir from NACL in North America. And previously, Mir, under the name Arthur, has played at Worlds. We mentioned that before. So these imports are supposed to pop off. I just want to give you a stat for Destroy after the first 3 days of CBLOL. Currently, second lowest KDA, 1.25 right now. In a solo lane, in a lane that, despite all the changes, has still largely been an island unto itself, Trajan. So that hasn't worked for this Furia roster. Mir, on the other hand, has been performing well. In fact, I like the matchup today into Croc because he gives me Croc vibes with his early game aggression.
Sure.
And if anything, a bit more measured than we've seen Croc been at times. So
yeah, I mean, Croc certainly has a certain X factor to him, a certain je ne sais quoi to his play style, which usually serves him well more often than not at this point. But I agree, I think Mir does have a similarity there, and I think a big difference that I've seen is that last split, it felt like Tuts was a big leader in-game for this roster. He was playing a lot of, his most played was Annie, he was doing a lot of engaging, a lot of playmaking for this roster. Now, it feels like the mid lane role, I don't know if you'd agree with this, the meta does not enable that as much. We're back to Azir, which can be playmaking, but can also just very easily not. The Corkis, right? Nico is banned almost every game, so that massive playmaker's kind of off the table. And it feels like we're seeing a little less from Tuts. He's stepping back a bit. Mir, maybe Zai stepping up to fill that role, and we've not quite landed that shift yet. You know, we're not quite all on the same page. Maybe our team fights aren't super smooth. And we haven't really figured out what we're doing yet for Furia, is kind of how it comes across to me. But I do like the fact that Mir is decisive and is a leader, I think, in-game and can be, you know, with the Jarvans and the Xin Zhaos, the meta helps him do that. So I think that Mir is well positioned to take over that leadership role. We're just not quite kind of activated yet.
Yeah, agreed. And especially now that we're seeing, if you mentioned the mid lane pool, Orianna is actually one of the higher prio mid laners. I believe she's the second highest presence or second highest pick in the mid lane after the Azir. So that champion isn't one that comes to mind when I think of, you know, shot caller or the big playmaker for the team. A lot of times you're waiting for that ball delivery system. So Furia, I think, yeah, they have some pieces that need to come together. And unfortunately, it's early season yet, Trajan. So they're kind of working on it. On the other hand, we've got Loud, who... Yes, they have made a change in the support role. Ritbert coming in for MVP Seos, but I'm going to be honest, it doesn't feel like a new team. They've clicked right away. Ritbert, very experienced here in CBLOL. He himself a 3-time CBLOL champion as well on a roster that has won the last 3 splits. So they've started, and unlike usual, Trajan, we're not seeing the international event hangover. Loud is here to play right from day one.
Yeah, that is the most interesting thing about this for me, RMC, is the fact that Loud is starting so hot. We see a change in support for Redboat. Now, on the Rift, that seems to translate. He seems to slot in very well. Their playstyle feels very similar, as you said. However, with the coaching change as well, are we now going to maybe see Loud push that ceiling a little bit? Because I don't feel like they've grown and changed much as a team over the past 2 splits at least. They have very much been the same concept that has just been a little bit unbeatable when it comes down to the big match moments where Loud have just been better than their opposition at every turn when the chips are down. Do you think now there is a higher ceiling for them? Because as we said, they feel very similar. Do you think there is more that can be gotten out of this team with the new coaching?
Trajan, I can almost feel the hope from you. If they've got a higher floor to start, surely they have a higher ceiling as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, I hope so too. I mean, Coach Stardust coming in after a very rough split on Los Grandes, he needs a bit of a win to his books as well, right? The fact that he built those the big name Korean squads, which didn't pop off, was a big issue. And now you're on the winning team. For Loud, winning CBLOL isn't good enough anymore. They've done it so many times. They need to perform well internationally. And I think one of the biggest problems we've seen from this team internationally has been that they're not in best form. That's not the same Loud that wins CBLOL, where Robo's popping off, crushing everybody, where Tinons is making, you know, huge plays on his own, where Croc is somehow winning 1v2s on invades. That's the Loud I want to see at Worlds, at International, at MSI. So Trajan, that question to me, it's not going to be answered within the split. It's not going to be answered within playoffs. But they have the time within those periods to really scale.
Yeah, for sure. We were there watching the Worlds run and the MSI run from Loud and just seeing the same mistakes coming around, and we wanted to find what the solution is, For the CBLOL's sake, for me, that was, I wish we'd sent Red, I wish we could send Pain, I wish we could send someone else to give us something different to offer, but maybe it is the fact that Loud does have that capacity to change and grow and keep developing. They haven't reached that height for this roster, and we'll see, as you say, if they can, at the very least, show us that same dominance in the region. And then we'll have to see on the international stage if they can actually show that growth. So in this match, we are expecting Loud, obviously, to be favored. Even if they had a slow start, you can never really count them out for an individual game. And then for Furia, I want to take a look at the predictions for this, because we do have a couple of Furia voters for the predictions for today.
Axe as a buddy now?
I know. Axe, the House Contrarian, now has Hawk recruited. And Hawk, I believe, is tied for first in the predictions with myself. So, what do you think it is, RMC, that Hawk and Axeman are seeing in Furia that could knock down Loud? Where do you think Furia can destabilize this championship roster to sneak a win out?
I'm not sure I should be answering this.
You didn't predict them, so I mean, this isn't your opinion. You have to steal man the other side for us.
You and Hawk right now are top of the prediction standings. I'm at the bottom after I entered my day 2 standings.
Yeah, so. This is the recovery tour for RMC's predictions right now. We are.
It is. I'm actually trying not to enter the rest of my predictions. That said, if we're talking about Furia, I think the biggest thing comes in Champ Select, and it is that pick for Zai. He is, after all, known as the one trick, and he popped off week 1 with it. It's got to be that Pyke. So far, it's not been bad. Loud have left it open. Furia going for the Kalista first, and Kalista Pyke perhaps isn't the first thought that comes to mind with the Kalista, but I'm a firm believer that Zai can make it work with anything.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Zai, they're 1 win so far. They are 1 and 2, and Zai's Pyke was a big part in that 1 win that they had. They were very just free-flowing across the map, and Zai was a big part of that and the impact they could have. Now, so we're expecting something like the Renata probably to come with the Kalista. That's the normal pairing. With the K'Sante at top line, it's all very standard. There's the Azir for Tuts as well. This is a very bog standard draft for Furia. So talk to us a little about the Orianna. I think the blind, because that did have you kind of reacting a little bit. And then also, I want to hear if you think Renata's just going to get banned in the second phase, right? Or if there's a reason not to ban it, maybe.
Well, partially, I think it depends on Loud as well, how they want to play it. Because we see the K'Sante this early, Trajan, Loud could theoretically pick their top lane for R4 and save support counter pick for R5. We've seen that quite a few times. Oh no, Trajan, I know you wanted me to talk about Orianna, but if this Udyr goes
everyone's having a go. No. Everyone's having a go with it. Destroy's had his game. FNB's had his. I think we've had 5 or 4 now, and I think they're 1 and 3. Because Red did win that game versus loss after 50 minutes with an Udyr top. And now Robo. Oh, gee whiz, man. I don't know if I trust Robo with this pick.
I mean, it feels like a very Robo champion, right? Like, he's going to be up in your grill. He's going to be annoying. Yeah. You have to send resources to deal with him, or if you don't, then he's just going to be an ever-present menace. But I am not a huge fan of the Udyr, especially when you pick something like an Orianna. I feel like if you have the Orianna, you want a team fight. And granted, you can still team fight without the Udyr. It's not that big a deal, but you need a different ball delivery system. And to me, that means that, the Renata ban comes through. I was going to say, then you have to ban Renata and pick some sort of engaged champion, like Rakan, like Nautilus.
Like Pyke. Maybe. That's engages in a way, but yeah, I also would not expect the Kalista Pyke to come through. It's probably just going to be a Nautilus or something of that ilk. But so with the Udyr, while we're waiting for the last comes bans, as the Pyke is unfortunately banned, so big boo towards Loud for taking the fun away. But it seems like the conversation for Udyr came out, everyone was running it down on this pick, and the stats were very bad, but a lot of the proponents for Udyr were saying they're building it wrong, they're playing it wrong, this champion is not being utilized correctly in the West, right? And we've now seen a win on it, and they're still building tank in the CBLOL. Do you think that we could see Robo maybe goes a little bit more AP, he's a little bit more of a specialist player, we could see him maybe actually understand this champ a little better than perhaps the rest of CBLOL tops do?
No, I think if Robo is going to break the meta with the tank build, it's going to be Trinity Force instead. Or maybe a Sunday Sky, something like that.
Why not? Just go lethality. Just go like that one-shot Udyr build with Tiger Stance or whatever it is now that we've seen do some nasty things. With the Lee Sin locked in for Crocodile like this, I was very happy to see Aegis still picking this one yesterday, and he had a great game with it. Rel picked up most likely into the jungle for Mir, but obviously flexible. We could see that engage down bot lane, and then I imagine it will just be, if it's not Rel engage, it'll be some other engager, and there is the Rakan to round out Furia.
Okay, I actually really like Furious Draft so far, Trajan, and the deny away as well. We're talking about needing some sort of ball delivery system. You've got Lee Sin for that for Loud now, but you still want a support that can really follow up. And I think Rakan and Rel are better than the Nautilus if we're looking at follow up, because both of them have that sort of wider AoE you can go for. Nautilus depth charge is AoE, yes, but the hook, the anchor toss, only hits one target. So it's good engage, but in secondary engage or follow up for that Lee Sin, I don't think it's quite as good. So I love Furious Draft. Really strong team fighting. Cassante going to be an absolute unit as well. And sure, it's going to struggle a little bit into Udyr in the laning phase, but you didn't pick Cassante necessarily for that laning phase either. On the other hand, Loud, much higher execution. And I'm talking about Croc's Lee Sin as well, Trajan, because that hyped me up. Croc, when he first showed up in CBLOL with Renska, his picks were Lee Sin and Viego. And I love that it's coming back to that Lee Sin. It's very high skill expression. We're talking about him versus Mir, similar play styles. I feel like this gives agency for Croc to really challenge Mir, and I expect to get him to get all up in Mir's grill in the early game. If that Lee Sin is not there early, then I'm not liking what I'm seeing, Trajan.
Yeah, so we might see that direct jungle matchup that you said might be pivotal, a way for Fury to challenge with Mir and Croc playing a similar style. I don't feel good about their chances at cracking Robo, and one of the ways that teams will try to exploit Loud is to really focus on Robo, build a big topside lead for themselves, and knock him out of the game. And if you could knock his Udyr top out of the game, he is going to be useless beyond belief for sure. If he just builds tank and is 0-6 or whatever, we are not going to see any impact there. So, but I don't know if Rel Cassante is the combination to do that against the Zir, against Udyr. I think Udyr can probably just disconnect from that matchup and do fine. So we're probably not going to be cracking Robo. And I think Croc is going to be pressuring Mir, so that top side might be a bit of a problem for Fury here. What about the rest of the map? What about this Kalista Rakan bot lane into the Varus Nautilus? I personally don't feel like we've seen Kalistas be the lane dominant element that they have sometimes been in the past, but you feel like this is a duo that can pressure into Varus Nautilus, which, you know, the Varus damage in lane is always terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're seeing a lot of Kalista on blue side, Trajan. And blue side has been... we've seen Kalista on red side, pardon me, where it's been a little bit less safe for the bot lanes when they try and play Kalista down there. If you want to pressure up, you're very vulnerable to ganks right now. But now it's on blue side. I like the idea of it, but the Lee Sin, I think, is going to play a role in that. And Trajan, Varus, good, great. But my question for the Varus is, what build do you go here? If you go for lane dominance, that's more lethality, that's more poke. Who's going to deal with Cassante? And if you go on here to cut through Cassante, then I don't think you win against the Kalista Rakan early. We are onto the Rift now, and Root has opted for Hail of Blades, so it does look like a more lane-oriented lethality, perhaps focused.
I'll tell you who deals with Cassante. It's that AP Leandri's Udyr top lane in RMC. That's who deals with Cassante, right? That's going to happen. Robo's going to fix the build. He's going to listen to all the pundits, and he's going to build the Leandri's. It's going to be great. He's going to win. That's my headcanon that I'm going to stick with until I see something else. And then, of course, we didn't really touch on the mid lane yet. Tuts and Tinones, both with, fairly standard mage picks. I imagine we're not going to see too much fireworks here, bar heavy jungle or support interference. And I'm interested to see how well Tuts, well, my word, okay, Robo, this is the classic Robo maneuver. It's just to start in the topside jungle and not really do anything, but, just start there.
Yeah, I mean, you can take Udyr out of the jungle, put him in top lane, but Udyr will always go back to the jungle. That was what he was meant to do. And I think that's the right way you play the Udyr. I mean, one of the reasons why you pick Udyr in his top side is because of his ability to kind of play proxy, to dominate the lane, to shove out and invade. And his level 1, level 2 is nasty. How many times have we seen on the international stage now Udyr going in, solo invading enemy junglers, killing them, taking their buffs, and or pulling both in there and walking away alive? So I like the idea from Robo to do that, but I don't think he even... Did he drop a ward in there? I don't think he did. So.
He did. Yeah, he dropped a ward on the wolves. But then Furia had a ward on the jungle entrance, so they knew he went into the jungle, so they probably knew what he was doing, and we'll see that the intel and counter intel coming through here as Robo is starting an early proxy while Mir is here. So I don't know if Mir's going to do something about this, or if Croc is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, Croc is moving there. The question is, can Robo get out fast enough? No flash.
No knock-up from Destroy. They have the damage for him. He's got no flash on the Udyr. Can they save him with the shield? In comes Croc. Is it enough? It's a first blood for Destroy, but now here's the Lee Sin trapped on the wrong side of town as Mir shoving him out. Destroy goes back to the wave, but has to help this Lee Sin get pushed around. There's one back for Croc, and Destroy now get his second kill in the first 3 minutes. Q comes back up. This could end up being a Croc masterclass. He lands it, but he's under the tower. Croc, he's not going to take it. He's going to make it the 1-for-1, and Lee Sin walks out with a buff.
Okay, this is definitely not the usual post-international hangover Loud has. If anything, somebody's injected stimulants into them. And I love it. This is Robo at his finest. I know it doesn't look great that he gave up First Blood, but the fact that he's aggressive, willing to play up, and he's buying time, you could see that they thought Robo and Croc, they could win that. And even though Robo goes down first, Croc almost traded 1 for 2. They are hands-checking Furia. Problem is, Furia, this top side, the imports, Destroy and Mir, they've got hands. We import Koreans here in CBLOL usually for their hands, and they showed it. The fact that Croc got this close is actually really disgusting.
Yeah, the fact that Destroy just walks away here, I think cost them that kill, because there was a stun from Mir ready, and Croc was locked up in that brush, and if Destroy was there for a Q auto, I think that was just over, but maybe the communication perhaps not quite on point yet between the top two, or the judgment calls are not the same, as Robo now looking to continue pressuring this top side. The man has not been dissuaded by the early action. Here's the Udyr making its name and just burns him through with the storm.
Okay, so one thing we need to talk about, Trajan, was the consequences from that level, what was that, level 2, level 3 invade that came through. Look at the experience, so the experience differential. Robo is now up a level and a half on Destroy, because Destroy was missing the entire wave while that happened, while the fight was happening. And let's not forget what Robo did. Robo pushed out and proxied. So Robo got an entire wave more. And now that the top lane is set, even with First Blood, Destroy, that's experience. You can see he might have the gold, but he's now lower in experience than his duo bot lane.
Wow. That's brutal. Oh no, he's going to get ganked as well. Come on now. Come on now. Geez. Let's not do him like this. Let's not welcome him to the CBLOL like this, everybody. Robo running in for the stun, but he can barely make it. The tower is there ready and waiting, and a K'Sante W will get Destroy out alive this time. But again, the HP is lost. The TP is down. He has nothing to do up here.
Now, Ghost is about to come back up, though, so hopefully that keeps Destroy alive. We do see Mir also near this top side of the map, but I'm going to be honest, Trajan, even in a 1v2 situation, I am not certain that Mir and Destroy would be able to kill Robo if he's not proxying. And Loud, with that advantage, they're going to pick up all 3 Void Grubs on this top side. And Furia, they're not in a position to answer it anywhere.
As we said, the top side could be a point for Loud to exploit. They have started very well up here as we pan down to bot and see what is going on down here. IU and Zai with a nice CS lead built for themselves. The Kalista Rakan making good use of this early lane. They have the wave in a pretty decent spot for themselves. They're feeling pretty safe. And now Mir is heading down here as well. So perhaps Furia will think, well, you know, top's lost, all right? It happens. We've been there. You know, it's a rough one. Let's see if we can fix the map elsewhere.
And I like this idea. Don't keep throwing resources into a dead lane, Zai, with the engage.
Going for it. Mir has been spotted on a ward, so Root and Redbird can get right out of there, but the Nautilus burning through, and a flash is taken. The hook back in. Redbird not quite done yet, as the arrow flies through IU as well, but it's another HP lead on the bot side for Furia. As we see top lane once again, Robo, he is just in full control.
Yeah, just showing us that, you know, Robo's still hands gapping Destroy right now, still pushing off waves. But let's talk on the bot side. Redbird going back in, the confidence to do so. Flashes traded between Mir and Redbird, and now Croc looking as well. Do we see the 3v3?
Oh, Mir straight into him on the Hex Flash. Again, so much damage on this Lee Sin. IU, if he can get the big rain, flashes forward for that last bit of damage. And there it is for the Kalista, the bot side going a heck of a lot better for Furia so far.
Trajan, every time I watch Loud operate on this bot side, in the back of my head, I'm always thinking, Root's probably screaming at Rock not to do anything at all. Like, Croc, just leave my lane alone. I'm fine,
man. I'm fine.
You saw it. Redbird and Root were okay under turret. It's really hard to dive them still. They're not level 6. Croc just needed a shade, but Croc actually wanted to aggro. And because of that, not only does Croc go down, they're going to lose the dragon as well. And Root is also kind of stuck under turret, loses further CS because he had to roam out, because he had to help. So Furia, top side's not going well for them, but I like their counter punches in the bot side. They still have a lane to play through. And I think Ayuzai, level 6, can be very, very scary with those big team ultimates.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw they're still confident to force those plays right through. Croc, we can see in the enemy jungle, clearing out Furia's top side, trying to get to that level 6, has his tunnel already. He's got that early item on deck. As Zai finds his counterpart in the mid lane. Tuts with a bit of damage, Mir as well. There is a lot of skirmishing, a lot of kind of threat coming through from Furia right now. Mir is really kind of, as we said, he's very active in that early stage, very Croc-like. And Croc has a counter punch of his own in mind, RMC. It's destroy.
He's
Don't
not six
change
yet.
what, you know, if it's working for you, don't bother doing anything else. But Destroy might have stepped around them here with a great use of the ultimate. Croc without his level 6 doesn't really want to push that.
Yeah, and you can see that the idea is to go in Dragon's Rage, get Destroy out on the turret, and then kind of pull off the dive. But because Croc died bot side, because he's been ganking so heavily, he's actually a little bit behind Mir right now and didn't have the ultimate available. He needs to go back into jungle, hit that 6, and then, there we go, Croc 6. Now this is when Croc can start to make moves. Furia, as you mentioned, has been roaming around the map. No objective in the bot lane, but it doesn't matter. They've shoved out mid, and you can tell Redbird and Root know exactly what's coming their way.
It feels like Mir has been perma ganking ever since that level 2 fight. He's always looking for an angle into a lane. They just walk straight up under the tower in a 2 versus 4, burning through the Nautilus under his own tower, and they will get the kill.
Collapse?
But look at Loud, look at the cavalry coming through. Tut's ult completely whiffs, and now the counter is back for Loud. It's 3 quick kills from the champions.
And that's why I said before, Trajan, that the window for Furia to gank that bot lane was tight. Root and Redbird were 5. That was the best time to gank. That's why they did it. Fine, acceptable. Now that Root is 6, you saw how that dive went south, and Loud knew it was coming. The way Tinon's roamed down and Robo had TP ready to go. Sure, it benefits Destroy a little bit, but it's not great for Furia overall. And right here, the moment the dive started, Chains of Corruption comes down so that Mir is going to eat damage. Everybody else who wanted to dive, you have to commit. If you kill Redbird, you're stuck and you're going to take turret damage. If you don't kill Redbird, then, well, you've kind of just wasted this time rotating everybody down. And Furia, they went for the sunk cost fallacy. They went, no, we've committed so many people down. Even if we have to eat the Chain of Corruptions, we have to make this work. And it doesn't.
Yeah, they did get a kill for Tuts in that whole morass after we saw the ult not really achieve anything, but it is a kill for the Azir, keeping him hopefully about level in gold. We can see it on the graph there. Tinon's with a bit of CS lead, but we need to see a little bit more out of this mid lane from Furia, I think, to put this composition together. They've got good things on bot side, struggles on top. They can sway mid in their favor. These mid lane team fights might get a little bit cleaner, but Robo, you can see him 3 plates down now for this Udyr, with Proc working on the second round of the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and with that, Loud will be able to pick up all 6 Void Grubs straight. And that's rare in CBLOL. I think just yesterday we saw the first game where we didn't see all 6 being fought over, but also usually one team manages to deny at least 1 Void Grub away. And if you thought Robo's pushing was annoying enough before, good luck now. He's absolutely going to wreck that. Furia thinking about another turret dive in this bot side, but this time they spot Tinons on the rotation and they don't want to repeat of what happened just, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, very well managed once again by Root and Redbird, leaving all the space that they need, right? This is the bot lane that with Root and Sales last split was such a solid foundation. You could always rely on them. And as we said, that has not changed. They're managing the pressure very, very well. It's a tricky matchup. They have gone down a little bit in gold, but they're not falling completely out of the game, and they're not giving Furia everything they want. As you can see on the gold charts, Robo standing head and shoulders above the rest of the Rift in terms of gold.
Yeah, but you can see Ayu, that sort of not falling too far behind. Yep, he's doing well in that bot lane. And for Furia, their team ultimately wants to team fight, right? You've got that Kalista, you've got that Rakan, and the strength in that bot lane, I feel like they need to rotate it out of that bot lane into skirmishes. Nick's objective coming up will be Dragons.
Sees an angle, stunned away by Robo, but dashes in once again. The Cassante sticky as always, finds another Q, and he's gonna get the solo destroy finally. With that first item completed, fires back in top lane.
Okay, yeah, I did not think Destroy would be able to handle Robo, even with the Hall of Radiance completed. I was wrong. Huge for Destroy, massive. Just as we were talking about the dragon spawning and bot side being the focus as well, you got Robo down, and now Destroy can rotate up. We're seeing bot side, of course, the setup. Zai
big aggression onto Zai. Easy Kalista ultimate to safety there. Looks like it took the ignite as well. And that Nautilus ultimate being off the table is going to make Ayu's job a whole lot easier. They've got a sneaky concealed Rel in this brush, but doesn't quite find the angle. Loud give him a safe berth.
Yeah, and hey, we talk about burning that ultimate off with Nautilus, but let's not forget that's Fate Skull used by Ayu as well. So another big team fight tool, another big sort of safety tool taken out. Mid laner starting to roam down. So Trajan, we might see that 4v4.
Yeah, we're going to see that first big fight. Let's see if the carries can remain safe right here. If Croc can find his way into the backline. Let's see if Tuts can get a bit more value here. Tinones as well with the Shockwave. A lot of big tools still available as the Dragon resets and Furia giving the ground here, not wanting to stand and fight against Loud. They're not feeling confident.
Wow, I did not expect them to just kind of give that up. I expected a bit more checking back and forth for damage, but well played from Furia. They were kind of clumped up, and that is death against the likes of an Orianna. Instead of that risky play, they took first Dragon. They opt to kind of say, okay, you know what, we'll go for mid lane prio. We'll get some chip damage instead. Let's reset and not throw this. We have some major item breakpoints coming through. Nash's Tooth completed for Tuts, Blade of the Ruin King for Ayu, and topside now with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Does Robo win this? I want to say yes, but I was wrong the last time about Hollow Radiance.
Yeah, I think that was a very nice item breakpoint for Destroy to use, and Zaya's come up to perhaps tip the scales. Does have Flash, ult, Ignite, he's got everything he needs, but won't opt for it. As both the junglers as well are kind of close. I think Robo might have a bit of a fight on his hands, but maybe they just don't want to destabilize too much, you know, right? The fact that Destroy has gotten that kill back and can now hold his own a little better, perhaps that's just all we really need out of Furia.
You know, Trajan, I remember you were talking earlier about Robo, the fact that shutting down Robo is a way some teams like to play. Depends on the champion. If it's Olaf, I fully agree. If it's Udyr, I think it's just bait, and throwing resources up there is a waste of time. So I like that Furia have rotated to the Herald instead. Problem is, so have Loud.
Are they going to stand their ground this time, or will they once again crumble under the weight of Loud? As they step forward, Mirror certainly wants to go in, gets onto Tinones, and then the Rakan pushed back out by the ultimate from Croc. Furia, they need to get onto the prior targets, but here comes Robo, here comes Croc, deep into the backline, and Mirror's the first to fall. Destroy, gets the counter punch, both junglers down. Lovely hook onto the Kalista, and with the carry falling, Furia decide to call the whole thing off. Loud take another win in the team fight. Zai almost falls, as does Robo, but that's the fight done.
And with that, Furia forced to disengage from Herald. Jungler might be down for Loud, but okay, I was going to say, like, I think they could still take the Herald. It's kind of risky, but Mirror wasn't around. Instead, both teams will reset. So it's just a, what was that, 2-for-1 at the end of the day, Trajan? Loud just coming out ever so slightly ahead. And I hope we get a replay, because I think a lot of it was defined by what happened. Thank you, CBLOL. And watch how Tuts uses his ultimate. The fact that he goes and tries to swoop and only catches Redbird, and Redbird instantly gets out, was massive. Because a lot of the damage that Ayu wanted to put out, that Tuts wanted to put out, went onto a non-priority target who didn't even go down. Meanwhile, you saw that Tinones and Root were just chunking their way through, pushed out Destroy, and the moment Destroy was gone, the front line for Furia basically crumbled.
Redbird's in once again. Zai there to counter. TP in behind them. Redbird getting burned through. This Nautilus is not a tank, remember, everybody. And the first kill for Furia gives them that control. They might be able to pick up the Herald off the back here.
The big ultimates for Loud were not available. Shockwave coming off cooldown now. Okay.
He's not done. Doesn't find the stun, and Tinones will get away. A bit of time lost, but not much else. Furia, do they still want to do this? They've moved 2 people back to mid lane as well. They'll put them back. The Herald would be a nice way for them to crack that tower to get that gold back even.
TP being committed. Okay, it's by Tinones at the bot lane. Never mind. Yep. Loud is just going to get this up. I was actually thinking just too, like, the fact they chased Tinones meant that Redbird actually had time to respawn. Robo, though, just doing Robo things. He's not going to steal it, but he's certainly going to make everybody else annoyed while they're trying to take it.
Yeah, he's going to make them sweat. Going to make them have to have eyes in the back of their head as the Udyr skulking about in the 1 versus 3, but not really scared of them. You can see him still stepping forward. Drops the Arctic Storm down, and now a bit of damage actually going. They're committing for him with the Rakan ultimate. Ayu's there with the Blade of the Ruin King. Another knock-up, and the Rend will surely do the job, and Robo eventually is punished for his hubris.
But you know what? Again, the more I see Robo pseudo-int, Trajan, the more worried I get, because every time he does this, Loud's prepared for it. Tinones took bot side turret while that was happening, and turret is worth more than Robo's life at this point. And again, even then, it took 4 members of Fury to kill Robo already, Trajan. That's only going to get worse as this game goes on. And the longer you take to kill Robo, the more Loud's going to get somewhere else.
Absolutely. You know, Tinones picking up that bot lane tower. The gold still 1.5k in the favor of our 3-time champions, Loud. And they have still been fairly confident coming into these fights, but Furia, they can go toe-to-toe in some of these engagements, right? They can find picks, they can make the judgment calls. Mir is being active, looking for engages, and Destroy, coming out of what was I'd call it a rough start to that lane, is now 2-1-2 with a CS lead over Robo.
Yeah, and big for Destroy. We mentioned how much Destroy has been struggling with the start of the season, being able to go up against Robo. A bit of a confidence boost. Now, Trajan, I needed to confirm something for me, because Herald went down to Furia, yeah?
It did.
Did they use it?
Well, none of the towers are down, so I hope that they didn't.
Where is my pay? I don't see the herald.
We demand pay. We saw it. I mean, you know, I can't picture a memory of the exact moment it was picked up. I just saw them hitting it and then assumed that it died. And I'm now gaslighting myself.
You know what? They're on Dragon right now, so...
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about Dragon instead. Loud trying to fight their way in. IU does have the Ren to secure this one, but Lee Sin as well has executed his own. He's got the Q, and he takes it. Croc steps in and walks away with the objective of Furia. Can you at least find a team fight win? Robo steps forward, the counter engage from Furia, and down goes Udyr. Root completely separated on his own. IU ditches over the wall, gets that counter kill, and it's a double for the Callista. Loud in full retreat now, as IU once more. Tinones will punish Destroy for getting a bit too comfortable as the low HP Bison Furia give them second thought, but the fight isn't quite over. Croc once more, Tinones as well. Touch flashes the wall, but so does Tinones, and he gets the killing spree. Loud still walk away with a fair chunk of gold.
Trajan, it's a trap! Unfortunately for Furia, they thought they were winning. They started chasing, and sure, they got Root. Really well played from them. Punished the fact that Loud let their ADC run into a pit in a dead end without backup. But Tinones, this is why Loud is our championship team. You can never count them out. They were so measured on that retreat, even with low health bars, and Tinones punishing for that. So not only do they steal the dragon, they win, or they equalize the fight, and they get another turret for themselves.
That is crazy. We are getting word from our production on the Herald, and apparently Robo distracted them for so long that they couldn't pick up the eye. Which is wild that Robo still managed to ruin their day in that sense. So I guess props again to Robo there. 3, 4, and 4, just a mountain of armor stacking up on this Udyr. Now finally going into some MR as Tuts will be starting to hit those big item breakpoints. But you just can never take your eyes off him, man. He's always finding a way to tilt you.
Trajan, I am definitely tilted. I've got to wonder how tilted Furia is right now. Because not only did Robo dumpster you early, not only has Robo stopped you from taking Herald, but let's look at that last dragon fight a little bit. The fact that they lost the dragon, it got stolen by Croc, which really shouldn't have happened. And you lost it with enough of a front line to technically stop Lee Sin from getting in there. And with the Callista on your team, and the subsequent team fight, you end up losing or going equal on what should have been a win. It feels like the deck was just stacked against Furia in this game. And if you're Furia right now, even though you're not that far behind, it's only 2k gold, you're even in kills, it feels like you're losing. And I just don't know how Furia are going to respond to this sort of pressure. They are a fairly young team still.
Yeah, it does feel like they're putting in so much effort, but they can never quite get an actual clean win on any of these plays. Loud is always just ready to fire back and take something and keep the gold even and get a counter kill and grab an objective on the other side. They can never let Furia get a clean W on the board. As the game goes later, we just have to favor Loud, right? We have to favor the X Factor, the team fighting prowess that we know they have, as Robo continues his mission of irritation on the sideline.
I just want to see a Leandri Trajan, please. Just give me an Udyr with Leandris.
Please. Yeah.
Especially, as you mentioned, like into the likes of Destroy and Mirror, that Leandri is going to be so useful compared to that straight tank, but it just seems like most Udyr professional players are allergic to it. I've seen it plenty in solo queue, but not so much in pro play. Now, Trajan, we talked about Furia and what they want to do to try and close out the game, but let's not forget that Loud are in the lead, and they too need to find a way to close this out. So far, it's been capitalizing on Furia's aggression. It's been going to objectives, fighting there, and then trying to find things after. But what they can do when objectives are down is, first of all, the Robo split push. But we might also see Tinones or Root use themselves as bait. They are low mobility champions, but at the same time, Furia have to commit a lot of resources to kill them, and they just need to walk away, disengage. Tinones has been doing that masterfully so far with this command dissonance, just to slow people down. And if Croc is anywhere nearby, Dragon's Rage will do a lot to get his immobile laners to safety.
Yeah, for sure. We can't forget that extra health-based damage that the Elysian ult has. When you get that big kickback on a frontliner, it can absolutely bulldoze the backline if it goes through them. We've had a little bit of a lull so far. We've got Dragon up in 44, and this could be Loud's Infernal Soul point. And I wonder if Furia are going to take up a defiant stance once again, or if they're going to try and step back. They've got a lot of 2-item spikes hitting. They seem to be on a decent platform to mount some sort of engage, but they're not taking up as early a position in the pit as last time. It looks like Loud are going to be the ones in control of the area. Furia might have to try and push their way in, which they have not really been succeeding at so far.
Yeah, Loud first to push out that mid, get that prio. Bot side, though, is moving in favor of Furia and might actually be a turret take from the minions as well. There we go. Perfect setup from Destroy. So Furia, if it's contesting Dragons, they have options. Hook lands onto Tuts.
Redbert, flash hook onto Tuts, and once again scoops back Redbert with the Nautilus ult as well. Meteor is safe, and the Nautilus is just going to get chunked down to 0. Furia now with a 4 versus 5. Zai on the flank. He's got options. He's got ultimates. Can they find a way in? Can they deal with the front line? Croc goes in onto Zai, finds himself knocked up. Ayu dropping a bit of damage, but Loud are playing it nice and safe. They're giving the space over to Furia.
10 seconds till Redbert respawns, and Loud are just trying to stall for that right now. I love that Furia is not getting distracted. They're stacking those spears on the Dragon.
Rock's still on the side. He's got the ultimate. Remember, he stole it last time, and he goes flash instead onto Mir, trying to get the smite off the table. It's going to be a smite.
He gets it again!
Lee Sin again from 93 HP. Gets the Drake for Loud, but Furia, you're still 4v5. Destroy wants it. Destroy wants to get stuck in there, and Robo will fall. Root survives. Tinone survives, and the Dragon for Loud again.
That must be so satisfying to Furia to finally get themselves this clean kills. But Redbird has respawned there, punishing Destroy.
There's the hook, a big Cassante W keeps him alive, but the chains of corruption lasts for so long. Got the shield on the footwork, and the arrow is there. And the hook to follow up on Tamir. This is going from bad to worse for Furia.
Not again. I'm getting PTSD watching this, Trajan. Every time you think Furia's gotten it, they should get out. They should leave Trajan, but they don't. They opt to stay in that fight, and because of that, Loud's able to answer. Now, Baron, this is way too high for both these teams, and we should talk Baron a little bit, Trajan, but only if Zay doesn't die.
Yeah, we have to talk Zai first. He does have Tuts to slide away to. Doesn't even take that much damage. It's not going to be too bad, but here comes the Dragon. Here comes the Baron, I should say, with the TP as well. Loud full committing. Ayu is nowhere to be seen.
Destroy has TP available when he respawns in 5 seconds, but that Baron might not be there in 5 seconds. Destroy
takes longer to take down. You've got to commit more resources. You can't just think this away. And Loud peeling away. They're going for the safe option. Cassante has spoiled more than one fight for them now, and they're giving it the respect it deserves. They're still the ones with Infernal Soul Point. They're still at least even on gold. They're clearly not feeling the urgency just yet.
And good for them. Patience. Don't overextend. Know when to back off. It hasn't happened the last couple of fights. Mid lane, outer finally goes down for Furia as well. And let's talk about this fight. First of all, we're going to talk about how Croc gets the steal, because look at those spears being stacked up by Ayu. Mir is in there. You've got Smite Rend combo. So what happens? Ayu leaves the pit, because as you talked about, that Dragon's Rage being able to do a ton of % health damage, and because of that, Croc gets in there. Mir is not in position because he gets kicked out, and then Ayu just leaves, so they get themselves the Dragon. Now, the second part of this is the fight. Furia do great on this fight. They win, they get 2. And this is where you just walk away. You can see Tuts and Zai have made the call to walk away. But Destroy gets a little bit too hyphy, and he's like, I'm tanky, I can do this. No, you can't. Look at Mir and Ayu's positioning. They were so far away. They weren't able to really follow up. And from there, that sort of back and forth, that hesitancy ends up biting them. Because if Ayu and Mir had just walked as soon as Destroy went down, they'd have been fine. But they were like, oh, we can kind of help Destroy. He's tanky enough, maybe. No, he's not.
Yep.
Now he's dead. Now you're out of position.
Baron down below 8k. They have a Blast Cone. They have a Croc. They have a Steel Master for Loud. But once again, Ayu stacking up the spears. Robo steps in aggressively. Tuts needs to get some damage down. They can't let him do this for free. And they've turned off with the 5v5. Redbird quickly dispatched as Robo as well in full retreat. Destroy finds field to Root onto the Baron. The carry completely sectioned out. Destroys Cassante. Is going crazy in this late game RMC. It's another one fight for Furia. Can they perhaps, maybe, just not throw it now?
Surely this time. Surely, Trajan, they can't. Like,
Destroy's on him. Destroy's on Croc's back. He's not going to get within a mile of this Baron Pit RMC. This is it. This is finally the clean W for Furia. They'll get the buff. They'll get the win. Let's see what they can get after.
It's huge, and all 5 members of Furia gonna wear the royal purple, and they should be able to push. Trajan, it's so weird because Furia has not been that far behind. In fact, even when they were, it felt like they were still the ones making the moves, and that's why I said, Loud, you can't just sit back and wait for mistakes to happen, because eventually, if Furia gets all the chances in the world, they're gonna get one right. And now for Loud, You've got to play defensive. It's been what's worked for you when Furia make mistakes. But now Furia with the purple, with this shove as well, the wave clear from Tinones, from Root, is it going to be enough? Especially when we've seen how quickly IU can shred anybody not named Robo.
Now, wearing the Baron buff, taking control of the Dragon side, they need to get this Infernal safely secured. Keep Loud on the back foot, but stepping up on the turrets as well. I'll remind everybody what we said about the blue side. This should be red side's day. This should be the day for red side to break the meme. And yet here we are with Furia 4 and a bit K up over our back-to-back-to-back champions. They finally put that first fight together. And now they are on the cusp of breaking base towers. This could be the time for us to really start looking into this whole blue side thing and stop laughing about it and start going, hang on, what's going on? What's going on here?
You know what? Maybe Hawk knows something, right? That's why he swapped over. He's with us. There's a reason why he stopped at the standings in terms of predictions so far. For now, though,
absolutely.
Loud doing a good job stopping the push from coming through from Furia. Furia having to rely on the split push instead. And that's the role we thought Robo would have. Well, Destroys Cassante is doing great with it. And now looking for a flank as well.
Oh, Tino's looking for a big flank right behind onto the Tino's, onto the Orianna, followed up by the Rel. They've got Redbird again. The Orianna desperately trying to scrabble to safety, in a flash will help Tino survive. Furia, can they kill on the counter? Destroy. He's fallen down to Root. He's been so pivotal in them winning these fights so far in this game. And it turns into a 1-for-1. Even the tower lives for Loud.
And once again, Trajan, when it feels like Loud's on the back foot, when they are defending, they're somehow finding these wins. Thankfully for Furia, the advantage of being the aggressors is, hey, if things fall flat on face, and as long as we don't get wiped, we still have things we can fall back on. Pick up their second Dragon of the game, even as Tinones actually TP top to try and get some pressure upside.
Beats his Rabadons as well. Tinones with a Crypt Bloom as well. We haven't seen too much of that, but that's been kind of a sleeper hit as the patch has developed, as Season 14 has moved forwards. The Crypt Bloom taking the place of the Void Staff with that magic penetration, that extra healing when you get a kill in a team fight to your allies. Big for the Orianna ultimates if they can land, and Tuts may be caught slipping right now. 3 members of Loud converging on his position. Drops the Azir tower and will not be able to survive.
The silver lining for that, I guess, is Tuts dying right now. It doesn't matter. There's no objectives to take. The Baron power play was already stifled on that bot side when we saw the 1-for-1 trade. So Fury are not going to lose out too much. But Loud, on the other hand, yeah, sure, they blew a couple ultimates. Doesn't matter. It'll be up for the next big fight. So good for Loud in that they do find a bit of a pick. Now, let's go back to itemization, Trajan, because you mentioned Crypt Bloom. That's new. One thing about Crypt Bloom and why we're seeing some pros start to pick it up is because of Ability Haste. Ability Haste was taken off a lot of items, whereas Crypt Bloom still has it. So for mages, it does feel good. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if it's the better item in this case because of how infrequently we're seeing the team fights happen. With how infrequent the team fights are, that Ability Haste is not going to make a difference for the big shockwave for Tinones. And I almost prefer to see the straight magic penetration come through. So we'll have to see if maybe they can find a pick, make it work. If they find a pick like they did on Tuts before the fight and have it up for the fight, that could be critical.
Yeah, we have the same for Tuts as well. Also the third item, Crypt Bloom, with a Nash's and Lichbane. Very auto-attack focused, but does have this different penetration option as Mirhex flashing in, looking for the root. Varus maybe. Summoner instantly burning. Out comes Change Corruption. Redbird again. This is the Nautilus's curse. You will always be the first to go down on the front line. Destroy once more. Gets the stone to Tinones. Actually gets the shockwave first. And gets his ultimate through as well. Sticking to Tinones like glue and finds basically a solo kill onto Loud's mid.
Destroy? Is the promise finally being fulfilled right now?
Crazy.
Yeah, the fact that he went right through that shockwave was critical. That shockwave wasn't for damage. It was to actually peel off the Cassante. Now, what else can they find? High over the wall.
Oh, okay.
No, Tuts!
Tuts with a big ultimate. Finally gets for the big shuffle onto Root. Is it enough to win? The cleanses there, but Mir is following up. Tuts for Varus so far. Traded Furia, dive in the tower. Destroys back. Destroys going wild. IU as well. Unleashing the autos as Robo. He's the last lone defender. Redbird off the tower. Can he defend the inhib? I think they've got to at least get this up.
Yeah, but you know what? That's fine. They didn't lose any of the Nexus turrets. That's the important thing. Robo still able to kind of wave clear a little bit. And Furia, they are finding these windows of opportunity. Loud, Trajan, we keep asking, where is Loud? Where is the proactivity? Everything has been defensive. And poor Redbird. Redbird has been the bait Loud is using. Yeah, Redbird Nautilus is meant to be an engager. But not this way, not as bait. He's supposed to go in, not let people come onto him.
They're just like tossing the bait into the ocean with no fishing line attached. There's no follow-up here. We're just throwing Redbird into the sharks, like, and he's just dying over and over again. I absolutely agree. Mur has been making so many active plays, and Croc on the Lee Sin, besides the objective steals, which have been critical, he's been a bit invisible. Here's a replay of that.
Yeah, and this is after Redbird and Tinones has already gone down, and you can see that Furia just have more bodies, so they can afford to make a play at that. Is this an optimal dive? No, not really, right? Zai almost dies early. Tuts almost dies early. Everybody's really, really low. And if they just had another body, a little bit more CC, they could have stopped this. But props to Furia. They recognize that, hey, maybe it's the sheer amount of times they've made these sort of plays. They're just like, okay, we've messed up a couple, but this time we know we finally have enough numbers. We have enough damage to be able to pull it off. We're on to Baron, and at this point in the game, Trajan, Baron does melt fairly fast, so Blade of the Rune King Callista.
We've got a couple of the pensive Maestro here waiting for the wind to come through before he gets excited as Mir drops so low to root Varus. The Baron's low as well. They maybe have the Ren charges. They have to commit to something, but out comes the hook. Mir is almost dead, but Redbird surely will be traded once again for this. Destroying the backline, wasting time, buying space for Furia. Dodges away from the hook as the Baron fully resets. But I don't love this for the blue side. I think Loud maybe smelled blood in the water. Destroyed, kicked back by Croc, and Robo trying to finish him off. There it is for the Lee Sin as the recall.
Does Mir get away?
No! Snipes him blind with the Varus arrow, and now Loud have a free path to the Baron.
Somebody needs to go back. We've got double super stacked into the mid lane, and Loud are trying to take this Furia. Recognize that. Are they? They're not sending anybody to go for that and sit there looking for the dragon instead. I don't know about this. Well, it'll be so point for them, but Loud get Baron. They punch back for what feels like the first time this game, Trajan, or at least in the last 15 minutes.
My word, dude, you can see that just like the scales tilting away from Furia, and they still made quite a good go of it, but Zai now running interference. Ayu and Tuts are gonna complete this Drake. They'll get out clean as well, I assume, as Croc is still kind of hunting.
Thankfully this time, hunting for jungle camps and not for champions. Doesn't know that Zai is just on the other side of that wall. Trajan, Loud yesterday too gave us such a weird game against Liberty where it felt like they were losing right up to the moment they won. And this game feels much the same, where if it was any other team, I feel like, on the red side, we'd have counted them out. We'd be saying Furia is winning this. And yet we're still hesitating so much because it's Loud, and you just saw why. One fight at Baron turns the tides for them, and suddenly they're back in the driver's seat. Still, they haven't quite finished the game just yet, and now Loud, with the Baron buff, Furia only took a turret. What can Loud find with their Baron buff?
And a reminder, they have 6 Void Mites as well. If they get onto those towers, they're going to melt them. If Furia have been doing a good job of keeping those inner towers protected, keeping them alive, so it's not just a free run into an inhib if a fight goes bad. But now that we're 35 minutes in, 36 minutes in, you're going to be able to absolutely melt these structures if Root and Tinones get a chance to wail away at them. And Furia, they're still 2k ahead, right? We saw this last week with INTZ versus Red Canids, right? Where we thought that the Red Canids, the championship, the favorite team, was starting to come back. They got it to late game. They started to pull the game back, and we thought, well, INTZ have lost it. They missed their chance. But INTZ ultimately won that game. They managed to stick it out, and the younger, less experienced players did find the win over the favorites. Furia has a chance to do the same here, and against the champions, no less.
Yeah, and they did an amazing start to this Baron stall so far. They actually shoved in on Loud. Loud were late on the reset, so they only managed to reset and get their items about a minute and a half in. So 50% of the Baron's gone. They only have a minute left, and now they're finally pushing on the top side. They have the setup for this, and Furia, they're kind of hovering around this mid lane a little bit. They're on the outside track, and Robo starting to threaten their mid lane. Finally, the split push that you were expecting.
Now, Root does have both his summoners. He's safe-ish from the engaged cannons as well with a flash, and Mir has to be aware of that one as Loud push forward. Got the empowered cannons. You see the Void Mites as well, stepping up to start pushing this tower down. Robo's been abandoned with that mid lane. He's got to find another. Furia, like their safety buffer of towers is falling very rapidly.
I feel like mid lane is just 2 minions whacking away each other. Like Robo and Destroy don't even touch each other whatsoever. Somebody buy Leandries, please, for them. It's Robo, please buy Leandries, or that fight does absolutely nothing. Well, the chip damage still coming through on the top side.
Aaron, 10 seconds left on at that top lane tower is going to fall to the cannons, but the inhib will survive, and Furia have got an exposed base to match Loud's in the mid lane. And Loud still with control. They're not backing up. They're not giving up with this one right now. Those minions in the mid lane still wailing away at each other. But Mir has been the one to always go for the engage to try and find the angle. Maybe he can do so again. maybe Croc is ready to start entering the game.
Loud actually in the base right now, so it's a bit of a choke. Inhibitor about to go down, Engage comes through.
Eye is in, mirror is in, Red Belt with a counter hook, IU on the front line, dipping and diving. Look more for Tuts. We need to see those Sand Soldiers do some work. The inhib survives, but Tinones really wants to finish it. They want to step up right there. They're trying to pressure them, but Furia say no. We will not let go of this inhib.
Azir Sundisk finally comes off cooldown, goes up, but you're trading turret for turret, and the top one's temporary. Robo able to find the mid inhibitor turret, and Furia, they just walk past it to take the inhibitor topside.
Furia, they went back to heal. They lost the inhib for it. They held on to mid. Sundisk falls as well. More items coming in. It's full build for IU, completed with the Runans. Tuts almost done with the Rabadons for his 4th as well. And all of these teams are starting to get to the point where the gold just doesn't matter. They are, in fact, basically dead even on almost every metric. 100 gold for Loud, 1 tower for them, and currently an inhib. But everything else is flat across the board. It's going to be execution now.
The only real difference right now, Trajan, on the map, topside inhibitor. That one is down. Loud has all their inhibitors up, so there will be pressure topside, just as Dragon Soul, Infernal Soul, that literally most explosive of souls is about to spawn in a minute. So Loud have a small advantage there. Furia, what advantage do they have? Skilling, at least. Azir, I think, skills better than Orianna. But as you mentioned, just come down to that one big team fight. If you land that one shockwave that catches 4, 5 members, that will outstrip anything an Azir can do, at least in the short term. It takes a much longer fight for him to equalize that.
Tuts, he's so close to the Rabadons, right? Hinones has the 4th item completed. Tuts doesn't. He has TP, but he doesn't have time to complete it. He's not going to get that massive spike before the match, the fight that could end this game. Loud standing tall in this river, daring Furia to try and start something in this play. Zai on the flank. He's on vision. Both the engages for Furia. Loud know where they are.
Okay, Ripper again.
Here, gets a couple of them. Tuts flies in. They're looking for Croc, but Robo is slowing down IU in the backside, and it's Furia's frontline that are melting. They fire back onto Loud. Ripper again goes down. Destroy running interference. Robo takes 3 members to burn through him, and he still steps away as Destroy is on a sliver, hiding in the pit. The Dragon finds him out, and there is Loud with the advantage. 2 for 1. No Casanti to deal with it. Robo still got the shields. This is surely solved for the champs.
The patience on Loud, Trajan, the way they played that fight. We said before, Loud are specializing right now in the defensive play. They are letting Furia engage into them, and as you mentioned, full vision this time. They knew where everybody was coming, and you saw how well Root and Tinones played that. Didn't even have to burn Flash for safety. Soul in their pocket. Baron having respawn. Loud is going for the clean objective sweep.
This is going to be, I think, the knockout punch if they get this Baron when they already have the inhib down. Furia, the pressure is going to be so high on them to find that perfect engage. They found them in the mid game, but Loud have tightened up the screws, and they're not giving them an inch now.
Okay, we get the replay on this fight, and watch the positioning for Root and Tinones. Yes, they're clumped together, but you saw how they retreated perfectly when Zai was coming in, and because of that, Zai gets absolutely melted. Rakan is not anywhere near as tanky as Destroy, and in patch 14, 14.1, 14.2 damage is just absolutely ramped up. The carries for Furia, on the other hand, sure, you can see Robo coming at you, but what are you going to do? Robo's not there to kill you. He's there to buy time. So it's so much easier for Robo to do his job than it is for Destroy, than it is for Zai right now. And oh, Maestro, he saw it, he knew the angle, but at the same time, I don't think Furia fundamentally did anything wrong.
Yeah, you could see before he was holding off on the excitement, and now we know why. When you're against Loud, you cannot count them out. That's what we've been saying. Now they have 2 minutes of Baron. The rest of the game with the Infernal Soul and more items coming on deck. Furia, you've got to find the answer. You have to find it. If you can get one big fight, you can probably just run it down mid and end, but you need that one opening.
Well, you can have that one big fight, and Loud could run it down and end if Furia were to lose it. Super still pushing on this top side while we're talking about this. And Trajan, the last time Loud got Baron, they only took a minute to break 2 inhibitors. They're using the entire Baron this time.
We're on the flank. Once again, Robo being burned through, trying to get to those carries. Root and Tino still safe in the back line, but the Loud front line is suffering right now. Put's doing the damage, finds the first kill. IU jumps forward, the re-engage from Loud, and it's 1 for 1 once again, as Loud can step back and look. Tinones, Root, still got the summers, still got the damage, and Destroy slips away, but Furia are limping.
Okay, Nautilus Hook is something else, man. How did that hit Destroy? Thankfully, it hit Destroy, who's tanky enough. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't matter. Loud just wanted to push you off. They didn't need to kill you.
Oh, the Tuts engage from Croc doesn't work out. He flashes out, but Destroy is full HP once again. The Lee Sin knocked back, but he still survives. Croc, with a sliver of health from behind the Nexus towers, will walk away.
Shields on shields between Orianna and Lee Sin. Croc was just barely able to limp out alive. They get themselves another inhibitor for their troubles, and there's one inhibitor left for Furia. Mid lane exposed, open, and Loud, they managed to break once again with that Baron buff. Furia, topside respawn though, so Furia have a lifeline. And Trajan, with 3 minutes on the Elder Drake, there is time for Furia to farm these incoming waves. But will it be enough? I don't know anymore, Trajan.
It feels like it's such a fine line, and there's so much pressure on Destroy, Zai, and Mir to get onto these carries. Again, Tinons and Root, they still didn't lose their flash. Root still didn't lose his cleanse. They still have these tools to make the job for Furia nigh on impossible to get that perfect fight. They need to fight their way out. Still, it's just one inhib, and they have the damage. We can see that even Robo isn't necessarily safe on the front line against the likes of Tuts. It does feel like the stars need to align for Furia here. There's a chance, but it is very, very slim.
They're looking for this. I don't think they've seen Tinons on that top side just yet, so they don't know it's a 5v4. But Furia, even if they know, I wonder if they're just going to pull the trigger. On one hand, they need to, but on the other hand, that's what Loud's waiting for. We've not seen Loud actually look very much for that aggressive engage on their own. It's always been Furia engaging, and Furia have to do it again, and it hasn't worked over and over again.
Yeah. You can see as well for the last two items in the mid lane, Tuts is going towards a Banshee's Veil, whereas Tinons has got the Medjais. He's trying to stack up that extra damage, wants to get that one shockwave to absolutely ruin Furia, whereas Tuts feels like he needs to stay alive. Robo now in the mid lane, shepherding into the minions. They've got supers in bot lane, and now Loud steps up in top. The Sundisk surely not going to last too long.
Mir
flashes in again. It's just on the front line. Furia, they need to find the damage. They need to get through these targets. It's the supers on their face, but in comes Robo from mid lane. Ayu just about survives Tuts as well, but the arrow from Root sniped out. Ayu finds himself the Tuts as well, and it will be the carries for Furia falling. Loud, they have stuck it out. They went from their Nexus to Furia's, and they will continue their winning streak. 3-1 for Loud. Furia so close, and yet so far.
45 minutes, almost 46, Trajan, and that is not even our second slowest, second longest game of the split. But huge props to Loud and Furia. Loud, in a way, it's props, but it's one that we expected, I suppose. They are incredibly composed. Their mental is strong. We know this. If we're talking about late game teams in CBLOL, it's got to be Loud, it's got to be Pain, and they show us their strength once again. But Furia as well, their mental was strong in this game. They were fighting, contesting the entire time. But this is why I say to anybody who watches, CBLOL has talent, because they got hand stiffed. That wasn't a macro issue. They just lost every team fight because Loud was better individually.
Yeah, there was a long stretch through that mid lane where, as you said, Loud felt a little bit kind of anemic. They were a bit passive. We didn't see the engages from Croc, and Redbird wasn't finding success on Nautilus. And Furia, they're ready to punish, being proactive and finding the angles. But eventually something just kind of switched, I think, in Loud, and they went, okay, this is too close. Let's dial in, let's lock in. And suddenly the fights were going so much better. You know, they were finding those engages. Robo was really doing a lot. Croc was managing to stay alive in them, and I think just a masterclass of positioning from Tinons and Root in like every single fight. They were so safe all the time on the Orianna and the Varus, and it was just impossible for Mir to get the Rel ultimate onto them, right? For them to get that critical engage they needed to remove the Loud carries.
And they tried. Mir's engages were really, really solid as well. It's just trying to catch both Tinons and Root is really, really difficult. Every time they were clumped up, it was because they were already so far back that Mir simply could not reach them. We saw a couple of good attempts from Destroy to kidnap either Root or Tinons into the enemy team, more often Root, which is probably the right choice. But it just didn't happen with enough frequency because Loud was able to ward out and often see the approaches. And speaking of which, let's talk a little bit about Redbird, Trajan, because for Loud, we were saying Redbird, you know, he's the new piece coming in. I have very mixed feelings about his performance this game. On one hand, great vision control. Often able to spot out people coming in. It's a team sort of team move that has to be done, but often falls a lot on the support. But Redbird also had the most deaths by a long shot on that team. And I don't know if it's the team's decision saying, hey, Redbird, if you can't find that hook, just dangle your body instead, or whether it was like Redbird just getting caught out of position. Because Redbird went down first almost every single fight.
Yeah, even the fights that Loud win, ultimately, like, I think that the call for Redbird is just hook someone half decent, press your ult on someone half decent, then good job. You did it. We'll take it from here. I don't know how you're going to get out. That's up to you. If you can, cool. If not, whatever. So I think that it very much just became like, press your buttons so you've done something. Like, and that's hand it over to Robo to deal with the backline, you know? And then Root and Tino's going to handle their own positioning. So I think that was, a mixed bag from Redbird. There were definitely a lot of good things from there, but he was definitely eating the brunt of when Loud were a bit lethargic, when they didn't look very directed. He was always the first to be picked off by a charging Furia. So still plenty of good things about Furia. We loved what Mira was doing in terms of being proactive and finding picks. Zai as well on the follow-up, and then Destroy, his first real standout game of the split so far. We saw the point, you know, we saw this is why we've got Destroy. This is what this guy can do. He can solo kill Robo. He can find that key team fight engage. I think that is definitely a big plus in Furia looking forward, and I feel more confident about them in that kind of lower playoffs picture where I was starting to worry a little bit, you know, with teams like Lost looking pretty good. Yeah,
and just so all your viewers know, we are also right now waiting for the post-game statistics to come out. They're currently doing an interview with Croc of Loud. And you know what? Looking at that little picture of Croc as well, he doesn't seem too terribly happy. Understandable. If you're Loud, this was not how you wanted the game to go necessarily. We praised their mental fortitude, but I don't think they wanted it to go 40-something minutes, you know, especially not when we consider how dominant this team can be.
Yeah.
Furia, though?
I mean...
go ahead, Trajan.
Just with Croc, I mean, this is we know this about him from interviews that I think 4x4 did with Croc in the finals venue in Recife, and then in some of the CBLOL English interviews we had on the official channel last split, that he takes it hard when he doesn't do well. When he doesn't play well, it upsets him, and he feels sad about it. You know, he's like, I'm not happy because we didn't play as well as I think we should, and he is definitely not as kind of blasé about the ups and downs of the Brazilian league scene. You know, when Croc doesn't feel he had a good game, he takes it to heart, and that is probably one of the reasons he has now ascended to be such a strong player. He is still very active and volatile because that's who he is, but he wants to be better and improving, and we have seen that improve over time.
Yeah, best jungler BR for a reason. And on the other hand, Furia, what can we say about them, right? This has been a tough weekend for them. They had to face both Pain yesterday and Loud today. So they're off to a bit of a rough start, 1-3, but I wouldn't hold that against them necessarily. I think that's strength of schedule, and I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of be able to scale up. I think a bigger test for them will be next week when they're up against INTZ and Los Grandes, teams I think that most of us would say were more expected to be around a similar skill level as this Furia roster. So for Furia, it's a tough lesson to learn this early on, but I'd rather they learn it now than they learn it towards the end of the season.
Yeah, you know, when you are that developing roster, trying to grow and make an impact there, you're going to run up against the top tier teams, and you're going to be so close. You're going to be executing on your game plan, but then something's going to fall apart. Their veterancy is going to come in, and you're just not quite as polished as you need to be yet. And you're going to be very, very close to finding those wins, but they're going to get snatched away from you like this. So it is important for Furia to feel this. And I think, as we say, we saw plenty of good things from them. So we will look forward to seeing more from them, especially, as you say, next week against those other middle of the pack teams, and see where they really are starting to settle in. Now, I'm not sure if we are actually still going to get post-game statistics at some point, because these are going into replays. And I kind of don't want to stand here for the entire time between both games to keep it a buck with everybody, because I need to get a drink of water and stuff. So I am going to throw to a break right now, and you'll have to imagine the post-game statistics in your mind. It's basically pretty even. There's lots of big numbers in all three columns for everybody. So thank you, everybody. We'll be back in just a short break. The CBLOL English will return in just a few minutes for game number 2, which will be Los Grandes versus INTZ, a couple of those Midgard teams that we are still keeping a close eye on. You don't want to miss it. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 2 here at the CBLOL English. Loud winning a barn burner over Furia to kick the day off, and now into game number 2, we're heading back into the middle of the pack with Los Grandes and INTZ. Now, both of these teams, RMC, have shown us a lot of good stuff over the first 3 days. You know, we've also had some issues with them, but sometimes it's just been losing to very good teams, and, you know, we couldn't blame anyone for that necessarily. So, let's start with Los Grandes, someone that I think a team that we all often assumed we were ranking them kind of 8th, 9th, not really. Maybe they challenge for playoffs, maybe. But now, I think we're feeling a lot better about them, right?
Yeah, and I know Solari was trying to convince all of us that Los Grandes is going to be great. Cavi's an amazing support.
Cavi's the GOAT, and yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? She ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. Los Grandes is performing significantly better, I think, as you pointed out, compared to what we thought. And I think back to the game yesterday, specifically against Red. If you thought the game we just had between Loud and Furia was long and close, you need to watch yesterday's game between Red and Los Grandes, because that one went 49 minutes and 9 seconds. Already one of the longer games in CBLOL. And Los Grandes, individually, mechanically, they were good. They were matching hands with the Red Cannons. They lost because of a split decision at the end, a macro decision. But the fact they even got 49 minutes in, Trajan, Los Grandes ain't bad.
They're not, for sure. You know, I think the bot lane especially has been something that we had a lot of reason to be excited for, and it's been very solid. They've been good playmakers, they've been putting up good numbers, and then super clever as well in the top lane. I've just been like, wow, dude, this is a guy who is showing, you know, he's an academy-winning top laner, and has been going toe-to-toe with all of our top lane pools, and this is a problem that I was worrying about with the top lane pool is, you know, how much depth does it really have anymore? We've got a lot of rookies coming up. We don't have, you know, we don't have Parang like we used to have. Like, we don't have necessarily, we're not able to rely on some of these people as much. And I think now, with Makes and Super Clever, we're kind of good, honestly. I think we're good. We've topped them back up, you know? We lost EZK, we lost Parang, and we got Makes and Super Clever. I think they're both great Brazilian talent, and we can be very excited about what they're going to give us.
Yeah, in different categories as well, right? And speaking of, you know, Super Clever as a top laner, he's not your sort of pick, win lane, win game sort of carry. He's not that 1v1 duelist. He's a team fighter. And if we look on the other side for INTZ, guess who their top laner is? It's Tay, you know, multiple times CBLOL champion. Also a more utility-based top laner himself. Something he's got a massive champion ocean. He can play whatever you need, and a lot of times in recent history, it's been those teamfight champions.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the full roster up here. We have Ninja Kiwi and Yampi retained from last split. Then Damage brought through from BKS. Aithusa promoted up from Academy, and Tay in the top lane brought across from Fluxu. So over the first 3 days, I have loved what we've seen from Ninja Kiwi, loved what we've seen from Yampi on the most part, and then Damage as well, I think, is something that you always love to, your perspective you offer on Damages as a secondary engager. He is very, very good. They've given him Rakan more than once, and as long as he's not making the ultimate decision as to when to start the fight, he is very good at operating within the fights that Yampi is picking, you know? So I think that we're feeling very good about these players. Now, I personally, not super high on Tay and Aithusa. We are going into Champs League just a second, so I'll let you talk a little bit about why do you think Aithusa and Tay, or I guess what are the reasons for us to be confident or hopeful about Aithusa and Tay?
Okay, so Aithusa, we need to obviously mention that Aithusa is the promotion from the Academy, the sole sort of promotion that INTZ is bringing on. He's a really good control mage player, but his laning is where he's been falling down a little bit within CBLOL. And it's early days yet, Trajan. He needs a bit of time to get acclimated. So given time, he'll be fine. And up against Envy specifically, Envy has not been the most lane-dominant mid laner so far. So I think that there are ways to play around, and we're seeing as well INTZ with the Orianna and Azir ban. They're trying to set up a more comfortable lane for Aithusa.
Yes, so we have that Kalista first pick again down there for Cello. We know Cello can be very mechanical and can be dominant in his own right. We'll see if what the support they pair with it. And the answer for INTZ straight into the Ashe, which we have seen in the support role primarily, and then that flexible rel, and Yampi's rel game that we saw, I think it was on day 2, was out of this world for me.
Yeah, and because of that, Trajan, like you said, like you were saying, so pardon me, those are flex picks. You can still flex rel support and Ashe AD carry, but I don't like that. And I think the fact that Ashe is open and we're picking Kalista is a bit of a bait. Kalista is strong, but Ashe absolutely messes her up. The slow, the stun wipes her. That's it though. I like what they've paired with it, right? You pick something like a Vi and you can punish almost every AD carry not named Xayah. And Rumble as well, such a strong meta pick to come through. You've already got the makings of an incredibly strong skirmish comp for Los Grandes.
Yeah, for sure. So, and that's they have been, you know, overperforming in the hands check department, in the we're just going to step up and fight you department that we thought maybe they might not have the firepower, but it turns out they kind of do. That they've got a lot of power under that hood. And it's Caitlyn locked in for Ninja Kiwi. This is the original Ninja Kiwi pop-off pick. This is the Renska Ninja Kiwi pop-off pick where we saw the pentakill that he lodged against Furia in his debut sort of half split back a couple of splits ago. So paired up with the Ashe, that's an impressive bot lane for sure.
Yeah, and I think the only person playing Caitlyn right now in CBLOL up to now was Titan. So huge props to Ninja Kiwi for picking that one up. It is, of course, still going to be kind of risky into the likes of a Vi, and Rumble as well can absolutely punish you. Into the second ban phase, Trajan, the Nico takeaway, where Continuity and Akali, INTZ are just punishing this mid lane. Honestly, it feels a bit like a crutch for Aithusa, but I'm here for it. I mean, we mentioned before, he's new, he's promoting, he needs some time to get acclimated. This is how you make your Academy promotions feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest issues that INTZ has had, is when Aithusa is under pressure or is maybe not able to pressure his opponent, not able to keep Takui on Azir out of the game for long enough, and that becomes a big problem. So you need to strip out those big, strong picks for Envy, who has been very lane dominant in the past, has a slow start so far, but has been a very, very dominant mid laner for us in past seasons. So yeah, give Aithusa a bit of a crutch. They've clearly got good plans of picks to take in opposition. As the Scion for Tay comes through, we know that Tay always has a pocket pick ready to go. And into the Rumble now, do you think this is going to be able to withstand the Rumble that has been just toasting every other option in top lane so far?
No, I don't actually. Well, I don't think it's going to lane well into the Rumble. To be fair, there's very few good matchups into Rumble. I think you've got to go like Kennen, maybe. But I think it will survive it, and it will be the engage this team is trying to pick to just punish whatever Los Grandes has gone for. And for Los Grandes, I feel like with the Rumble top right now, you're very, very squishy. Nautilus is not going to be able to hold his own as a tank to stop the engage from coming through. You're trying to last pick your mid laner. So I love the Scion pick in terms of what you're trying to do. I just think it needs a bit of follow-up or some sort of AoE damage to really make it count.
Yeah, as we see the Nautilus coming through, paired for Cabby and Cello down there. So they do have great engage tools to try and punish this Ashe and this Caitlyn, who will be trying to abuse the range, as Corki locked in for Envy. So this is not a lane dominant pick at the very least. We can imagine Aithusa should not be shoved around by this Corki in a straight one-on-one, but let's see what his actual answer is, because he had to expect something like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting too that Los Grandes didn't ban a single mid laner. So they're saying that Envy is comfortable enough you can just pick it and roll with pretty much anything that's going to work. And for INTZ, picking the Sylas, that is our first Sylas of the split here within CBLOL, which is interesting because we do have a lot of good Sylas players here, and it's specifically
like
as
Envy.
an answer. True, like Envy, who's done it. In fact, I think Ithuza didn't play it last split at all, actually, in CBLOL Academy. So that's kind of interesting that he's picked that one up. But I like it. We said we needed some sort of follow-up to come through with that Sion. And what better than a Sylas? Because one of the best follow-ups for Sion, Rumble Equalizer. If you can't have the Rumble, you take the next best thing, which is Sylas, which can take that Rumble out.
Yeah, we take the reason that people take Rumble. We take his ultimate. We'll take just the important bit, thank you, and you can keep the rest of it. I don't care. We'll just take Sion. It's fine. So the front line from INTZ is very, very strong. They've got tanks and kind of drain tanking from Ithuza, who can waste a lot of time there. They've got good front line. They've got 2 solid backline range that has their own engage and CC. And big burst damage that Caitlyn can bring once she gets those crit items on deck, if that's the way she wants to go. And now for Los Grandes, you really love their first rotation. You love their Kalista, Vi, Rumble. Do you think their second rotation has left them in a good spot, or do you think INTZ have successfully kind of flipped this draft in that second round?
I think they did what they could, given what they had, right? Like they needed a front line to be able to deal, or at least soak the Sion Unstoppable Onslaught, the initial pain train that comes through. If you're talking about tanks, you're talking about Nautilus or Leona, but CBLOL apparently doesn't like Leona for some odd reason.
He just hated it, yeah. Only damage, I think, right? Likes Leona, like no one else even plays it.
Even he hasn't played it very much
in a while.
Recently.
Yeah.
But Cabby plays it. Cabby played it a lot, and unfortunately, it's like, why are we not picking Leona here? You don't need to land a skill shot. You just need a body block. Anyways. That's good. And I think the Corki is fine. It's good poke, and later on in the game, it can be very, very effective. You needed a safe blind as well to come through. Sylas can answer that, but Sylas has to land the chains in order to actually punish the Corki. If not, Corki does range. So I'm okay with the Los Grandes draft. I do think INTZ has done a great job punishing that. And I'm looking at Los Grandes and saying that if for them to win, they've got to smash the early game. And they've got to smash specifically the bot lane into a counter matchup. So for me, all eyes down bot.
Yes, smashing Ninja Kiwi and Damage is a tall order. This is the bot lane duo that has been taking it to our top duos and our top talents down the bot lane so far in this split. Ninja Kiwi and Damage are on a bit of a tear for INTZ as we head onto the Rift. And that's not even to speak of Yampi's early jungle objective control and some of the plays here and the value he's been able to find. As we have a little bit of a play, a little bit of a set piece organized by INTZ here, sitting in that middle brush. We'll see if they want to forge their way into the bot side jungle or if they're just watching for a counter invade from Loss.
Yeah, I would actually like them to kind of brute force this a little bit. Oh, that ward though. That's massive actually for Los Grandes. So yeah, any invade. Oh, they're actually calling Tay down here. They're really wanting this. I don't know about this one now that they're in full vision.
Okay, so they're going to use him to clear the ward at the very least. So now they know they're down there. The waves are crashing, but INTZ are all in on this one. We're getting deep vision. We're going to use Tay, Ninja Kiwi, Damage as well, checking them down. And we see a little bit of vision on the bottom of your screens. Los Grandes are keeping tabs on them. Ithuza returns to the mid lane. So you might have a little bit of vertical jungle, but Ithuza, the classic Sylas, E level 1, and you just go in. But Envy stacking up a pretty hefty trade in response.
Just putting bullets in Ithuza's back right there. Okay, so Trajan, actually, I was thinking about this invade, and I actually really like it. You are sacrificing Tay to do this, but we've seen this with Sion multiple times where, who cares? Sion wasn't going to win the lane anyway, so we play it safe. The vertical jungle, those sets behind Cabby and Cello.
We found them. I found ITZ in the bot side, and Cello is get those Rens stacking up. He's going to get the first blood onto Tay. Damage is rotating over, but I dare say it's a little too late. Cello is pretty low.
Oh my goodness!
Tay almost finds it with a big grass proc, but it's not going to happen. First blood for Cello, loses his cleanse, but loses the entire first, 3 waves? As now Yampi is getting a dive ready onto Cabby with Damage and Ninja Kiwi following back from range. Damage picks it up and Yampi steps away.
Cabby just a second too late on that dredge line, and great flash timing from the Yampi to get away, able to survive. So, Trajan, this goes back to what we were talking about a little bit. The fact that, sure, Cello gets first blood, but look what happened. Cello got 2 minions, and that's it. And we're not just talking CS numbers. I'm talking experience numbers. Cello is going to be so far behind. And we just said, what is Los Grandes' game plan? win the early game through bot lane. I don't care if Super Clever gets 5 kills in that top side, because Tay will find his own way back in. And Super Clever, that's just one ultimate. When the equalizer's down, Rumble's not anywhere near as scary. Your sustained damage is coming through mid and bot lane, and Envy doesn't come in line till much later in this game.
So, quite the start here for Lost and INTZ. Sees as well, just shoulder checking Yampi in the jungle, will be pushed back out onto his own side of the map. And we do see both junglers now down here with so much emphasis placed on this bot lane matchup. They both know how important it is. And Ninja Kiwi and Damage, the ones with the push. Super Clever waiting to just bully Tay here as he comes through. If he finds that electroshock harpoon, Tay tries to dodge it, but there's not really a way you can dodge this.
Oh my
goodness. This is brutal, brother.
Half health when he gets back to lane. No TP available for Tay either.
Yes.
You know what? That's fine, because bot side Cello finally picked up his first wave, and they are not equal. Tay can go down, like we said. It doesn't matter, and he'll still have impact. Cello, on the other hand, actually needs CS to be effective. Oh, Tay.
Dude, he's just like, yeah, I'll stand in the queue. It's not going to do anything to me, bro. I don't care about this. I've got my flame spitter on you.
The minions aren't even switching aggro, so Super Clever is not taking any damage whatsoever for this. It's free poke.
Why aren't they switching aggro? RMC, explain.
Too far, unfortunately.
Oh, too far from Tay? Like, the minions aren't...
Yeah, so the minions aren't registering Tay as in range and as an ally being hit.
So funny.
And huge, you know, we talked about Super Clever, like he's a team fight monster. You know, his laning isn't the sharpest tool in his arsenal, but it's not bad. No CBLOL top laner can have bad laning. In fact, I think in the past, before Super Clever was promoted, we say Tay probably had some of the worst laning in the league.
Yeah,
and Tay is a former CBLOL champion. He's held his own against international players at Worlds. He's not bad. He's just not. That's just not his strongest tool. And we're seeing that with Super Clever as well with this Rumble. He's got the advantage, he's pressing, he's punishing, and sure, I said before, yeah, Cello needs to farm more than Tay does, but Tay doesn't have any farm, Cello does, so it's not equal.
Yeah, feels like the pocket pick that Tay had ready to pull out still loses really hard to Rumble, and maybe there was room for a pocket pick that could actually contest the Rumble a little bit better, because obviously everyone is getting, as I said, toasted by Rumble right now. This champion is very, very good. It's no shame to lose a lane to a Rumble in topside right now. But if anyone would have had some sort of answer, I thought Tay might be the one. But he has gone for a different flavor of losing the lane with the Scion, and we'll see if that pays off. C's now moving on to the Void Grubs. He's going to get at least one of them. Now head onto the Scuttler as well. But Yampi is nowhere to be found on that bot side, so there will be no contest just yet.
Well, Yampi has started to make his way down there. Dragon has spawned. Now, the risk, of course, is how strong are you really? Do you feel like you can start up the Dragon and survive mid and bot collapsing? Cello and Cabby might be behind, but Envy is actually a little bit ahead and often has prio in that mid lane. I think he has to pick his windows very, very carefully. So a bit of a riskier Dragon take if INTZ opt for it. I still think it's the right call. I think you just need to set up for it before you do it.
Yep, so now we have Damage clearing out some vision. Ithuza rotating down. INTZ really doing their due diligence on this bot side of the map. They are a few hundred gold down, I imagine, mostly due to the absolute nonsense going on in that. Well, really, just the first blood onto Cello is the only real difference, because top and bot lane are fairly mirrored in their impact on the gold, as Yampi's just going to start up, but there's Prio for INTZ. This should be uncontested. Seizes around, but without ultimate, I can't expect anything explosive down there.
Yeah, good setup. That was what we were talking about. They get the shove in the bot lane. While we did get into bot side, it's worth noting as well that Cello and Cabby have already lost 2 plates. So Ninja Kiwi and Damage, that's what you need to do. Oh, can we get the steal? We get the steal! What 10 health?
Wow. Seas, I'm sorry for doubting you, my friend. That's my bad.
Yappy, I am sorry for trusting you, my friend. 10 health. It got down so close. And with all the vision that's set up, I'm actually shocked that C's just managed to go over the wall like that and get it for free, pretty much. Surely they must have seen the ward come down from C's, and they were still like, okay, never mind. You know, Yampy, surely you got this. Nah, surprise. And now, Los Grandes, they got the grubs, or they got 1 grub. They're dominating topside. They should be able to pick up the other 2. We're seeing NB roam up. They got Dragon. Everything, except for the actual bot lane itself, is going their way.
Envy now, hanging out on the top side. Big wave built up by Super Clever. Ty level 4, but full HP. A bit of magic resist, and Yampy's kind of close. Down comes the Equalizer, starting to burn through, and there's Envy to follow it up. My word. That looked pretty dang simple for Los Grandes as Ninja Kiwi finally gets aggressed on Seas with the ult to damage, and Cello and Cabby can really start racking the spears up. Ash will be sacrificed as Ninja Kiwi, with no summoners, is almost back to the tower. Does he have the flash choke from Cabby? Says no shot, and it's both bot laners down for INTZ.
And this is why Trajan Solari managed to convince me to change my vote from INTZ to Los Grandes, because Cabby is indeed
Kind of the GOAT. Fair enough. Yeah, he's a bit good. Is Cabby is super clever, has found his way into Tay once again, and this is kind of an inevitability, but the flash will be burnt. Yampi focusing on the objective game, as is his want. But that is very big for Los Grandes that they managed to crack that bot lane, right? As you said, the plates were falling, the pressure was mounting, but they got a nice boost for Cello down there.
Yeah, now, normally, we got predictions at the bottom left. You can see exactly who voted for whom. Now, normally, I prefer the Void Grubs to getting kills. But because of the fact that Cello is on this Kalista and you do need to try and get early advantage, I think the gank on the bot side was more necessary. And you did take one of the Void Grubs already. So if you can take two, you deny away the Void Mites. That's important. This part's interesting because I actually thought Seas missed when he went onto damage instead of Ninja Kiwi. But hey, maybe he missed, maybe he doesn't. Either way, it works out, and it's because of Cabby walking through that wave. If this hook doesn't land, I call that a mistake. But because it lands, the fact they went for damage first ends up being more efficient. They get both, and they get a third up top.
And tired again. Crumbles under Los Grandes' assault in that top side. He's still only lost one plate so far, but it is a bit grim up there. Yampi now looking for a counterplay on bot side. Cello and Cabby, they've got the summoners they need. Damage Ninja Kiwi, though. They've got their own damage. Lovely ultimate from the rail. Ninja Kiwi damage stepping forward. A flash in from the Ash, and Yampi wants to get it done. There's the kill for the Ash. NBT piece in will clear out the wave. The dive came off good.
Ithusa's coming down as well if they want to continue this play, and Cabby and Envy have to be careful about chasing out right now. Okay, great play from INTZ on that dive setup. And Cello almost getting away was really important and really key because they almost managed to find Yampi. If it was 1-for-1, it wouldn't be that bad. But INTZ, not only did they set the play up, there was a trap under the turret onto where Envy was TPing that made it work. If not, Los Grandes would have punched back.
Envy is going to get this push onto bots. They're going to get at least one plate for themselves to stay as well. Making use of those Void Mites, gets himself a plate. The Scion is just going to start to hit that inevitable stage. He gets enough items to just go, well, no matter how many times you kill me, I'm still going to be annoying. I'm still going to be in the side lane, still going to be picking up Demolish procs. And now Los Grandes, they've got this 2k gold lead. Let's see what they can do with it. We need to look for these hooks from Cabby to continue. Big ultimates from the Rumble. And then for Seas as well in this Vi, who's had a solid start, 1-0 and 2. Start getting the ults down onto Ninja Kiwi and damage to really punish those immobile backliners.
And Trajan, normally, as casters, we use the term, we'll have to see what they can do. And we really mean, well, we just need time to progress so that things happen. But a genuine question for me right now is, I need to see what Los Grandes can do. Because the original concept of this sort of composition is you go for that AoE with the Kalista, with the Nautos, and you set up for that equalizer. But right now, because Cabby and Cello are behind, Cello especially, I'm not confident they win that team fight into Yampi with the Rel locking people down with the double damage that an Ashe and a Caitlyn are able to put out, and Ithusa as well. I am waiting for Ithusa to blow this game open because, fun fact about Ithusa, as much as the laning hasn't been great, Ithusa has the second highest damage per minute of all players in CBLOL at 756 damage per minute. That's higher than Ninja Kiwi, who we are saying is absolutely cracked as an AD carry right now.
Those just starter mid games go a little bit wild for sure, stacking up that damage. But yeah, Ithusa has been pumping out the numbers kind of quietly. As now we can see once again, top lane steps forward. Tay gets another plate. Super clever though, early rotating down to continue the dragon control. It will be a Hex tech for Los Grandes. I doubt we'll see a Miracle Seal from Yampi when he's 3 miles away on the top side. So yes, we're going to see what Ithusa can do. He's got that Rod of Ages now. He's got that stacking stats ready as Envy packages his way onto Tay and blocks the ultimate as well with a lovely placed Valkyrie, but there is enough support that it kind of doesn't do anything.
Good on Envy to not hard commit to that when they didn't have vision on Ithusa, and Yampi knew that something was wrong. But Trajan, this is why I hate Scion, and to a certain extent why I also hate Udyr. Because it kind of doesn't matter how your laning went, you're just going to be a menace. You can see that Tay is getting more turret plates than Super Clever has managed to get, despite the fact that Super Clever was dominating this top lane, because that's just what Scion does. You pick Demolish, you just go in and you keep proccing it. INTZ grouping up for the second set of Void Grubs. Super Clever is waiting to use that equalizer.
Yeah, all 5 members of Los Grandes are ready, chomping at the bit to get stuck in to push that gold lead they're still holding on to. Over INTZ, Ithuza with a stolen equalizer as well. They're aggressing onto Cabby. Down goes the double knockup, and the rockets start dropping. In goes Yampi with the engage, but Ithuza the first to fall. Yampi as well will not be allowed to escape. Cello dipping and diving, but takes a lot of damage in return. Envy ready to defend that Callista. And it's 2 dead for INTZ. No one falling for loss.
Huge and critical for Los Grandes, Trajan. We're just questioning the honest question of, can they actually teamfight the way they're meant to? Yes, they can, but it is a fairly close run thing, and Ithuza managed to get the equalizer down in response as well. If Ithuza had lived a bit longer, maybe the fight turns. And for INTZ, normally I'd say, what are you doing, guys? Like, why are we choosing to fight a fight in such a bad position? But this time they were trying to hands check. They were trying to confirm whether or not we can fight this, or whether we need to wait for skilling to kick in. We're seeing the announcement, of course, as well, that Void Grubs have despawned. So our only second game in CBLOL where not all 6 Void Grubs have been taken.
Yeah, we normally see that focus. Here's a replay of that fight. You can see Ithuza waiting for the chance, but even though Cabby gets caught, he still gets that important knockup, right? And Loss has plenty of damage to fire back.
Yeah, it's his best Ritbird impression. And I want to highlight the ward that wasn't spotted, that was watching Ithuza the entire time. And because of that, the turnaround is beautiful. It's in that choke point as well. And unfortunately, INTZ didn't get out of the equalizer. All their sort of frontliners, Ithuza as well as Yampi, kind of just sat in that initial equalizer from Super Clever and then got barbecued as well by the Flamespitters. So they absolutely melted way too quickly in the beginning. Not the cleanest fight from INTZ, unfortunately. But hey, they're another team that often goes late and tends to fix their mistakes mid-game.
Yes, they have shown that they can stick it out versus our top teams, as we mentioned last time. They've got a win over Red Canids by just going late and clutching it out when the chips are down. Ninja Kiwi we can rely on for this, and as we say, we like the way they adapted that draft to answer what Los Grandes was putting together. See if they can keep the game under control, or if Los Grandes will start that snowball rolling. Yampi straight onto that Rift Herald, continuing the trademark objective control. Dragon not up for a couple of minutes. This should likely be easily picked up. And let's see if they actually pick it up this time.
True. I can't imagine. They're not even being contested this time. There's no Robo to distract any of them. Super Clever is, of course, down in the bot lane, trying to push instead. And that, I think, was what signaled INTZ in the first place to actually go for that Herald. Because let's not forget, Super Clever opted for Ignite. It's great for lane. It was great for lane. But it also means you don't have as much macro pressure.
Yeah, Los Grandes focusing on mid and bot, and a very overloaded top side for INTZ. 4 members plus a Herald up there, and maybe they just drop the Herald and keep this one shoving. Only Envy there to stop. Cabby's now heading back. This should be the inner turret falling for INTZ. A nice chunk of bonus gold, and they actually force the aggression. A lovely enchanted crystal arrow, though, and there's more follow-up. The Corki under his own Nexus tower is falling. Ithuza barely scrapes away with the Ignite. Down goes the tower, down goes the Corki. A great play by INTZ.
Yeah, but he does Trajan, and it's worth it. Envy not respecting the sheer amount of CC that can come through. Literally every single member of INTZ has crowd control. Heck, even Caitlyn with her traps can lock you down, and damage has been on point with these arrows. One thing, we were talking about damage being good secondary engage. And I think one of the biggest reasons to me is that team doesn't really follow up a lot of times when he goes in. But this time with Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's non-committal. So it's really, really safe for him to use. And once again, look, it's the arrow. Okay, actually, it's the depth charge first that came through from Ithuza. It lines up the arrow.
He's
and
technically
so
secondary engage, you see? That's why it worked.
True. You know what? You're right. Ithuza's primary engage. I'm liking it. Damage is really good at following up.
He certainly is, right? And they already had Yampi was on kicking that play off, initially forcing the dive, and then damage is there, ready, and obviously has that arrow once again. The cooldown's going to be very, very low on that, and no one from Lost can really take a punch. Like, they're not really very tanky, and anyone who gets arrowed could be melted by the burst from players like Caitlyn later on. So they've got to be very wary of that as INTZ take control of the Dragon Pit.
I believe package has been picked up by Envy as well, so Los Grandes, this is what their comp is built for.
Who's on the flank, is on vision though, and as you say, package is there, Caitlyn traps her down, all the usual battle lines being drawn. Los Grandes, they've got Blast
Fate's
Code
Call.
as well. In comes Cello. Out goes the ultimate with the Fate's Call. Caesar's in deep, but he hasn't got great damage. But the package from Envy cuts through INTZ, and the damage coming out is just massive. Los Grandes putting together a beautiful dragon fight, picking off INTZ members one by one with the third dragon as a reward as well.
Okay, Jason, the first team fight, I can excuse INTZ. They thought they were ahead. They wanted a handshake. Understandable. Yeah. The second one is egregious. It's illegal. Why? Why INTZ? Were you looking for this? You knew they're built for team fighting, and you aren't. Most importantly, you saw how quickly the tanks of INTZ melted. Those Grandes didn't draft the tank, but INTZ did, and they don't have it online. I mean, just look at how this fight ends up breaking out. The setup from Los Grandes is good because it takes so long. And then look at Yampi and Tay. Yampi starts to fight half health, and Tay just absolutely melts from the get-go. So the front line that was supposed to buy space for your carries just wasn't there, and you saw that Ninja Kiwi damage. They just got folded in almost right away.
Yeah, this Envy Corki doing huge damage on the backline reminds me of the House Corki we saw yesterday. Not nearly as passive and, oh, well, I guess I'll fire rockets to do something as Corkis have split past. This one can get stuck in. The damage is much more comparable in that early stage. Now with 2 items completed, Malignance and the Mirror Mana there stacking up. This is a very dangerous Loss roster, as you said. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Super Clever, but Loss are ready to cover him off.
Yep. Oh, he's getting trouble here.
He's got the ultimate follow through. There's Yampi, 2 damage, and there's the Caitlyn ultimate. One last tick, but Envy's there for the block. And still no kill is found, and now the Equalizer says, you're not done yet. You think you can engage for free? Absolutely not. We'll take the tower and your life.
Even damage goes down on the back there. I think it was a snipe from Envy to be able to pick that one up. And hey, props to INTZ. They tried to play on the timer. Equalizer wasn't up yet, but it came up during that fight. And for INTZ, they were just kind of going for the quick pick, and they needed it. They're so far behind right now, Trajan, that's the only way you kind of get back into the game. So they're trying. It's just not working, and kind of digging them a little bit deeper into the hole.
Now Los Grandes with a very hefty lead on their side. You can see the gold graph there. It's big step up in the last few minutes. 5,500 for them. They've got a soul point to play for. The Baron is now live. I believe it's the territorial Baron with the 2 entrances. And now Los Grandes kind of have the pick of what they want to do here. They could sit back and wait for a package. They could try to keep getting aggressive and forcing these plays because the momentum is certainly with them. Damage loses half the HP to a target combo from Cello.
Yeah, keep in mind, damage is a support, so low econ. Not that AD carries really build health in the first place, but you can't be caught out there. We're used to seeing damage on tanks who can soak that. Now, Trajan, let's talk a bit about Territorial Baron a little bit, because I want to talk about Baron last game. We had Hunting Baron last game.
Yes.
And I don't recall seeing Hunting Baron before that. That's the most open pit, that's normal pit, and I think that's why the game slowed down so much, was because you can't pinch people. With Territorial Baron or All-Seeing Baron, look at how narrow those entrances are. And INTZ, if they want to contest this, they have 3 melee champions, which means you walk into those choke points and Equalizer's definitely going to come down. The bright side for INTZ, though, they have an Equalizer of their own, if Ithusa can pick it up. So this Baron becomes very risky for both of these teams, and if there is a swing, I expect to see INTZ be able to find a critical choke point team fight at this Baron.
See if they can get that on deck. They do have a devastating CC chain. Still a little bit behind on the items now. That gold lead is going to really show in the inventory power. You can see 2 items done for Super Clever, for Envy, for Cello. Yeah. Whereas none of their counterparts are really even that close. So we've just seen Nijiku pick it up. So he at least does have the IE. Those headshots are going to sting if anyone gets caught out. So have to keep an eye on that. But Los Grandes still very much in the driver's seat, trying to get the waves under control. Trying to take it nice and slow, using that Callista vision to check the brushes.
If Ninja Kiva can even get those headshots off. Originally in draft version, I was thinking, okay, you've got tanks. They can soak anything that wants to come your way. But because Yampi and Tay are a little bit behind, yeah, so far, if Ninja Kiva wants to step up, there's nobody in front of him. And that means he's eating all the potential CC. I mean, look at that, Ninja Kiwi. Come on, Yampi, you gotta body block that. Ooh. And even there, you saw the hook, the drench line. Ninja Kiwi has no front line. Come on, guys.
So close. Engagement to seize, though, but the Vi ultimate cancels out the Scion Q. Look for Ninja Kiwi. He's on Equalizer. He's on depth charge. He can't get a look in. Guys, and Envy easily picks him off. The fight collapsing around INTZ's ears as their carries hit the floor. It's another easy W for Los Grandes. Maybe they look back for the Baron now.
Yeah, 100%. There's the only risk right now is Yampy attempting a steal trade, and I'm not even sure Yampy gets to attempt the steal. If Super Clever wants to just zone out members, even without the equalizer right now, who's gonna kill him? Tay? Tay's almost dead. Yappy's almost dead. It's literally just damage, and damage 2 is almost dead. Heck, we talk about Super Clever zoning. It's Cavi, the support zoning.
Yeah, 0, 1, and 12. The Nautilus going wild in this game, finding all the right depth charges, successfully patrolling the backside of the pit, and it will be the Baron Dasher at 23 minutes for Los Grandes. This team that we had questions about, we weren't sure of the potential, we didn't know how to think about the imports that they were bringing in. They've gone again for this import Korean strategy. So far, they are really starting to gel. They are really showing that whether they're promotions or their new names, they are still a force to be reckoned with as they head towards potential Soul here. As MV actually gets caught by a Crystal Arrow, does burn the package. Great use of the damage ultimate there. But maybe this is enough now. Maybe this is the turning point for INTZ. Ithusa currently on his own, trying to get away from Nautilus, has a stolen depth charge. Sees in the pit on a pink cord. They don't know he's there. Ithusa is burning down. Yampy has to peel away. Ninja Kiwi goes aggressive to try and follow it up. Flashes for it. But Ithusa's still down. Look at the rumble damage. Los
Equalize in 1 second.
Cooking right now. And INTZ are on the barbecue. Nothing they can do about it.
Oh my goodness.
It is free firing for this Los Grandes roster. Quadra for the rumble. Oh, they've got Tay locked up.
Can they do it? Can they do it?
See him. Hold
Give
him
it to him,
down,
Tay. Give it to him.
boys. Let Rumble get in range. Let the Academy top the promotion earn his due. Give him the Penta. Penta! And it's a Penta kill for Super Clever.
Oh, let's go! As you said, the Academy promotion. Our first Penta of the split trade, and that's 2 splits in a row now where the promotions got the first Penta. Last split it was Raven. This split it's Super Clever and well deserved as well. INTZ, man, I can't believe that for INTZ they opted into that. Like, what? I know you burnt the package off Corki, all good and well, but you were not gonna win that fight regardless. And you can see how split it is. First of all, Ithusa got caught out with the trap line that comes down there. Ithusa in that bush, it's a death sentence. This is the only path he can take. He didn't even have flash available. But the moment you step out of that bush, you're dead. So INTZ is effectively starting this fight for V5. If they found Envy, it's worth. But the fact that they couldn't even find Envy was the biggest issue as well. And right here, Equalizer comes off cooldown once again. Every single time for INTZ. They're almost cursed with it. They're just seconds. Every time the fight lasts seconds longer than you expect, Equalizer comes back up. And here we go. First pets of the split for our promotion once again. Super Clever.
Massive from this Rumble, just running all over the fight, doing everything his team needs. And Los Grandes really picking up steam right here. So they've picked up that Ocean Soul. And the rest of this game should be something of a formality. 20 kills to 3 right now for the blue side squad. They've got the Baron, they've got the Soul, they've got everything they need. The Baron is about to fall off, but I feel like that should only be delaying the inevitable.
That's just a reset timer situation that when the Baron falls off, and then they just go back and spend their money. By the way, can I point out, every time they show Dior and Ray, excited for these fights, it tilts me, not tilts me, but it messes me up a little bit because I keep thinking, oh, Payne's winning. And I'm like, wait, hold on. He's not a Payne anymore. He's a Los Grandes
it's
coach.
not my boys.
You know what? Still, hey, happy for the Los Grandes boys right now because they're definitely popping off with how they're playing and just kind of dominating this one tradition. If you look at our predictions, it was 5-5 among the CBLOL English staff, and somehow it's not looking like a 5-5 game. This is way more one-sided than our last game was, where Furia only got 2 out of 10 votes against Love.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting about that? Los Grandes on the blue side there. Bit of a blue side buff, perhaps, for Los Grandes. Now, we have to say, as we do have an engage right here, Ninja Kiwi has been hooked, has been bombed by Super Clever. The jungle falls as well, and this is really just wrapping up the game. This is Los Grandes just tying up the loose ends, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. It's really just a foregone conclusion. Los Grandes with another beautiful engage to wrap up a pretty dang beautiful game. A win over INTZ. They will step up to 2-2 and take a solid position in that mid pack. Who knows? Maybe they'll even threaten for more.
You know what, Trajan? I wish we had kept the prediction. Oh, jeez, okay. I wish we had kept the prediction thing up there so that we could keep the channel E for everyone, because that was just not okay. Yeah. That last fight. Yeah. That wasn't a fight.
Yeah, that is a big struggle for INTZ there. A bit of a slap in the face for a team that had pulled out already a very big kind of upset win over Red. Now Los Grandes are dragging them back down to earth. And oh, look at that. Look at that pretty smile. That's so cute. Is this, who is this?
That's super clever. Our Penta boy, right there.
Nice. Yep. The Penta himself. Massive for him. You can see INTZ not feeling great. We'll see if they can bounce back for sure stepping forward. So, the problems, it feels like for me, are still Tay and Ithuza. However, I can't say that Yampi and Ninja Kiwi were popping off and they were dragged down, you know? No one from INTZ really had much of a blinder there.
I feel so bad for Ninja Kiwi, because we were talking about it in that mid lane face-off. Ninja Kiwi is... Okay, if you want to argue that statistically Ithuza's beating out for damage, sure, but Ithuza's on a Silas. Ninja Kiwi is your massive carry for this team. You retained him from last split. Why are we not playing for him? I don't care if you're not tanky enough to survive a hook to the face. You think Ninja Kiwi is? Like, there was just no appeal for Ninja Kiwi. So this game, I can't even put it on his back. Not dying is about as much as you can ask for Ninja Kiwi in this situation.
Yeah, like, so too many times we saw Cabby just being allowed to step up and depth charge him, you know? And then Super Clever just goes, well, equalizer, and now you're out of the fight. You literally can't step anywhere near anyone else again, as they will just turn to you and one-shot you. And it was a very tough game to play, that is for sure. I still need to see more out of these solo lanes for INTZ. I don't know how far we can go unless we start seeing a bit of improvement there. But for Los Grandes, we're seeing improvement game on game, you know? I think that Cello as well, stepping up, very competent Kalista play. We've seen a couple of very good Kalista games so far. Cabby, the GOAT, still hitting the hooks, making his name already. And then Super Clever, just, you know, the man got a Penta, what else can you say?
Sure. You know what, we talk a lot about sort of who needs to engage for these teams, and I know like we were talking about damage being secondary engage for INTZ. I'm talking about engage for Los Grandes, because this game especially, Cabby and Cello together were excellent engage as well. Normally we just talk about the sports, because when does an AD carry engage? Maybe when they've got Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's usually about it. But Cello using the Fate's Call early and then walking up threateningly with Fate's Call hanging over his head saying, I've got Cabby for you, come at me bro, come at me. And you can see that INTZ was like, okay, yes, the AD carries available, they're vulnerable, but they recognize it's a trap, and you saw them backing away from that Kalista saying, no, wait for Fate's Call to run out. It didn't. And Cello was actually fast enough to catch up on a couple of those initial fights.
Yeah, very competently played for sure. And now for Los Grandes, looking forward for them while we wait for the stats to potentially come up. How far do we think they can go now? Because we do have like teams like Kaboom that have shown still a bit of volatility. And you definitely have said in our podcast episodes that you would put them distinctly below the kind of the top 3 Loud Pain Red. So, you know, for Los Grandes, 8th no more for sure. But do you think we could go as high as 4th or 5th now as well and start looking for like a round 1 top side, you know, of playoffs kind of thing?
I mean, I've always been really high on Super Clever. There were 3 players I really wanted to see in CBLOL this split: Super Clever, Dioj, and Ithuza. We saw 2 of them come in, and Super Clever is definitely showing his worth. For me, I think how far Los Grandes can go will partially depend on how long before teams figure out Los Grandes and how many times they keep giving Super Clever these sort of champions that can turn massive team fights. He's also got a pocket cannon, by the way, that we haven't seen too much, but it's there and it's really good. Things like Ornn, his Gragas is also really on point, so I think teams need to kind of figure that out. And the other big question for me as well for Los Grandes is still Envy, because this game on the Corki was a good game for him, but let's be honest, Envy wasn't the big carry this game, and still kind of hasn't been, even with his Azir play as well. So if Envy steps up, Trajan, I think they can break top 4. I think they can maybe take Kaboom or even Red, because they got real close with Red. But
yeah, for sure.
If Envy doesn't step up, then I think they're still 5th, 6th as far as things go.
Yeah, next week they have Pain and Furia. So, you know, after what we've seen from Furia, we can't count them out for sure. We know they can go toe-to-toe with the best till the very end. And then Pain, who knows, man? Like, Pain topside is still very solid. Wiser, I think, is the real standard there. We'll get more into this after the break, but we can see the pick order as well and the focus. I think the interesting thing here is I love that Loss are able to B1 Super Clever. They can bet on him. They can just go, this is our guy. We give him the best tool we have at our disposal, and we just go, he's going to do it. He's going to make it work. Yep. And he does. And they get rewarded for that. And I love that.
Yeah. And I also just want to point out for INTZ as well that this game looks really bad, partially because they went for cheese. And the cheese didn't work. Generally, you'll find that cheese doesn't work against fire. Fire melts them and you get fondue. But they tried with Tay's Scion early on. And if it had worked, it'd have looked absolutely genius, right? The game plan was sound. Shut down Kalista Nautilus. The problem was, I don't think they realized how bad it was going to be for Tay in the top lane, and they didn't expect those Grandes to double down so quickly. Because props to C's. C's and Super Clever instantly identified, hey, Super Clever is just melting the crap out of the Scion. We can repeat this gank. And it wasn't just C's. Heck, even Envy showed up top for an easy kill and easy assist early on in the game.
Yeah, you have like a Rumble and a Corki. You're not with barely a stitch of CC between them, and they can just gank a full health top laner because they've got the damage. They're just dominating so hard. They don't need to lock him down. They don't need to set him up or anything like that. They can just kind of walk him in and push him over. So the confidence displayed by Los Grandes, the players they're setting up, they're showing they know how to pull a competent dive off, and they're not going to fluff it. They're not going to. We've already seen some pretty shaky dives so far in this split. But Lost are showing great fundamentals at that stage of the game, right? They know where to push, they know who to bet on, and we like the way that they're playing around it. They're also banning Udyr, which is a big positive. You know, they're keeping Udyr out of the games, which is great for us.
I don't know. Okay. What's the stats for Udyr right now, Trajan? I think he's won one game.
I think he's 1-4. I can quickly check, but it's not good. We know this for sure.
It's not, and I don't care that Robo won with it. It's that was not about Robo, that game with the
I think it's 1-4 right now because it was 1-3 coming into today and it lost. So no, Robo won. No, Robo won. So it's 2 and 3.
Yeah, but you know it doesn't count. Like Robo could have picked Cassandra and have been infinitely better. Like, you know? I'm not a fan of this pick, so I don't think it needs to be banned. But you know, it probably would have been a better pick for Tay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it maybe would have done better than the Scion. I don't know if it's just like a half-baked option there, or what the thinking was. You know, we just
they were trying stuff. They were trying stuff.
Yeah, and like I say, maybe would have preferred to see one of Ty's like carry pockets as opposed to another champion that's gonna get cooked in a different way. I suppose, because like you could have just gone Ornn, I suppose, and had the same thing happen, and then maybe been a bit more useful at some point. Like I would rather have an Ornn than a Scion, just in a straight 1-to-1. So who knows? We'll see what the option is there. And then they did really heavily focus Aethusa, and he didn't look comfortable, right, on the Sylas. He didn't really seem comfortable in the teamfight positioning, like especially in that last one around the Dragon when he's on the flank. And he's kind of caught in the wrong place, and then he's like trying to play footsies with a Rumble and loses very badly, and it just doesn't seem like we really felt, like I said, didn't feel comfortable, didn't look comfortable in that game. Maybe it's just props to Envy and the rest of Lost, but they targeted him and he struggled. Yeah,
and at least right through this time, the lane matchup's not great for Sylas early on. It never is, melee into ranged. And I think Aethusa came out of lane well, actually. It was pretty much even with Envy. So I want to give Aethusa props for that, and you know, at the team fight, it happened. It is what it is. Now, we do have post-game stats, I believe, coming up shortly, Trajan. This one not going to be as fun as the last one. I really wanted the last one because of the swings back and forth. This one, it's pretty cut and dry, straightforward. What shocks me, though, is the damage coming through from Super Clever. Normally, Corki and Poke champions out-damage everybody else, but there's a reason why Super Clever got a penta.
Just did 20k more damage than Tay. That's bonkers, man. That is, they just slapped 5 digits on his total, and then we're like, that's fine. So, yeah, one of the most dominant games, if not the most dominant game that we've seen so far. We've actually had a fair number of quite long, drawn-out, indecisive games so far in the CBLOL, and that maybe fed into what you were saying after week 1, that this might be our most competitive split ever. And I think that still holds here, right? With a team that we didn't have high hopes for, putting very strong wins together, and now those top teams that are struggling in the early and mid, Loud and Red and Pain, they're all stumbling sometimes, and then Loss and Furia and even INTZ, they're all ready to punish when the door is open for them.
Yeah. Now, Trajan, last question for you before they show it. MVP, is there any question?
I mean, it's I've got an, well, look, okay, so Super Clever is the obvious choice, right? But I think Cabby is like right behind him, like right there.
Okay.
Because like Super Clever got put into a very easy matchup that he smashed, and he also had a lot of help with that, and he team fought really well. The ults were great, but I think Cabby was also a huge part of all those wins. So I think we have an honorable mention for Cabby maybe, and then Super Clever. Yeah, we give him his his medal to go with his penta. You got to fill out that trophy cabinet.
Yeah, especially once you see that damage number as well. Like you said, 20k more than his counterpart, highest on his team. It's not even close, man. Super Clever. I'm just so happy to see the CBLOL talent pipeline continuing to flourish right now.
Yeah, that is one thing that we are still seeing so much. Like before, it was just kind of, we saw the AD carry pipeline very specifically. There was always a new prodigy coming up, and that's how we could kind of show as a proof of concept. But now, even in the top lane, we're having these like crazy rookies coming through and popping off. And then in the mid lane, we've got players like Fu that have already had big pop-offs so far that we can maybe see a bit more for, So I think there's definitely a lot to be excited about for sure. And we'll see, and Zai as well, like in the bot lane, in the support, I should say, Zion is coming and showing that support pipeline's also there. So let's hope to see a lot more of that. For now, we are going to see a bit of a break. We will be back with game number 3, which I believe is Liberty versus Titan, a kind of grandfather of the region versus almost the figurehead, and kind of the spiritual embodiment of the current region in its current state. So stick around for that one. It could be more exciting than you first think. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Liberty versus Pain. Don't go anywhere.
I thought Brunsey was the ground.
Welcome back, everybody. We're straight back in because the CBLOL have decided to just yeet themselves straight into Game 3 draft. So we'll have to just catch up. You have to bear with us on that one. We'll get the picks up. Liberty versus Pain with a Varus first pick. Fairly standard bans. The Nico still available, notably. The Azir as well. So we could see some mid lane power picks. And honestly, we look at Pain, we look at Liberty, we think, it's a Pain sweep. It's Pain. So we know that we're expecting them to just be kind of an easy win. However, all three of these lanes, I think, have very interesting individual matchups that could actually swing a lot more evenly, or a lot more kind of out of our expectations. So RMC, as the first round of picks just kind of rolls through, we'll get back to that. Give us your thoughts on this Liberty and Pain Gaming matchup, and what do you think is going to be important here?
Okay, I think bot lane is going to be super important. We've got Mikau back in the league against Titan, our two oldest, most veteran experiences currently in the league. Both of them currently tied at 4 trophies apiece as the second most successful AD carry in all of CBLOL history, behind only, of course, the GOAT, BRT. Well, not the GOAT, I guess that's Stranger, but the father of modern
it's also
CBLOL,
kind of sales,
BRTT.
but it's also Cabby now, so, you know, there's a lot of GOATs, so I'm going to be honest.
it's a whole farm out here. We are seeing, of course, the picks come through, and so far Pain going with really safe standard picks. We've got Orianna, Xin Zhao, great ball delivery system, strong early game, one of the best duelists in the jungle. Liberty, of course, being blue side, got their pick of AD carries, went with the blind Varus, which works because you can flex it, the Azir, which is strong, and personally I think it's a good matchup into the Orianna, and the flex Jax, which I think we've seen twice this split, and once in jungle, once in top.
Yes, we had a Robo Jax and we had an Aegis Jax so far. So we'll see who wants to pick that one up. And this, so from a historical point of view, Mikau versus Titan is a very interesting matchup here, as you say, very experienced, both they're symbolic of the CBLOL in their own ways. But to look at top lane as well, Weiser has been classic Weiser domination at the start of the split. He has been popping off. He dismantled Robo in their match versus Loud. He has been going crazy, MVP performances, but you know who's also been doing that? Makes has also been doing that on Liberty. Sure. He has been putting up MVP level performances. He's been winning MVP of games on this top lane and has been a bright shining light, another very impressive top rookie for Liberty. So I am very interested to see how the lane and the kind of the initial matchup between Makes and Weiser goes, because both of them have been on fire to start the split off.
And of course, we should talk a little bit about jungle as well, since we're going to cover all the rotation, because
literally, it's actually a very interesting matchup, like across the board.
Yeah, there's kind of really close matchups, and Karaoke, of course, a much more defensive jungler, but Drake Hero replacing AC, but in the same vein as AC, incredibly early aggression. That has been traditionally what's worked against Karaoke. Reference Croc whenever Loud matches up against Pain Gaming. So the matchup in theory favors that style. Trajan bans coming through. Rumble taken off the board. That one's important to note because of what Super Clever just did. Picked up the first Penta with it. Makes the other top lane rookie Pain don't want a repeat of that.
Yeah, and like Weiser has also done a bit of dirty business with the Rumble this split and in previous splits as well. True. He has taken that champion and run with it, so good to get that one off the board. The Heimerdinger taken away. They're taking away the classic Varus pairings. Renata removed on the other side as a classic Kalista pairing. We have seen the Nautilus come in more than once as the answer after bans, the kind of number one remaining prio for a lot of these bot lane matchups for Khan as well. Big bot lane focus overall in that second rotation. And that leaves the Rel wide open for Curry's hands.
I was just going to say, Rel somehow not on the ban board, and sure enough, it gets picked up. It will be support, of course, this time, since Xin Zhao is picked, and Xin Zhao support is not a thing. Xin Zhao top was a thing, AP Xin Zhao. I pray that it's not that. If anybody's going to make it work, it's Weiser, but surely not. That's more of a Robo thing. And that does leave... What are we looking at here? Top lane for Pain, for Weiser, the counter pick, still open and available.
Yeah, they're giving a bit of respect there, you know? They're not just slamming something good. They're saying, no, we want the counter. We want to make sure we can fix this lane. Because Makes has been on a bit of a tear as the Braum comes in. First Braum of the CBLOL so far. Very defensive option. Can punish the hard engage. People like Xin Zhao and Rel, if they engage at the wrong time, Braum will punish them very hard. And we could see this new technology that was foretold by the buffs, or we could see a different technology foretold. We'll see what Liberty takes to finally lock this one in, and it is just going to be bog standard blind Cassante in the end. Udyr is unbanned as well, I feel obligated to mention, so we'll see if Weiser wants to pick that one up or if he's going to save us from another Udyr Cassante game.
I'm so sad, Trajan. Karma top would have been fun. It's new curse tech.
Yeah.
Varus top would have been fun. It's old curse tech. But they went for neither. They went for Cassante instead. And the thing is, Cassante is a great champion now in CBLOL. It wasn't great last split, but they learned it by the end of it.
We figured it out now. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the problem. You're doing it to Weiser, and look what Weiser does. You want to pick Cassante? I'll pick a carry. You hovered Fiora, that would have been great. You picked the kill, which is also great. Probably a better damage profile balance because you already have so much physical damage to Xin Zhao and Kalista. But yeah, Pain are just like, okay, if you want to pick Cassante, we'll just play for late. We'll pick a skill, or you can't punish Weiser. We've been here. We've done that. And then we just beat you through carries, through side lanes. So Pain, I think, is very comfortable with what they've drafted. And if anything, I think pressure is going to be on Liberty to make their composition work somehow. It's good team fighting, don't get me wrong. It's got pretty good scaling depending on how Varus wants to go. I think lethality Varus might be better here because the only real tank is... There's no real tank. You've got Xin Zhao, and that's...
Yeah, you could hit anyone and they wouldn't like it. So you'd probably be fine. I think... So the Kayle game, I like that someone is carrying the Kayle flag. Tay was the first one, I think, to drop it, I think, 2 splits ago in first split 2023, and now Wise has picked up the mantle. He's played it once already this split. It was a loss versus Red Canids, but that was against FMB, and that was Red came in very hot in that game. And this is against Makes. We know Makes had a hot start, but still, it's an Academy top laner, and this is Weiser. Okay, he's not played against Weiser yet, so this is a bit of a new bar that we're hitting. This is kind of the bar, honestly, in terms of like top lane opponents, because Robo has his days and his off days, right? And has his, you can sometimes be focusing him, but we'll see if Weiser can do it. Let's take a quick look at the predictions here, because I once again feel obligated to point something else out. When we look at these predictions, everybody, it is a clean Pain sweep. And now the only issue with this RMC is that twice now we have, as an entire talent team, voted for one team. Both times we have got it wrong. So we are 0-2 on sweep predictions. And we'll see if we can keep that streak going. We do love weird streaks so far this year, and maybe we can just keep being all wrong together.
No. We break the streaks this year, Trajan. I don't want to see any more, curses continuing, like Pain second place, Loud wins. No, let's get rid of that. We broke the blue wall, so it's time we break this sort of all-talent curse. Pain, I believe in Pain. They will see us through, Trajan.
Yes. Pain Zete, again, coming through hard for RMC there. The belief, the faith, is still there as we head onto the Rift for game number 3, Liberty versus Pain Gaming. Let's see if Liberty can show us a little bit more, because they have been showing us something. They have one of these, once again, these lower echelon teams that they're showing us something, but I think the one kind of parallel I can draw between both of these rosters is I think the biggest problem has been the bot lane on both sides. Neither of them have had a very hot start. Titan and Curry are not really living up to what maybe we hoped, as Titan has been really pushing for this pairing to come through. It is here once again, and we have not loved it. And then Macau and Cavallo we thought might be a veteran, steady foundation for this Liberty roster to build on. And they've been kind of flopping around and dying a lot as well.
Hey, Jason, remember I said Destroy had the second lowest KDA? Want to take a guess who's the lowest?
Is it still Macau and Cavallo, or is it at least just Cavallo?
It's Mikal this time.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
I think Cavallo's got more assists. But this bot lane is probably has our highest average deaths. They average a combined 10.66 deaths, Mikal and Cavallo every game, and it's 5.33 apiece. So yeah, this bot lane for Liberty has been interesting, especially when you consider Liberty brought in a mostly, I don't want to call them rookie because a lot of them have previous CBLOL experience, but they promoted pretty much the entire roster, including Mikal. Mikal last played competitively VKS Academy 2023 Split 1. And hold up, I'm going to stop right here because Drake Hero is kiting around Karaoke Vision. Karaoke doesn't know!
Ooh, he lacks critical information, everybody. Oh, but he turned around.
Is it too late? Is it too late?
Drake Hero's there. He's got the big one. He's got the big one, and he's away. Drake Hero sneaking away into the night with a big wolf under his arm.
Okay, I'm supposed to be a Pain fan, but still, let's go Liberty! Liberty!
That's pretty hype.
This rookie team, I love to see it. And we mentioned before, Drake Hero in the similar vein as AC. Really aggressive early jungler, very mechanical style early jungler who likes to invade and try and get this sort of cheesy plays off. It's cheesy if it doesn't work, Trajan, but if it works, it is delicious. And it did right now. Karaoke getting punished, as we mentioned before.
Yeah, so Drake Hero with a nice early start there, getting that momentum in their favor. Something else that I want to touch on here while we're hopefully going to be a little bit quieter is this mid lane matchup, right? Pilot has put on some really, really competent games to start out this split. He's been doing a lot better than he has in the past seasons where he would accrue, he'd either go even or he'd be kind of fed up a lot of gold by his Liberty team. And then it would kind of go nowhere. It would kind of fizzle. You know, we wouldn't really see the payoff for that investment as Curry is investing in some aggression down bot lane as Macau getting heavily aggressed on Titan, dashing forward with a Kalista. You cannot escape a Kalista. Not at level 3. Cavallo now next on the target. And it is a double for the Pain bot lane. Finally, we're starting to put things together. Drake Hero now about to suffer some revenge at the hands of Karaoke. Perhaps no one's yet rotating over. Xin Zhao just lets him walk away.
And more importantly, Drake Hero able to secure his own blue buff as well. So Drake Hero, you know what? It's annoying, but you're Jax. You're going to be fine farming up. It really doesn't slow Drake Hero down a beat. Trajan, let's go back to the bot side because Macau Cavallo, we said averages 10.66 combined deaths per game. They are now 1/5 of the way there. And really, this is just the confidence from Pain Gaming to come through. Normally, Braum is considered one of the strongest early supports, but you saw Curry just leaped right over Cavallo and right onto Macau, and even with that shield, Titan was able to hop very quickly past it, stack those spears onto Macau, and you knew that was going to happen. I want to highlight too, Macau's not running Halo Blades, so you're not that early game Varus. You would not have won that.
Oh, makes a nice drive back onto Wiser with a Ghost as well. One more and Tofo strike does not connect. It's pressure onto Wiser. Makes was getting shoved around in the first couple of waves as we'd expect, but definitely not to be forgotten about. Wiser cannot be resting on his laurels in this matchup.
Still want to point out though, Wiser dead even in CS, and Kayle is an interesting champion because she evolves. She starts as a melee minion, and then she becomes a caster minion, and then a siege minion, and then finally a champion at level 16. So right now we are in the melee minion phase of Wiser. So if he can stay even in CS, that's a win. Because when's the last time you saw minions pick up CS? Probably like maybe once per wave.
Yeah, they're terrible at farming. They don't know how to last it at all. They're really quite bad at it, honestly. Curry getting steps on another double stun. And look at the damage onto Cavallo. The shield has to go up, but it's still a fat chunk onto the Braum.
Oh, Drake Hero is coming, but Karaoke has his number. Karaoke's already ready and waiting. Oh, he should
spotted on the minion for sure. Step forward before Titan could clear it out. So it is the known 3 versus 3 right now. But Pain still stepping up. Maybe they'd assume Karaoke would go back to doing something else, but he's got no jungle to do. This is a fine use of his time.
Yeah, and on top of that, Cavallo and Macau are kind of showing that they've got some sort of backup because they're still playing aggressive right now when they really shouldn't be. They don't win the 2v2. They sure as heck aren't going to win a 3v3 when your jungler is Xin Zhao. Sure, Jax is considered a bit of a counter to Xin Zhao, but that is more in a dueling like 1v1 sort of sense where you can kind of get in the counter strike inside the crescent sweep and, you know, kind of punish from there. In a straight 3v3 when your 2v2 is already losing, Jax is not going to help you win that.
Absolutely not. We pan back over to the mid lane, relatively chilled as we'd expected right there, but now the Dragon becomes an option. With the Scuttler already picked up for Liberty, they'll get a decent idea of what's going on down here, and it's just a reset pulled by Pain, just testing the waters, not fully committing right now. I have to say, I love the fights that Curry has been picking. This was a problem that I had with Curry over the first week, was he was very aggressive, always looking for a rel engage at every possible moment, to his detriment and to his team's detriment at times. But now, the moments he's picking are much better. He and Titan seem to be on a much closer page in this second week. We're seeing the benefits already.
Part of me just wonders how much of that is Titan, how much of that's Curry, right? Because
yeah, I mean, hard to say who's calling the shots down there.
Yeah, I mean, Titan called the shot for hiring Curry in the first place. Don't forget who used to be the support. Pro Delta, topside, Wiser has out available, has to use it.
Yeah. Both ults committed by those top sides. Makes with another knockback. A couple more autos and a Q through. Could get it done. In he goes. One more auto in the Q for Makes with a solo kill over Wiser. This is not to be taken lightly. The Liberty top lane again acquitting himself very well.
Here we are talking about how much of a beast Wiser is. You know, the fact that he's beaten Robo. He's Achilles. He only has one Achilles heel. No. Today, it's about the Academy top laners. First, Super Clever with the Penta, now Makes with the solo kill onto one of the best top laners in CBLOL. And yeah, you can continue doing that. Sure, you know, Wiser's level 7 now. You're a caster minion, but you're still a minion nonetheless. So I want to see Makes continue pressuring this Drake Hero, able to take advantage of this first kill with picking up the Void Grubs.
Absolutely, a nice pick up for the Liberty there. A little bit down in gold, but those grubs are worth it. They'll have that extra pushing power as they step forward into this mid-game. Titan wearing both the kills for PNG, and maybe this is the day, this is the game for the bot lane for Pain to really get unlocked, because it has felt like, you know, Dinkato, Karaoke, and Weiser, they have been carrying a lot of weight for Pain in these first 3 rounds. Now, if we can start making this a 5-man roster, start adding a couple more fingers to that fist, we could see Pain develop into the, you know, the loud killing machine that it is meant to be, as Drake Hero finds a stun onto Weiser once again. No flash, no ult. This Kale is banged to rights. It's a second on the board for Makes.
Oh man, I feel this as a costume in myself. Watching Weiser just get picked there. Worth noting as well, Weiser opted for the Ghost, and the choice of Ghost is sound, especially into the likes of Xante, who often runs Ghost himself. The idea being just you outrun him and you're safe. But for the ganks, it's certainly not working. If you had Flash, maybe you make it over the wall, you're fine. But because you didn't, well, now, you know, you kind of burnt Ghost for absolutely no reason. You're still down. You're still dead. Now, it also kind of doesn't matter because Kale will outskill Xante, and Xante doesn't do the best with gold in his pocket. He can become a unit, but he's probably not going to take over the game. Makes might prove me wrong, but we'll have to see. I don't think so.
And pushing in with the bot side, using the Prior for Karaoke to take away that first Hextech Drake. Rotation over from Pilot, see what's going on, but it's a little behind the curve, and it will be the Drake going over. We have seen basically nothing out of this mid lane, right? Pilot and Dinkato just kind of farming away, basically going even. We've seen this matchup more than once today. It is fairly standard, as you'd said in the draft. Azir, very comfortable to just farming up versus Dinkato, as Makes again going aggressive onto the Kale. I think the ult is just about to come up, just got it right there, but is it even worth popping? You know you're not going to survive. A third for the Xante.
Okay, I think you just pop it anyways. I'm not seeing a big team fight coming up anytime soon, but maybe you just miscalculated?
Pilot's shoving Dinkato away, back to Cavallo, but Macau is also there. Chains of Corruption ready. A little disjointed from Liberty, and Pain will slip away in the mid lane.
Yeah, Pain does not want that fight. They left Titan pushing on the bot side, so they're just buying space for Titan to farm as much as possible. We did also see sort of the Xin Chao Jackson interaction, but Curry out the re-engage.
Curry's back in with a lovely Magnet Storm, and Drake here on Pilot really feeling the sting of it. Dinkato with the last QW finds that reverse kill.
Is that enough action in the mid lane for you, Trajan? You wanted it, they delivered.
Yeah, they gave it to me. Dinkato now with that first kill. He is going to be snowballing forward. This has been a guy who has been able to step up one of Pain's carries to just kind of solve the problem in the late game when they're trying to get that game win, trying to get the W over the line. Dinkato's there to find a massive shuffle or a huge shockwave and just be like, nah, okay, we are the better team. We're going to win right here. The gold in his pocket never hurt.
Yeah, the man who clutches up when it's needed for Pain. Now, let's talk a little bit about Pilot, though, on our screen here, because we've seen Pilot play in CBLOL in splits past under the name Piloto. And one interesting thing about him is actually that he often ends up with some of the least average deaths of all players, and of all mid laners especially, when he plays. And a lot of that was his laning phase wasn't great. He'll often sacrifice CS to stay alive. So far this split, though, Trajan, that hasn't been the case. Pilot has been able to keep up in CS, and heck, has been some of the deciding factors. I think back to the game where he played LeBlanc. He was an absolute menace, and he pretty much carried that game. But he still managed to not die in lane, for the most part, very, very low deaths. And we're seeing that again. When it's just Dinkato and Pilot, they're just playing it really, really safe. They're just farming it up. It takes outside forces for action to happen.
Ooh, good response by Cavallo there to quickly jump away from a Hex Flash and Curry. But I really agree with what you said, RMC. We've seen now, as opposed to the, you know, Pilot gets resources and then they just kind of fall into a void and we don't see them again. Pilot is now making use of the gold that he gets. That LeBlanc game was a perfect example. He had a lot of gold and was doing a lot of impact with it as Drake Hero picks up the rest of the grubs. I think that's a 6-0 grub score for Liberty.
It is.
Here it is.
Wow, that's pretty rare too. Usually we see teams at least contest it. Pain seeded both with 0 contest. And to me, you've got to make it worth, right? Like, you're putting so much resources into this bot lane. Sure, you've got most of the plates. Sure, Titan's got 2 kills, but I feel like it needs to be more, you know, when you're giving up such a big early game objective, which is permanent, by the way. That Void Grub buff doesn't disappear.
Yeah, all those pushes are going to hurt just a little bit more as Curry, again, aggressively posturing into Liberty's bot side. Karaoke steals away some camps, still a little bit behind, still 1 or 2 camps behind the curve, but is recovering somewhat. We haven't really seen much out of the Xin Zhao, just a bit of gank covering, a bit of counter positioning so far out of Pain's jungler. as we'll see the recall start to be pulled. 3-3 in kills, basically dead even in gold, but very much top-sided for Liberty and bot-sided for Pain.
And that's interesting for Liberty. I think back to the game yesterday against Loud. That was the game where it felt like they were winning right up to the moment they weren't. And then Loud just turned the tides. Yep. Pain is another team that can do that. But this time, Liberty didn't draft early game. You look across the board pretty much. Like, Kasante's got a good, strong laning phase, but really he's that menace later on who will not move that brick. Jack skills, Azir skills, lethal tempo Varus. So this is on hit Varus is a scaling champion. Braum does well at all phases of the game. So Liberty, this game, aren't on a timer. If anything, yes, Pain has a kill, but you look at everyone else, Orianna falls off, Kalista falls off, Xin Zhao falls off. Pain are the ones who kind of need to start making moves soon.
Yeah, it would end up with Weiser being kind of the ultimate win condition, which, as we've seen, isn't necessarily as guaranteed as it maybe has been in the past. So Liberty don't have that pressure, and we'll see if that gets to them, right? We'll see if they can go through this early and mid game and keep it level, keep it controlled and consistent, not fall too far behind in Dragons, keep themselves up in gold, or if they are going to feel that pressure and get forced into a mistake as Curry again with the engagement. Look at the instant response from Liberty. Drake here in the brush, makes on the TP. Titan's already, you tried to use his summon, he's got nothing left, and Cavallo's in range for the stun. They're almost on him. Pilot round from the flank will secure the kill, and Liberty are running wild over Pain in their jungle. In back goes the Pain support, but it is too late. Then Kado can only watch. What is that, 3 for 1?
Yeah, and all starts off with that TP from Makes to get the numbers advantage. Liberty, this is what we know them for. Different team, same playstyle. They are fully willing to commit into the early game. And I want to sing Titan's praises and Curry in that bot side because they survived the best they could. Look at how it kicks off. Curry gets that. The moment the TP comes down, though, the instant disengage, and Titan dodging that out as well. The insta cleanse to just make sure that he doesn't get slowed. They buy so much time. And if Pain had people in the area, that could have very well turned. Even right here, maybe it's a little bit of overconfidence. Then Kiddo lands the beautiful shockwave on multiple members. Not quite enough to kill, and they look to turn. It's a mistake, to be honest. But it's one that's coming about because Pain are still playing like they're stronger and better and ahead when they're not.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a bit of confidence there from Pain, and Liberty showing the same confidence, but it's actually well-founded. They've got basis for that. They've got data. They've got evidence to back it up. And it is showing right now as they're starting to get a foothold here. The bot lane tower does fall. First blood tower over to Pain Gaming, and looks like they're going to find their second Drake as well. The bot side focus does continue for the red side for Pain, but Liberty still maintaining that top control. They're going to pick up the Heralds with the so-called Intmobile, as our production has so lovingly named it. But it's becoming less of an Intmobile now and more of a strong objective as Makes trying to get that pressure. Oh, beautiful ultimate over the newly widened top lane wall as Weiser drops ever lower. Has to ult himself. A W for Kassan to introduce the damage. Comes to the queue. And there's the solo. It's a fine line, but one that Makes walks beautifully.
Okay, that is slightly concerning for Liberty, though, to note, because the moment Weiser can actually 1v1 Makes is when Liberty actually have to face a full 5-man squad of Pain Gaming. Anytime before that, it's effectively 5v4 because Weiser can't do anything. You picked a kill and you lost the early game pretty hard. Meanwhile, though, Pain did punch back. We saw in the mid lane that fight that broke out. They were almost able to find, I think it was Mikau in that. And in bot side, Dinkedo almost kills Pilot. So Pain are still in it, but they just aren't quite there. We get a replay of how this starts out. And Mixed mechanics are beautiful. Just kidnapping Weiser was critical. And Liberty were collapsing in because they just took Herald. So Weiser should have known better than to play that dangerous game. It just comes down to a game of inches. And literally, once the item completes, we see Kraken Slayer now. Weiser didn't have it for that fight.
Yeah, that was, I think, full Frozen Fist and tabbies and steel-plated toe caps for Makes versus not even Kraken for Weiser, and it was very, very close. So we do see the theory on display here for Kale into Kasante, but right now Makes is still having his way with that top side, and they got the tower as well. So now they can change up the lane assignments, maybe avoid the risk of that one coming forward, and Liberty can keep control of the game as they so have it. They'd love to break down this mid lane, and they still have the Herald to play with, as now we can see a drop down.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to do it as well. Pain a little bit slow once again on the rotate to come back in. Dinkedo is just split pushing that top side and has no TP to answer mid.
Herald crashing in. We'll see if they can get the second charge through Curry. Again, as always, taking up an aggressive position. Will the eye open? Can they stop it? No, they cannot. Half damage removed on the inner mid lane turret. Liberty with solid value right there, but you can see Pain looking for a counter engage. They don't want to give it away for free, but makes his like Asante. He doesn't really care.
And Pilot answering back in the bot side, pulling a Dinkedo who's just been sitting in side lane. So Pain Gaming, if you want to fight, you kind of got to pull the trigger now. If not, you just disengage. Because once Liberty groups up, they have a lead. They have the goal lead and they're doing better for themselves. And a highlight makes as well. He sidestepped beautifully like twice to dodge out Carioca, trying to land that spear onto him. You can see the supreme confidence he has on this pick, and justifiably so. There's a reason he's 6-0-1. Right now, Trajan. 6 out of 7 of the kills for Liberty is sitting on this academy or newly promoted from academy top laner.
Yeah, that is such a huge investment in him. You can see on the goal difference, 2,000, the goal difference just in that one lane. None of the others were even over 1,000. Even Titan, who got that double kill at level 2 or something. But now the engagement with Curry, look at the damage. The Varus evaporates before our very eyes. Cavallo soon to follow. And there's the bot lane really doing their part to keep things nice and even, eh?
Okay, I feel like this is why Mikau and Cavallo have such a bad death score. It's not even their fault, Trajan. Like, they're just warding. They had teammates nearby as well, but they're the squishiest members with the least escapes. And so, if Mikau ever gets caught off position without flash, he's dead. We literally just saw that. It's going to happen again. Rest in pieces, Mikau. I feel for you, buddy. Yeah. It's this time not your fault.
I was just about to say, and after that first, stumble in the bot lane, Mikau and Cavallo have stabilized, right? And yeah, they got pushed around in a losing matchup, but they were joining those mid pushes and not getting caught. But I didn't have time to say that before they both died. So unfortunate there for the bot side. They're still, as you say, they're still going to be useful. We still have this scaling option for Mikau, and overall, it's not been as bad as they have had in some previous games, and they're still going to be valuable for sure. As the Baron steps forward, bursts out of the rift, and it is another all-seeing territorial Baron.
I love that animation. I don't love the fact that we're seeing so many territorial and all-seeing Barons, Trajan. Again, choke point. Again, that's going to favor Pain in the upcoming fights. They are technically in their power spike now, as we are sitting on sort of that 1-2 item mark, and that's kind of where we're going to see Callista's the peak. Orianna, probably 3 item peak really right now. And so Pain are as strong as they're going to get. And for Liberty, where do they kind of go from here? A lot of their kills so far have been picks, have been sort of that 1v1 punishing Wiser for overextending. That window has kind of closed. Yes, Wiser is still punishable, don't get me wrong. He is still vulnerable. But the team fights are a lot scarier right now. And Liberty, you sack dragons for those heralds, for those void grubs. You kind of have to start contesting, or Infernal Soul goes the way of Pain.
Yeah, they've got that damage on mid lane tower, but we need to see them get some more time alone with those structures to push them through. Pilot on the side, pushing back Curry, who again is looking for that aggressive engage option. Scuttler spawns as well to give him something to focus on, but Karaoke is in and caught up by the Chains of Corruption. Has to drop his own ultimate to keep him alive. Pilot stepping back with the rest of the team. Wiser being poked out. Liberty are standing strong in this river. They've already found the dragon, but can Pain get the fight off the back? I don't know if Liberty even need to bother with it.
No, and the smart call from Liberty is just a disengage. We're seeing it come through really solid play from Liberty, and huge from them to chunk out Carioca to start, because Carioca on this Xin Zhao, the Monier low health, you're kind of done for, and Pain weren't quite able to follow up. They're going for Baron. There is a ward on it. Liberty knows this is being done, and don't forget, Baron got buffed, so sure, you're doing it fast, but the amount of shred and damage you're going to take means you could get wiped out, could get aced after.
Fast, but maybe not fast enough. Liberty's arriving. Dinkedo's there, still holding the shockwave. Curry's kind of low. Baron's even lower. Makes it in the pit. It's picked up by Karaoke. But Pain, are you in too bad of a spot? It's just Wiser. Thrown to the wolves once again. 4 buffs retained for Pain.
Okay, that was actually pretty clean from Pain. Everybody had ways out. Again, Fate Call being used as more of a utility spell than an engage spell or a disengage spell from Titan, just to kind of back out. So clean from Pain. Really good macro call. Still, a little bit worrying though. Pain is taking a lot of risks, and if any of those backfire, that could blow the game wide open. Curry, face first.
Yeah, but this Baron will at least, it'll help them stay level while they're in that spike that you mentioned, right? While they've got Titan in kind of peak Titan area, and he's ready to step up for a fight to try and do what needs to be done to get Pain back in control. It really feels like, on balance, over the course of these 23 minutes, Liberty has just played the better game of League. And in overall, you know, in micro, we can say top was good, bot was bad. But in terms of macro, them getting the grubs, them taking these towers first, Pilot, you know, picking off waves, picking off towers and side waves, it feels like they have played a comparable or better macro game to Pain as well.
I'd say comparable. I think they had different focuses. As you mentioned, sort of the way the map got split. Liberty opting for topside control for the early game buffs they could get to kind of get them over their early game weakness, that hump. So I think both teams have played to their strong points. Now, the game nature has changed because, again, we say that Pain's India power spike. So for Liberty right now, they are kind of looking to scale, but they have to keep an eye on Wiser. Wiser now level 13 of that sort of death timer of 16. So I'm very curious to see, once it's 16, how Liberty want to go about this. At that time, I don't think Makes can handle the 1v1 anymore, and then they have to team fight.
Valo getting aggressed on, but gets a knock up onto Titan and Curry.
Oh, it's
Titan has to save the rail. They'll re-engage onto Brom with the Magnet Storm as well. Macau firing away, trying to stack up those autos. Karaoke ult soaks them up as Curry goes low, but Drake Hero now almost on a sliver. Macau being peppered by Titan. Oh! And the Kalista is going crazy in this fight with a beautiful Kayle ult to preserve his life. Pain Gaming fire back huge.
That's so clutch. And to me, Traden, this is the Pain Gaming we're all excited for in the offseason. When we heard Titan got picked up, they are retaining Dinkedo. He is choosing Curry, mechanical players throughout. That's the play. Titan stepping up, playing aggressive. Wiser playing utility with the ultimate this time. The intervention, keeping Titan alive, but letting Titan frontline. That is beautiful. And Dinkedo's patience on that shockwave as well. It came so late in the fight, Traden. I was like, oh, there's still shockwave? Yeah, heck yeah, there's still shockwave.
Yeah, Dinkedo holding it for just the right moment. Here's that replay. It looked kind of good for Liberty straight away, but suddenly the HP bars kind of start disappearing.
Yeah, that Fate's Call once again being used so perfectly. Curry is just bait, and it actually burns so much more than we see because Curry also eats almost the entire health bar. And then Titan's just like, I can clean up here, and look at this dive. Titan's just hopping forward, almost willing to go under turret if we didn't see Makes leave that turret. And it oh man, Turtle's like, what? What? No way that happened. Like, we should have won that. But no, because there's a kill on the other side. And it doesn't matter what level this kill is. It doesn't have to be 16. 6 unlocks that ultimate to allow Titan to be aggressive.
Yeah, the Liberty coaching staff a little bemused after that fight, and Pain all of a sudden in possession of a 4,000 gold lead. Maybe now we'll start to see some of that confidence come through. Titan certainly seems ready to play, still in that power spike. And in that fight, we saw Karaoke's ult plus Curry's HP block, everything absorbed so much of Mikhail's damage. He's got 2 items done. He's got the Gwynsu's in theory. His DPS is going to get higher and higher. He's got to have that correct target choice.
And it's kind of hard as well for Liberty because Mikhail wants to stand there and auto people. But you can't because there's so many threats that force you to move around. And you're not like a Kalista. You don't have a hop. You don't have an easy reposition after every auto. Meanwhile, Titan, if he wants to, could just stand there because he's got Wiser in his back pocket, has that invulnerability, which lets him be a pseudo turret for a little bit. Teams are facing off as they fight for Dragon position.
Into Corruption are in. Curry with another big engage. Dragon. Oh, that shockwave! Together for the shockwave and the knockup as well. It's beautiful from Pain Gaming, and Liberty are scattered. Only Makes has something to say about it as he picks off Titan in the backline. But the rest of it is just a disaster for Liberty. Maybe the Cassandra can find more. The knockup is there. And he find a third. No way.
Wait, no shot.
One more knockup.
No shot.
He's crazy. Admin, he's doing it sideways. This Cassandra is out of this world.
Wait, was that a triple? Where's the triple? He killed Titan. He killed Karaoke. He killed Wiser. Why was there no triple announcement? Or did I just miss it in the chaos? That is insane.
We just missed it. That's bonkers. And are they going to get the Dragon as well? The fact that Liberty can call that one a win is insane.
That is literally off the back of Makes. You fed him 6 kills. And you know what? I was wrong, Trajan. I said Cassante can't carry even if you give him kills. Never mind. Makes can. Makes made it happen. And the fight itself is... It looks so good for Pain Gaming. Curry, once again, the beautiful engage, the setup. And look at how long the CC lasts. The critical point, I think, is first they don't get Pilot, which is an issue because Pilot does do a lot of damage. And then the second part was the fact that Makes didn't die. Titan, I think, got a little bit overconfident. Like, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter if Makes is killing me as long as I kill Drake Hero. And then we're kind of good. We can turn on this. Wiser, you got this, right? No, Wiser, don't got this. And really, Wiser should be able to handle it at this point. He's not level 16, granted, but he's got items. And the last time we saw the 1v1, it was so close. So, Trajan, what went so horrifically wrong for Pain?
Yeah, as Curry with another wonderful engaged and Kato with a shocker to follow it up. It feels like the fundamentals are on Pain's side, but Make is just brimming with X Factor right now. The clutch was insane from him, and Liberty going aggressive. It's down to Titan. They've got the knock-up. If they can finish him off, this could be a great start. Wiser TP's in. The Kale could be the backup carry. Not 16 yet. Mikau is just about still alive as Drake Hero distracting Pain. Suddenly, Liberty are the ones clapping back, and Pain are falling to pieces.
For the second straight fight, Trajan, targeting from Pain is questionable. They didn't go for the low health Mikau. They didn't go for Pilot. They went after Drake Hero. Was he really the problem? Well, he will be now because he's got Smite. Baron's on the table, and Liberty are absolutely taking it. Pain scrambling to try and answer bot side. Find something, anything to delay this Baron push.
Liberty wearing purple for now. The Pain solo laners will grab the inner turret in bot lane. But just as I thought this game might finally start be ordering itself, and we could understand that, okay, Pain are in control, we know what's going to happen now, Liberty step up again, and they fire back, taking control of the objectives. We don't even have a soul to play for because they grabbed the dragon after Makes his triple kill. This is really going to go the distance, man. None of our top teams are safe.
The Cassiker's going to try concentration. It's the 100% CBLOL
I forgot about that. Oh my god, dude. If we actually just ruined Pain, maybe it's not a blue side thing. Maybe it's a caster curse thing.
Oh my goodness. I hate all of you if Pain can lose because of this.
Yeah, that one time we're all not bullying RMC for being a Pain fan. We're all on his team, and we've actually cursed Pain into destruction.
I've worked for so many years to get all of you to become Pain fans as well, and this is the result.
What you wanted.
It's cursed.
This is what you wanted, RMC. You asked for this, and now here we are.
Well, Wiser, hopefully we'll hit 16 sometime soon. We still have to highlight he's only level 15 right now. You contrast that to Makes, who is max level 18 Piloto, or Pilot, pardon me, level 17 already. That's really what's enabling this push. Makes able to split push, and Pilot shoving so hard right now.
Wiser still working on level 16, but with so many waves crashing in, you can see he's just dinged it there. So Wiser has become a champion once again at level 16. He's got 3 items ready. They cannot ignore him. Titan's not the only carry to be focusing on. It's now Liberty. You can see them stepping back, offering the respect in that bot lane.
They lost vision of Makes on this push. You can see Wiser is a bit confused, a bit worried. And if you're Pain, you're very worried. Because if there is somebody who's able to dive that turret, it is Makes. Again, going all out, you can kidnap a person. And we found that trying to kill Curry, really difficult. But if you can find Titan, Titan melts.
Yes, he does have the flash now, but you know, when there's a Cassante chasing you down, sometimes it just does not matter what you have in the tank. If he's on top of you, it's kind of over. As Wiser trying to hold Makes at arm's length, and you can see now the Rylai's coming through. He gets a lot of auto attacks down once he tags you with one.
Yeah, and it's also massive on this Cassante specifically because it's so much harder now for Makes to actually run down Wiser. At worst, Wiser eats a combo, and that's it. Titan?
Cavallo takes the aggressive from Curry. Curry's very deep in the background, and Makes is holding the backline. Rel is not going to make it. Liberty takes that fight gladly, but now Makes is burning down, and the Cassante carry's going wild, and Wiser steps up, finally safe to go aggressive. Pilot slides away. Titan's chasing in with the Kato as well. Jakero drops the stun, tries to keep them at bay. Cavallo as well has a Q to offer. They can get Pilot out. They can get Drake Hero out. This could be salvageable. And the Sun Disc will put an end to the chase.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, Wiser. He's finally loaded into the game. He's a champion, and he managed to carry that fight. You saw what happened to Makes. First of all, props to Makes for getting there so incredibly fast. But now you've got 2 threats. Kill Titan, and Wiser kills you. Kill Wiser, and Titan's still there putting spears in your back.
Now the dragon spawns again. Remember, this is only for the soul point. Liberty with both of the Infernals. Pain with a Cloud and a Hex tech, but they will be able to find this with no contest. Drake Hero not in a position to throw his life away for the flip, as Wiser trying to take everything, trying to sap as much gold away from Liberty as possible.
So we see the vision Liberty we're playing with here. They didn't see Titan, they didn't see Curry. And when Curry went in, Makes just instantly tried to stop the back line, and it kind of worked. Curry did finally go down, but finally with double threats, you're seeing Makes actually take damage for what feels like the first time this game. And Weiser just stepping up over and over and over again with that Divine Intervention, just walking forward. And Liberty can't do anything during that time. They just got to run, but it's hard to outrun a Kale who has a speed up, a Callista who's just hopping her way towards you anytime she can auto, and with the speed up from Dinkedo as well, it's just so difficult when Liberty start losing a fight to disengage.
We have basically hit the average Liberty bot lane death threshold. We're on 10 between them now. That's good. So we're still...
They need one more between the two of them, I think.
Yeah, we're still keeping to pattern right there. And it does feel like Macau, with this on-hit build, can't contest Weiser or Titan still at any point, really. And I wonder if maybe the poke would have been the way to go so that you can stand further away and at least do something. At least try and get Dinkedo or Titan or Weiser a little lower. Because right now, when it comes to just throwing hands at the back end of a team fight, the Varus is really struggling.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I did not like the fact that he was running lethal tempo here with the on-hit. Because who are you trying to kill with autos right now? There's one tank on Pain's side, and it's Xin Zhao. And here's the secret about Xin Zhao. You can't kill him with on-hit anyways, at least not while his ultimate is still running. So for Macau, this build, you're seeing the struggle. He's not putting out damage. He's not safe either. The range on Varus is not good enough. Sure, maybe you outrange Callista ever so slightly, but the moment Titan starts rolling, he will run you down. And now, Kill outranges you. So that is a massive problem. And for Macau, you're kind of relegated to the engage spot, I guess, with the Chains of Corruption. And I'm going to be honest, the Chains of Corruption have not been a big fight of any of these fights so far, Trajan. I've never seen one go, oh, that turned the fight. It stopped Weiser from going forward. It stopped Titan from going forward. Instead, it's just like, oh, Macau died. And even that's not affecting the fight very much.
Yeah, it normally just kind of hits Karaoke, who presses his own ult and waits for it to stop, and that's it. It's just kind of over. So, yeah, we're not seeing too much out of the Varus right now. The Sundisk as well, holding a temporary post in the mid lane. Pain trying to forge into their own jungle, and Liberty want to peel back for this dragon coming up in 5 seconds. Now Makes again holding the front line. You do have that choke into the river and a couple more in the pit, but Liberty, they want to find one of those picks from before. They want to get one of these carries off the table before they feel confident to go for the objective.
So as much as we kind of ragged on this Varus Trajan, I think it's important to note that everybody else is scaling really well for Liberty, and Pilot especially, who has been the biggest carry for this team, I think, in the late games, is continuing to do so. Curry eating a bunch of poke from Pilot right there.
Yeah, Makes actually sectioning off Karaoke as well with his own ultimate. Goes all out, but will simply step away. Really a bit of a distraction. The Baron down below half, and Karaoke now has to come back over there. He has the flash.
Oh, he got
beautiful Cavallo knock-up. Makes it a sure thing for Liberty. Makes in the background, dashes over the wall as well. Slips to safety, and Liberty with a beautiful objective play.
Oh, that was honestly beautiful from Makes. Once again, win or lose, I feel like Makes is almost the MVP of this game with how he's been playing. Because if Makes had died there, Trajan, trying to stop the Pain attempt at a steal, it's not worth it. As the game goes later and later, champions, a single player is more valuable than getting Baron buff for your team. So if Makes dies, Pain gets to push out. But Makes not only stops the steal, Makes gets out unscathed. Sure, had to burn Ghost, pardon me, not even Flash. Doesn't matter. And with that, now Liberty have Baron on all 5 members, and they're still able to contest for this potential soul point for Pain. And I want to highlight too, Liberty are stacking Infernal Souls. If they get Infernal Soul with 4 Infernal Drake buffs, Liberty is going to hit like an absolute truck.
Then I would wish even more that Macau had poke Varus, but alas, it's not to be. But yeah, they would be doing massive damage, and we see Pilot already. We haven't spoken too much about him for a little while. He's just been a fairly quiet member of these fights, but when he got a hold of Curry with a couple of autos down, he's 4 items deep, and he really stings.
Yeah, and you compare that to an Orianna. We've seen this matchup a couple of times already today. The Orianna is instantaneous big shock damage. But over time, when you get more autos like that, Azir is worth infinitely more Weiser. It's not really hurting Makes. That build from Makes with the Warmogs as well to heal up in between fights, it's so effective. I love this build from Makes, actually.
Yep, it's doing very, very well. Drake Hero trying to find a stun, but won't commit for the full engage. Curry, though, you know, he's always ready to commit. And now the front lines are trading positions. Titan drops very, very low. And Weiser steps back as well. They're chasing onto Karaoke. He's got the crescent sweep. He flashes away. Lovely knock up for Makes, but he carries the ball into Liberty. The fight's not done yet. Wait for Weiser. Makes has found him, and Liberty see the window. They see red and they commit for the fight. Have they just taken down Pain Gaming?
They still have Baron. They still have Varus in this year. Yeah, they could end this game right now. Do not get distracted, Mikau. Hit the turret if you want to win. We've done it again, Trajan.
I can't believe we're going to be 0-3 on sweep predictions. How are we doing this? How have we cursed Pain so badly? Only Loud is safe so far as Liberty complete another blinder for an upset. They move to 2-2 and knock down Pain Gaming. Brother, how have we done this? This is not the desk, Rose. You said we were going to desk. Don't do this to us. Don't hit us with this again. It's too painful. Oh my word.
We are
me.
for 3 on these sort of predictions. I can't believe it, Trajan. And you know what? Huge props to Liberty, because well, Liberty won. So, and this was a match they were not favored to win whatsoever. I think matchup wise, it's a really bad matchup for Liberty, who likes to play the early game. And you're up against a team who's really good at playing defensively, at soaking that pressure, at scaling up. But this game, they picked a late scaling team while retaining that early game style, and it works out. They got the lead, they snowballed, and they never gave Pain quite enough time to really get back in. Sure, Weiser hit 16, but he was still really behind in items compared to Makes.
Yeah, you know, Makes was just so... I mean, he literally saved the game with that triple kill, I think, where that would have been like Soul Point and probably Baron or something else, right? Pain would have just taken full control. And I think they already maybe had the Baron. They already had full control, right? It was looking like it was sewn up for Pain. And then Makes just puts the whole game on his back. And 1v3s, including both the key carries. That is bonkers from this guy, from these academy top laners. What is happening, right? They're going insane. I can't wait for Los Grandes versus Liberty now, because I want to see Super Clever versus Makes. I don't care about Robo FMB anymore. That's old news. I want Super Clever versus Makes.
I mean, hey, if you watched Academy last split, you could have seen plenty of that, and it is a fun matchup for both of them. So, yeah, huge props. And Pilot as well is... I want to shout out Pilot because, as you mentioned, we didn't really touch too much on him early game because he's such a safe laner. It's kind of boring. But once you get him to the late game, with these Azirs, with these sort of late picks, give him Corki, he'll be able to pop off. He was doing the bulk of the damage. I want to see the post-game stats because I suspect that Pilot was by far the highest damage this game. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, because Mikau certainly was struggling, and despite the what was it, 11 deaths by the end of it, or 12 deaths, Trajan, Mikau and Cavallo, in a way, I guess you can say they did their job, right? They drew the attention of Pain Gaming. Damage that went onto them was damage that wasn't going on to Pilot, onto Drake Hero.
Yeah, they stayed on brand, and I didn't feel like they were putting themselves in stupid positions. You know, I don't feel like they were the ones standing way out of line. I think that's just the way the chips fell, right? And they ended up being the target as the only real good target, just by the way the fights were. Literally just both front lines swap positions, and then we see who wins, you know, who gets away on those sides, and whose backline can survive. So Liberty, with great macro decisions, the one thing I particularly love about the way they played that is when they were getting objectives, they could run up to an objective, set it up, kind of contest Pain for the space, take the objective, and then just leave. They didn't hang around, they didn't get picked off, they didn't get chased down, they took the objective, and they safely exited the building, you know, as the good teams should be able to do. So that, for me, was really impressive, and I think is a very exciting thing to see a team like Liberty, which is, again, there's a lot of players that haven't really achieved anything in a while, or haven't got a championship, or their promotions, or whatever. We don't know. We don't have high expectations, but they're showing us that they do have a depth of play there.
And that's why I said, you know, like, I think this split is the most even split we've potentially ever seen.
That's the only prediction that is safe, I think, right now, is your overreaction that this is going to be the most competitive split. That's the only one that I believe in at this point.
Fair enough. And we should talk a bit about Pain, because as much as we hype up Liberty, I do think that part of this is a throw from Pain Gaming for every catch as a throw. And I never thought I'd say this, Trajan, but I think that's on Weiser being overconfident. Don't get me wrong, Weiser has lost lanes before. But today, it looked like the most disrespectful play I think we've seen from Weiser, where he just kept getting caught up by makes repeatedly, and that shocks me. We'd expect that from Titan, right, from week 1, but that wasn't the case. Yep, I don't think there's any question it was going to be MVP.
Like, he was. Last time I was like, oh, but what about Cabby? You know, support helps a lot. No, it's Makes. It's just Makes, okay? Yeah, we don't have to contest this.
He can make a highlight reel out of this game. Yeah, and for Pain Gaming, I'm glad this happened earlier in the split rather than later, because this is a wake-up call to Pain Gaming now.
Yeah.
You had some losses, and, you know, frankly, to Red, understandable, right? But to Liberty, that should not have happened. Even if Liberty overplays, Pain's ceiling was technically higher. So Pain Gaming, back to the drawing board. You fix the bot lane, time to fix the top lane.
Yeah, we have to say they do seem to have patched up the bot lane, specifically laning was a lot better. It seemed like Titan and Curry were on a way closer page. I have to say, I'm not sure still how I feel about Curry when it comes to late game, because you never have to wait for an engage. You never have to think, oh, Pain are never going to be a team that just quietly fall over and die, because Curry will be engaging every single time he can, right? And there is something to be said for that. But I'd need to go back and watch it in more depth to think, is he running it down, or is he finding windows to engage? Because he's so often going in, and maybe I need to just look at what the rest of Pain are doing and see if this is actually, you know, who's at fault here. Because it's great having a super aggressive, proactive, engaged support. It's very powerful. But I'm worried that he's throwing his life away sometimes, you know? And I'd need to go back and look in more detail to make a decision, I think.
That's fair, Trajan, but after last split, I'm taking the engage if we can have it, because last split was painful for some of those games.
Yes.
That's it, Trajan. We do also need to end ours here, because I need to go, and Hawk's going to take the rest of the games, Trajan. So you have 2 more coming up, including, I think, the most exciting game of the day, or match of the day, which is Kaboom versus Red Cannid. So, Trajan, have fun.
Yeah, thank you very much, RMC. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the last couple of games. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started here, right? Who knows what's going to go on in top lane next game. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 4. RMC has left the building and Hawk has stepped in to take over for our match of the day. Just in time, Hawk, for Kaboom versus Red. We've already, as we put out on Twitter, seen 3 Z-tier bangers. Do you think we're ready for a 4th?
Oh, sorry, Trajan, what region is this? I think we are always ready for a 4th banger
bangers,
of the
actually.
day. Yeah.
We're gonna have a nap for a bit, I think. To be fair, the last Red game versus Loss was kind of a napping game for a large part of it. It was a 50-minute game, but I guess the fact that Loss were keeping it in it so close did keep us a little bit kind of tweaked looking at the screen. Now they have Kaboom. This team that has been set up as like maybe this super team will work, guys. Guys, any super team fans? Maybe this was gonna work.
Surely this is the one. Look, it didn't work out last split too, right? So just try again here for Red. But I mean, this just should be an incredibly exciting matchup, right? Because it's the two teams that I think, Trajan, most people had the highest expectations for coming out of the offseason, at least as far as the upgrades made in regards to their other counterparts, like say Pain or Loud, who we would expect to be good, but largely kept their rosters the same.
Yeah, for sure. We weren't necessarily sold on Titan Curry, and jury's still out on that, and we weren't sure about Redbert. He's acquitted himself now, but we thought, wow, Brunsey, Jojo back on Red, excellent. The 3 cousins back together, can't wait to see it. Malrang and House Mid Jungle, sign me up. There's a lot of hype coming in with these rosters, and let's dive a little bit more into the specifics here, because I think this jungle matchup, Malrang Aegis, is very spicy. I've loved what we've seen from Aegis back on the Lee Sin. He's showing up to be reminding everyone, I think, that like, no, it's not just Croc. Yes, he's a 3-time champion, but I'm still here, and he, I believe, is a 3-time champion in his own right as well, right? So there is still a question for who is that top jungle in Brazil. And the Malrang steps in, and he's had a very hot start, right? I think people were worried that the Rogue Championship was great, but then there was the Koi era, and maybe it was kind of fallen off, and maybe we had a little bit of a trick situation developing again. But I don't think that's the case, right? He's coming swinging.
And Malrang as a jungler as well, what he brings to the table when your laners have the individual talent to the likes of Lonely and House and Natuno Seos, having an incredibly aggressive jungler, someone that trademarked that playstyle back in the LEC, is just so incredibly valuable. And then you talk about a player like Aegis, who, Trajan, for now years and years and years, we have touted for his ability to manage games and really be an X factor for the Red Canids. I feel like Aegis, maybe a bit more flexibility in the playstyle, can sometimes wear a few different hats for Red. Maybe none of them as well, though, as just that pure on skirmish gank style that Malrang seems to consistently be able to put out.
Yeah, for sure. They both, I think, are most effective in that way, and that seems to be the prevalent way to jungle right now. We have had, I think, one Amumu, and we've had a Lilia, I believe, but it's mostly been, Xin Zhao, Vi, a J4 here and there. It's skirmishers, it's gankers, it's active early presences, and I want to see if Aegis is going to show a little bit more there. If he's going to bring a Trundle back out. We know there's a Kindred in there as well, so he does have some pockets, and that might be a way to try and deal with Malrang. Maybe he doesn't meet him on his terms. Maybe he tries to find his own solution to the Malrang problem. And then, he also has just super strong laners, right? FNB and Brunsey and Jojo have been very strong for ages. And even Grevthar now is stepping up and having a great start to the split. Red are really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, the loss in week 1, maybe not what we were expecting, right? Like, we thought that the team would be 2-0, but hey, nobody was 2-0. The season just starts here in week 2 in CBLOL. And by the way, this is going to be potentially one of only 2 teams, whoever wins this game, that actually goes 3-1. The standings are still ridiculously tight. Obviously, we'll have to see the result of our last game as well, but it's just so incredibly cool how, every split here, the regular season, an immense amount of parity down here in Brazil.
Yeah, for sure. It just gets closer and closer every season. As RMC said, he thinks this is going to be the most competitive split so far, and right now we are on track for that. First, before we get into the draft, I want to get up the Red Canids roster just to clarify something here, because we have seen now that Red have announced, they publicly said that they are moving into a sort of 6-man roster style thing with Jojo and Frosty both training, both splitting time training, and they are both being used as kind of silver bullets for specific strategies on stage. So we saw Frosty yesterday, and he definitely looked good, right? He looked like, as we saw, he was starting to develop and showing a lot of good stuff last split. He's clearly still very talented. And now they've brought JoJo back in today, apparently as a specific answer to Netuno Sales. So I'm very interested to see what that's going to be, if it's going to be in the draft, or if it is just a playstyle thing, if they're going to be playing to a different side of the map, maybe, than they would with Frosty.
Well, and you know what, Trajan? I have a very sneaking suspicion that's going to be in the draft. I think this is a really interesting choice by this 6-man roster sort of idea, because it seems to me like JoJo is very much the engaged tank player. So far, 2 games of Nautilus through week 1, whereas you take Frosty, all of a sudden it's the Senna Neela, right? And the laning phase looks completely different. And that's what I'm expecting, is that this is the Red Canids saying this is going to be a very skirmish heavy game, a very gank heavy game. We need a support that's more accustomed to getting out on the map, influencing the map, and getting us ahead and helping us skirmish. I think for Frosty, it's a lot more about the 2v2, a lot more about the laning phase, and a lot more about Brunsey in particular. And I think it's an interesting choice because, people that have watched the CBLOL, I would think, for the last few years, JoJo has been one of our top supports in the region for now the last couple of splits at the very least, if not longer. But it is interesting how Red Canids recognizes that these 2 players do bring separate skill sets to the table.
Yeah, for sure. Frosty was the one we saw moving behind bot lane turret to solo kill with Lulu. That's what he's about, and they give him the Senna. And then JoJo is the guy they give the Nautilus and the Rakan, who's going to be in mid lane half the time and getting kills all across the map and supporting the red vision as more of a wider view. So let's see if that's the way they want to go, as we have got the bans through right here. The Rel has been removed, as is the Nico and K'Sante by Kaboom. The Rakan is still up. This is a classic JoJo pick that if he's going to pull this style out, I would maybe expect. And Kaboom have early opted into the Lucian, so we're assuming that we're going to see the Nami or the Milio, I suppose, paired up with that for Seos.
Yeah, and already going Lucian B1. I don't know how to feel about this, Trajan. It's got 0% win rate in my home region of the LCS.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit trepidatious whenever I see this pick come out.
It's not so hard.
And it ends up being the Senna. So, okay. So now here's the question, whether or not Brunsey or JoJo actually pilots this, because I just so boldly claimed that JoJo is probably going to be on an engaged support. I mean, there is a world where we see something of the likes of like Senna, Wukong, or one of those kind of picks. But but this is already not actually what I was expecting from either of these teams to come out early on. The 2v2 in bottom lane seems like it's going to be a lot more of the focus than we initially might have expected. I was really looking at mid jungle to be the point of pressure for where this game might be decided, but clearly Red and Kaboom have other ideas.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on How's Grevthar really yet. We spoke a bit about the jungle, but the Senna Seraphine is the lock-in. Now, I imagine this will be Seraphine for JoJo and Senna for Brunsey, though, of course, that's not technically confirmed. We'll see how they want to organize it. So it is that very kind of, it's very safe, very stable. It scales up into a horrific team fight influence to deal with. The healing and the support they can offer is crazy. Kaboom, they've got the Corki in for House. I love this for House. We saw House on the Corki and I was like, no, they picked him. That's so boring. House can't be cool and exciting on Corki. Not so. He went crazy on the Corki and was getting he was like 5-0 by 14 minutes something. It was the most exciting dynamic Corki I've ever seen. So I'm not disheartened by this anymore, as the Xin Zhao is the last answer in round 1 from Red.
Yeah, House yesterday on the Corki was not just firing big ones, he was firing fat mans. Those were some nukes that were coming out of the Corki. Yeah, 10-1-5 yesterday on the champion. Just an unreal performance, and it ends up being the Xin Zhao, as you mentioned, Trajan. So a bit of a difference in draft. They don't go for the mid lane counter pick, which I think makes a lot of sense. There are so many things that you could pick into Corki and be completely fine. It's more often than not a handshake kind of matchup. So pick something for the composition and get one of the strongest junglers on the patch off the table. And especially if we're expecting Aegis and Malrang to be those really big early game influencers, getting Aegis potentially on one of those favorable champions could be really good. I would like to see a Trundle ban so far. We have seen 0% presence so far in the CBLOL for this champion, but I think it is so strong now on season 14, especially into the Xin Zhao. I think it brings a lot to the table. You've got double immobile carries as well. You're able to steal those resistances of the Trundle. It'll become so tanky. It'd be a big front line for your double marksman composition, but it doesn't end up getting banned. So Malrang likes this champion. The other option, I mean, you could go like Jarvan still on the table. Feels pretty good. We talked about the Lee Sin as well. Maybe an option.
We'll see what Valorant wants to do, because they do seem to have been trying to take the proactive kind of spearhead champions out of his hands, and these are certainly the most prevalent ones. We'll see what he wants to go with here, and Red continuing to build this pretty scary teamfight composition. The front to back on availability here is already very strong with that core, plus the Orianna they've now locked in has a lot. They've got a lot of shielding, healing, big AoE ultimates to layer together as well. That 5v5 is going to be fearsome going into Kaboom. Whereas they have so far the Corki and the Lucian. We're not really sure what the nature of that composition is going to be. And the Udyr are now locked in for Lonely, currently 2-3. Though Robo did not have a great game on it. They still won, but Udyr certainly underperforming in the CBLOL so far. And then FNB has the counter as well. So, you know, Rumble is open, and there's not really been much top focus in the bans already. Only the K'Sante really taken away. So I think FNB might have the freedom to go a bit crazy.
And then they go the Lee Sin, because with the Udyr, this is Kaboom saying, okay, we're getting outscaled, guys. Like we got to try to fight earlier on in the game, which I think makes a lot of sense. I take a lot of issue with this Udyr pick, though. I don't know what Udyr is supposed to do against this Red Kindred's composition at all. And then considering the fact you get counterpicked, yeah, sure, it's the safest blind on the patch. I think Udyr top is really strong right now, but you're going to become a cannon minion like 15 minutes into the game once Senna Seraphine actually joins the team fights, and it's going to be so difficult to play. And I think, honestly, Trajan, we're seeing the shortcomings of the blue 1 Lucian, because now, unless you dominate the bottom side of the map with your Lee Sin, Lucian, Milio consistently diving, giving a little bit of a red side bottom lane moment, as soon as Senna and Seraphine hit these team fights, I feel like Red Kindred is just not going to be able to be removed from these team fights. Add in the Crescent Guard as well. All of a sudden, Corki damage isn't going to matter as much. The extra Lucian range is not going to matter as much. So much ability to buy time, so much frontline, so much damage as well coming through with this composition. I feel like Red is going to be way too much to handle, and really, for me, my eyes are going to be on Malrang on this Lee Sin. You have got to go crazy in this early game.
Yeah, we're going to need to see some big insects onto the mid and bot side to try and eliminate those targets, because, you can't burn through and poke down Senna Seraphine and Orianna. That's like the point. So, you know, the Lucian cullings for that, the Corki rockets for that, the Udyr ults for that. It seems like Red just have all the answers right now. And they've got high prio picks and carry potential with like FNB's Aatrox as well. So very much happy with what Red have put together. Kaboom are the ones who we're not really sure what we're going to see. It doesn't seem as cohesive, and it seems like it's been a little bit countered, but let's see if they can just dig deep and find it, because Red have not been perfect, right? INTC to win over them. We've seen Red stumble a little bit in that mid and early. They do have late game clutch factor, but certainly not perfect. As we said before, none of our top teams are impervious right now. Loud lost the game to Pain. They almost lost the game to Furia. No one is safe in the CBLOL right now.
Absolutely not. Anything can most certainly happen, and I really think the word that you used, less cohesive for Kaboom, maybe, is how I would describe their composition. But also here in the CBLOL, we thrive in chaos. Maybe we need just a little bit of a lack of cohesion to try to make the map devolve just that little bit into the chaos that they need, because this Kaboom roster will thrive in chaos as opposed to Red. They're going to want to try to keep things organized, which, as you highlight, we always are accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, for sure. We are about to head into the game. This is a game that we are, I believe, fully 5 versus 5 split on predictions. We could not decide, and that does seem to be the healthier way to do it. Whenever we all agree, things go very wrong. So I'm glad that we had a split decision here. But you and I, Hawk, are both on the correct side. We're both on the red side. And after this draft, I feel pretty good about it. So we'll see where the early focus is going to be. Both the Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao, very aggressive, very useful early on. And I want to see who's going to be getting stuck in. You know, we're going to see them invade. We've seen a lot of invading so far today from the Lee Sin specifically as well. And if Red is going to be just quietly scaling up, or if they're going to still be just getting scrappy trying to fight it out.
You know, I think that is the thing, is that the Red Kindreds do have the ability to scrap in the early game. Aatrox, Xin Zhao, Orianna, it's not like this is a weak top side of the map whatsoever. And with the Corki being so passive in the early stages of the game, so much onus on Malrang on this pick. And likewise with Aegis, I love going for this match clear in the early game. Just answer the Lee Sin. As long as you're on the same side of the map as Malrang, Malrang can never take anything for free and potentially create imbalances. The more you can keep things balanced, the more difficult it'll be to generate a lead.
Yeah, Jojo and Bronze. It is Jojo with the Senna as well, notably. Bronze not on the more mechanics-based champion, so I believe both Jojo and Frosty Senna players, and this different strategy might be suffering a little bit as the Ignite goes down onto Jojo. He's down to 100 HP. Natuno striking first in bot lane.
Yeah, a little bit disrespectful there from Jojo. Look, so much of the power in this laning phase comes from your ability to poke and sustain, but the the Seraphine, without the passive up and available, very, very weak and very vulnerable, and you do have to respect those first strike trades that can come through with the Ignite. So Jojo, Brunsey, they should be perfectly fine, but you need to be careful because that is how you lose this game again, is if the Lucian is able to bridge this mid game to create a huge lead and then allow House to come online with, say a 5,000 gold advantage at 20 minutes just to pull out an arbitrary number. This game is definitely not free for Red at that point if they're down like that.
Yeah, for sure. Kaboom is a team that I think we can generally trust to be decisive when they have leads, when they feel like they see an angle for a fight or an objective play, they will take it. This is what symbolizes House, Malrang, Seos as well. They're very decisive players, and they're quite experienced now at this point. So we can trust them to not flounder, I suppose, in that mid game. As we see top lane, the Udyr is doing its standard thing. It's pushing in. FNB's trading back nicely, and we'll see if Lonely can stay safe up there. We have seen the Udyrs often just push and die quite a lot in the CBLOL, so we'll see how Lonely can pilot that. And then, yeah, the mid lane probably a bit quiet, and bot lane, I would have said quiet, but perhaps not, given the small misstep that Red showed. And perhaps it's not, we have Frosty who can do Senna and Lulu and things, and Jojo can play Rakana Nautilus. Maybe they're just testing to see who's got the better Senna right now, and it looks like it might actually be a close call as Natuno's the one taking damage this time.
Very aggressive there from Natuno. And let's remember as well, Trajan, this is a player that in Split 1 last year, we really were impressed by and gave our MVP, our CBLOL English MVP to, due in part to, yes, his great team fighting, but the way Natuno and Zai played together in the laning phase in particular was very impressive. This is an AD carry that can really dominate in the 2 versus 2. And while Brunsey and Jojo last year were able to do a lot of the same, I think it was more about the team fights for Brunsey as well as the roaming for Jojo that impressed me in particular. Natuno and Seos, I think, are 2 players that I associate heavily with the laning phase.
Yeah, for sure. I think this pairing was something that we were all very excited about. I, love myself a bit of House, but in terms of this roster coming together, the Natuno Seos pairing was very exciting. Malrang looking for some excitement himself on the mid lane. Grevflar with no mana to speak of will take a fair old chunk. He has the TP if needed, but so far it's just damage.
Yeah, Wave's going to push into him. Everything should just be pretty even in the middle lane. And again, it's just damage. And that's the thing, right? Aegis, how well can you track Malrang? Every single time you can go for a match clear, the more favorable it'll be. And Kaboom, looks like they're going to find out that it is indeed yet another match clear. Both jungglers just going to clear top to bot. The Grubs are up, and now despite the Aatrox generally being considered a strong pick into the Udyr due to its ability to just out-sustain and match the push once you get some points into the queue, FNB only level 5, the Udyr with that extremely broken Phoenix dance ability to push the wave will have that priority, at least at this point into the game. So Malrang potentially having the ability to start up those Grubs. Of course, that is, in my opinion, the biggest change of Season 14, and the one that has mattered the most, at least in these early games, is if you are able to take 5, 6 Grubs away, it can potentially become a game-winning advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Today we have seen quite a spread. We've seen some 6-0 Grubs. We've seen them despawn on the map by not being taken in time. But so far it's a very early 3-Grub start for Kaboom. Aegis looking to answer that first Chemtech Drake on the bot side. Kaboom, though, with priority in bot lane, might look to go up and start messing around with him. They don't really have the Corki in the mid lane, is level 6, but as you say, not really a lot of imposing presence that the Corki has on the early game. Late game, perhaps, with a package in hand, but right now, we definitely favor the Orianna there, I think.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And Aegis doing this very slowly, but going to be able to take it down in the end, and everything going to just be pretty even. But again, it's similar to me getting that early Grub spawn. The reason why it's so powerful is to, honestly, the threat of Dragon Soul, just to a lesser extent, in that the other team is now heavily incentivized to be forced to fight for that later spawn of the Grubs, which can create those imbalances on the map that, again, we're looking at Kaboom to create. Because at this point, it has been completely even. Teams just trading farm, trading creeps back and forth, the objectives likewise. And we've not seen any sort of imbalance created that Kaboom could potentially look to exploit to get that early lead that they so desperately need.
Yeah, you can see, Grevthar committing the shockwave in mid lane, just trying to push House out of lane, perhaps, after the teleports have been committed, but he has run himself once again, more or less out of mana. Just a bit of pressure, nothing too massive, but you can see on the gold differences there, no one has more than 150 in either direction. It is very, very even, as you say, and we're feeling more confident about the Red Canids comp, about the answer they have drafted, and as the scaling comes through and the game goes later and later, I think we'd only feel more confident about their ability to rock up to that pivotal Baron fight, that Elder fight, and win out the 5v5.
You know, Trajan, can I just tell you how excited I am for CBLOL to be on 14.2 so we don't have to deal with the double support item strategies? I mean, like, you're talking about the resident snoozer type games. We were expecting the turbo banger here in Game 4, which it still very well could be. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
However, this is definitely an anti-banger kind of strategy.
Yes, it's very good. Some might say it's too good, and therefore it's not conducive to explosive, exciting gameplay in that sense. We do have a little brush setup there. Natuno is still trying to get aggressive. Brunsey with the level 6 right now, though, can just point blank lay it on his head. Exhaust as well. The damage isn't high, and really Brunsey and Jojo are just kind of pushing him back as Malrang now steps up to try and get an Aegis face, kicks him back with the Dragon's Rage. Lonely's there, House is there. Everyone's rocking up to ruin Aegis' day.
That was so clean by Kaboom, and Malrang gets it done. The player that we needed to have our eyes on finally creates an advantage for his team, as that was just beautiful. The kick back, forcing Aegis' only escape route to be directly into the waiting arms of House. And we talk about bridging this Corki into the later stages of the game. Even though Red does ultimately outscale as an entire composition, we know what House can do if he's able to get going on this Corki.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely, I think the way I was thinking about it, it's not your grandma's Corki. You know, this is a Corki with some teeth to it, with a bit of edge. It is a Corki that will make its presence known, and now has a little bit of a CS lead growing, and that first blood gold in the pocket, accelerating towards the mirror mana, trying to get those first couple of items done so those rockets can really start to sting. They did get Aegis' flash as well. Malrang held on to his, and has taken decided kind of full control of this top side.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be the second spot of the Grubs. Aegis currently sitting in the bottom side right now, looking for Natuno and Seos, but is just going to get spotted out. And Malrang just played this so incredibly well. Walks in, waits to get spotted, knows that he does individually not quite enough damage to kill Aegis with the flash, so he kicks him back into the red buff wall. The only direction to go was right into House. I mean, you just cannot play that any better. And I think something that really impressed me is the early coordination between the members of Kaboom on that play. Malrang already going in with Lonely and House on rotation before the fight even began. Aegis never had a chance and didn't know it until it was too late.
Absolutely. This is, I think, the biggest worry. Any Kaboom doubters or any worries that we might have is just the kind of too many cooks in the kitchen. Are they going to be able to all pull in the same direction with a lot of powerful, dynamic, mechanical players on this roster? If Malrang and House are operating at that level, that's what we want to see as Natuno commits the culling in bot side, but Aegis has a beautiful flank angle behind them. Jojo drops the heal. You can't really push through them. The ult whiffs from Brunsey. Can Aegis get this over the line? Natuno has the flash. He'll get to safety. Sales as well will stay solid, and the 3v2 ends with no death.
Seos is filthy on the sticks. That was such nice movement in that fight, flashing out of the Seraphine ulti, and then the backstep on the passive E from Brunsey. That was beautifully played. Natuno and Seos riding the line perfectly, and now Malrang going to try to answer back. Aegis still in the area, is going to walk down to cover his bottom lane on the back away. Maybe even look for the fight.
Oh, Jojo tags him with the root. Red don't want to commit, though. It's too far to go. We could see House already. He's just TP'd back in, and he was tending down the river. Good call by Red to step away. So punches are being thrown, but the response is generally very good. The guard is up from both sides, and it is hard to actually find a real opening. The one big difference we can really say, I think, is that Kaboom, they are, they're double grubbed up on a Sunday. They have all 6 ready. So when they can get onto those towers, that is going to be very impactful for them.
And it is Kaboom playing out this early game better, largely empowered through to Malrang, forcing out the enemy bottom lane. It's Kaboom that comes off the reset earlier. They're going to be able to take the Dragon to punish Red, and they get both neutral objectives in this cycle. And we talked about how strong those grubs can be. They're going to summon 2 of the little gremlins every single time a member hits the tower instead of just 1, which really can aid in that push. Because really what it does is it reduces your ability to cross map as Red so much. And again, if you're the team hoping to scale, those cross maps can oftentimes be a boon to you. So all of a sudden, not having that ability without, more than likely losing an entire turret basically off of it can be really detrimental to how you're able to play out the mid stages of the game.
We saw Aegis look for a gank in the top side, spotted out by a ward. Malrang there looking to steal away the scuttle. Won't commit for it though, knows that Aatrox is ready for him. In the bot lane, they're still going at it. They're still dropping ultimates left and right. Summoners flying, but there's so much healing. Brunsey drops ever lower. Was able to step away though, and Brunsey and Jojo, the Senna Seraphine, uncrackable so far. Natuno and Seos, all they have is a bit of a CS lead in the bot lane for Natuno. Of course, Jojo's been doing his own farming. They've got the double support items. They're getting huge gold efficiency right now.
And you know what, though? Brunsey and Jojo may be uncrackable at this moment, but Natuno and Seos are starting to feel themselves with the way that they played out that gank to avoid death into now how aggressively they're looking. And Jojo, you have got to be careful stepping up like this with my friend. I mean, a little bit of fake pressure. They know the enemy jungle is on the top side of the map, so they can threaten that they have Aegis in their back pocket. But Natuno and Seos getting to that point in the game, they've got that, what is it, the Cyclo Sword in Natuno's inventory, the new item, the Energizer item that... is basically like Storm Razor Light is what I think of it as. A lot of damage going to come out.
Well, it's like it's kind of like old Duskblade, where you have the one auto attack that slows them a lot when you hit them, right? I was about to bring that up if you didn't. The fact that we've got the Voltaic Cyclo Sword dropped in first for Natuno, the attack damage, lethality, ability haste, and energize. So that initial engage, that burst, is pretty high for Natuno if he can get in on there, really trying to push an advantage. But right now, Red and Jojo and Brunsey, I should say, are, as we say, very solid down there. Malrank heading onto the Herald, looking to get something done up on this top side. As Aegis just pops himself into the pit and says, let's go, man. Let's throw hands. I don't care. FMB's ready with the World Ender to push them out of the river. And Brunsey and Jojo with the heals to back them up. The eye is open. They're going to try and proc it. Malrank could go for the steal, but it's picked up by Aegis. Out comes the Senna ultimate. TP's on both sides. The 5v5 potentially on the cards, but Red have got what they wanted, and they choose to back away.
Wow, and that, you know what? A very high-level sequence from both squads right there. Very impressed watching the way Kaboom and Red are playing out this game. Red, they strong-arm their 5v5 composition. Aegis, no fear, blast cone into the pit, and they're the ones that walk away with the Herald. But the way Kaboom danced around the edges of the range and forced out some cooldowns from Red meant that Red was not able to press forward and look for a fight without risking death. Good restraint shown from both sides, but FNB now might be the one that's caught out.
Dived into the brush, missed both of his skill shots, and now he's running for the hills. Aegis is there to look for a counterplay. Flashes onto House. Maybe he can get that one. It's sewn up by the Xin Zhao. Make it 2. Could look for the double as Aegis has revenge on the mind. And there it is. 2 kills for Xin Zhao. Mid lane as well. They're going at it. Out comes the Seraphine ultimate. But again, the healing is so strong for either side. Natuno's feeling good. Now we pan to the bot lane, and it's Grevthar flashing away for his life.
And all of a sudden, things starting to crack off. Everybody's getting their first items. Everyone's getting strong. That is a Titanic Hydra on Aegis as he was able to clean up in the top side of the map. And then a little bit of an Udyr moment in the bot, but let's get another look as FNB, the first one in this sequence to really make a mistake, just pressing too far forward. He has Aegis on the side of the map, but he underestimates the damage that can be output by this Corky Lee Sin. But Aegis completed Titanic Hydra, the AoE too strong, able to chunk basically both members to half HP with his first rotation of spells is so incredibly powerful. And with that lethal tempo, the extra attack range, Malrang not able to get away as well, and Trajan, we are now dead even in this game still. 16 minutes in. Red, they maintain the scaling lead, but those 6 Void Grubs really the only thing that separates us at this moment, with an Infernal Dragon spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we do have that even gold across the board still, but we're seeing now the gaps open up on an individual level. 1,000 for Aegis, 1,500 for House on this Corky. As we head into the mid lane, out comes the Herald. Into the Intmobile goes FMB. They're going to try and crack this tower up. Kaboom aren't able to stop it. They will hold on to their tower, though. Minimal impact there as Red start tending down towards the river.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the timing there from Red. They're trying to strong arm their way towards this mid lane tower, but it's a lot harder to siege mid lane tier 1 now with the changes to the map. Feels just a little bit easier to defend in that wider lane. Easier to dive, but easier to defend as now they're jumping out of house.
Has to lose the package in defense, and now Red peeling back into the river. Natuna with the culling, peppering them down. Seos on a flank. Lonely's there too. Malrang heading round the bot side. Could get that kick through. Watch for Brunsey, wants for Jojo. They don't know he's there as their Red are stepping onto the dragon. They still don't know he's there, and he's got a blast cone to get into position. Over the wall he goes.
Got him.
Back Grifthar, and Oriana is eliminated before she can blink. Kaboom step back through. Lonely's in the pit on his own. There's no way he makes it out. 1-for-1 so far. Red
Healing.
still in control of the dragon, and exactly as you say, in comes the Senna Seraphine, in comes the healing, and Kaboom will not be able to crack through. They will lose another Drake.
But it's Kaboom, first move onto the mid lane. Red, they need to try to respond. Kaboom's just probably going to push out these waves, and everything's going to settle, and that's the power of Senna Seraphine in these long, drawn-out fights. It was the right idea from Kaboom. Take one of the carries out of the fight early and try to run them down, but the disengage from Red was too good. They accept that Grevthar was a sacrifice. They backed away as a team, and once more, they come away with the objective, despite Kaboom being first to the punch.
It's just so hard to separate these teams, man. They're playing every fight on a knife edge. They're both bringing such great decision-making through here. Malrang, what an engage to start it off.
Yeah, and just a beautiful flank, recognizing Grefthar was the one on the front line, but look at how Red immediately consolidated their lines. Nobody continued forward into Kaboom. Brunsey just does his job to basically establish that no one can walk through him and Jojo with their shielding and healing, while the rest of the team turns around and takes out the Udyr to make it ultimately a 1-for-1. And in an even fight, as soon as things reset like that, Red's going to get topped off. Kaboom is not, and there's not really any way forward for the blue side.
Kaboom have to be throwing haymakers, right? They've got to be throwing knockout punches when they connect. Otherwise, as you say, Red will just heal back. They will regen with no trouble. Red stepping onto that top side. They're going to pick up that tower. First turret blood over to the Red Canids, and they'll finally open up a little bit of a gold lead, about 500 gold for themselves, as they are still working towards those second items, whereas the carries of Kaboom, House, and Natuna, they've already got them done.
And Red finally going to take down this mid lane tier 1 as well. They've wanted this for so long. That's what they invested the Herald towards, and now they're starting to take control of the map. First 2 towers of the game, dropping it after 19 minutes, so unbelievably late. It just speaks to how slow the pace of this game is.
Oh, Malrang caught up, it kicks back Brunsey, the flash over the wall will not save the Seraphine. The carries were there with enough damage, and that's the knockout punch they needed. Seraphine eliminated by Malrang, and they'll take full control, looking to fire back and get the mid tower themselves.
Yeah, but they're not going to quite get it, and that's so big. So it is a nice pick that comes out from Kaboom, but it's nothing more than that. They're not going to be able to accelerate the pace of the game off of it. Not going to get a tower, not going to get an objective. And that's the right idea. You have to move around. You have to wait for Red to make those mistakes, isolate themselves, and try to leverage your gap close. House so unbelievably strong on this Corki. He has the Malignance alongside that completed and upgraded Muramana. He is going to be the main character from this point forward for Kaboom. We had all of our eyes on Malrang in this early game, and he got some stuff done. But now we're looking towards these team fights. We're looking for another massive bomb from Howls this weekend.
Absolutely. These carries, Natuna and Howls, we're expecting them to step up. We have such high hopes for them over the years, over the splits. There's always been a sense that there's more to be gotten. There's potential not realized in these players. And now in this season, with this new Kaboom super team, the import jungler Malrang, Seos, the 3-time champion on Loud, the GOAT support of the region, could this be enough to actually open the doors and let Notuno and House really spread their wings, become the carries that we always know they could be? They're firing back, getting a turret in bot lane right now, keeping that gold even once again. Still a little while on the Dragon, and the Baron is now live, so there are some options to play through, but as you say, it really feels like the onus is on Malrang, is on Kaboom to find those opportunities, as Red can just sit back.
I gotta say though, I just love the way Red's moving around the map. Every single time Kaboom steps up for a play, it feels like Red right now, they're just leaning away from Hao's Malrang. So Kaboom, they're able to get a tower for what looks like for free, but Red says, hey, we want nothing to do with you two right now. You can have the bottom side of the map. They push through mid together as a 3-man unit, safety in numbers, then take full control of the top side of the map. That way it becomes difficult for Kaboom to do the exact same thing on this side. And then Grevthar, when he knows it's safe, is able to step up and actually clear out the minions in bot, not giving that angle for Kaboom to go for any sort of big time aggression. Exactly how Red needs to play out this mid game.
Yeah, we're seeing that great decision making. We're seeing like good fundamentals. We're seeing good thought and planning going into these decisions. But we can still see for Kaboom, they are raring to go.
Whoa, that's a deep TP.
Wants to get the picks. Hao's has the package. He's ready with a dragon up in 10 seconds. And Kaboom are aggressively posturing in the jungle. Let's see if they can just turn around and take the objective. Perhaps Red will offer the door for a fight. Last game, we loved the way Liberty just took the objective and got out. Let's see if Kaboom can keep it so clean as well.
No flash on Brunsey could be very critical. Has the exhaust, however, but those rockets from Hao's are doing a number.
Really starting to hurt. Red's hard committing. Lonely run rings around them. Out goes Hao's with a massive package over Brunsey's burning down in it. Jojo flashes over, but Natuno, he wants blood.
The healing!
He smells it in the water. Malrang over the wall, finds the jungle, finds the support. Kaboom are starting to mince through Red Canids. They are peeling them apart one by one. Yes, they got the Drake, but they can also find the fight. The last thing on the list is to kite down FNB, and Kaboom are looking dangerous today.
And Malrang picks up 4 kills in that fight, flying into the back line on the Lee Sin. What an unbelievable fight. Kaboom! They get the dragon, they get the kills as the damage from Hao's is unreal. The main character here on this Corki, the main character of the CBLOL perhaps this weekend with how hard he's been carrying. Let's get another look, as I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous as Hao's got a huge package with so much damage onto the Red backline, but got caught up by the edge of the Encore on his Valkyrie, so he ends up dying, but the damage was already dealt. The health bars were too low, and even though it looks like the healing is going to come through in the front to back, Malrang completely ruins it by tagging the Q and breaking everybody's back in the back line.
Absolutely. You can see that Red there, they're firing back somewhat. FNB takes a long time to go down. There was a decent shockwave from Grevthar. They get the carries down, but that is just this thing about Kaboom. This is a multi-threat roster, and now Red are looking to try and push them back, stop the momentum building. It's a flash from Hao's. I don't know if he has the W, but Aegis doesn't really have much to go with right now. FNB's TP'd in over the wall with the World Ender, and Seos running for the hills, but Natuno catches Aegis slipping, getting too confident in the jungle. The Red jungler falls.
Here they come.
And Kaboom in the 4v5. These Hao's rockets are just hitting different. In goes Malrang, traded with Brunsey. Could Kaboom keep the chase going? They've got to be careful here.
And these fights are so touch and go. Red doing everything in their power to try to kite back as a unit, but Kaboom, they are just throwing everything.
Natuno, he's going crazy onto Jojo, but they couldn't get the killing blow, and FNB will push them back. Always Kaboom are hunting, searching for more, but it is so difficult to get these kills over the line.
And Kaboom has just opened up a salvo on this Red composition, as Red doing everything that they can to just try to get away, try to stay alive, but Kaboom doing everything to not let them, as these two teams blow for blow so far in this game. It may be a 2,000 gold lead for Kaboom, but 26 minutes into the game, that is not too much. There is still a Nasher on the map that both teams have yet to really look at this far, but you have to think that with Dragon still not spawning for 2 minutes, that might be where their eyes go. Hao's nearly level 16. That will be Kaboom's moment to try to get the back-breaking advantage.
Red once again trying to step into this topside river, but now they've got uncontested control of the Baron. Does Kaboom know what's going on? You see the pings coming out. Lonely is there. He's going to forge through that vision, but House has TP as well. Are they going to commit it? Are they just going to call this one lost? Malrang is not even quite in range. Out comes the TP.
Brilliant.
Kaboom want to contest this one. They've got Red caught into a bit of a choke point. If they can get a kickback from Malrang, but he misses the Q. And FNB trying to run for the hills. He's got the healing and he survives. Natuno will not be denied. He finds one kill. The rest of Red, though, they have fled. They're out safe, scot-free.
Yeah, and you know what, FNB, a completely worthy sacrifice for that Baron. That was a brilliant shot call from Red. They recognize the exact same thing. Hey, House is about to hit level 16. He's going to have package if we wait for Dragon to spawn as well. So let us force with Malrang on the bottom side of the map, and before House is able to hit that enormous power spike, and they take the Baron without instance. Brilliantly played. One member is acceptable for a loss, and now Red with the Baron. How much can they get?
Only stepping into this top side. Remember, here come the grubs. Those Void Mites pushing heavily for Kaboom. When they have the advantage, they can use it to burn down the towers. They're keeping the waves under control. They're not going to let Red get their free Baron push going, at least not without a fight.
Red, they're at least going to knock down this last outer turret, though, on the bottom side of the map. So they got 3. And honestly, they don't need to get a lot from this Baron. It's more impactful that it was taken off of the map. And any sort of positive gold Baron power play means that you at least got something for it, right? Because you do outscale as a composition. We will hit a point in this game where Howls, I think there will be too much onus on him to carry. We're getting there. I mean, Natuno, Malrang, they are still doing work just because these players are so individually talented in the way in which they have played out these fights has done nothing short of impress me. But really, you have got to win at this Dragon House. Level 16 has the package. That power spike with 3 items is here. You will not be stronger than you are at this moment. But Red doesn't even want to walk into him.
They're completely ceding control of the pit in favor of the towers. Before the Kaboom can get back, they might be able to crack the inhibitor tower, but Lonely, Seos, and House still package in hand.
Here he comes.
Rallying them through. House packages over back into the base. Doesn't get caught by the ult. He's gonna survive this time. Red still caught in the choke. The Grefthar ult is not that big, and Red are running for the hills. Natuno again, always hunting. Always chasing. Malrang looking for the flank. Brunsey could be a target. Jojo with no summoners. In goes the Lee Sin, but it's just Aegis popped against the wall. The rest of Kaboom, they're desperately scrabbling to find more. They want to punish Red.
Still going.
They want to find revenge for their tower. And now maybe they've put them over the wall. House gets one. Natuno again going crazy in this game. FNB the next on the chopping block. Kaboom dismantling Red on the chase. Find 3 kills on the Drake.
And Kaboom chases Red all the way from their base into Red's Krugs. They just keep going, unrelenting in their pressure like a pack of wolves stalking their prey, as Grefthar was the first to make a mistake and die. And from that point forward, Red did not have the numbers to continue the fight. As we can look again, as you mentioned, it was not that great of a shockwave here from Grefthar, and the biggest problem was that he stepped back in to try to find it. The mispositioning, ever so small, puts him in front of FNB, meaning Natuno's damage is enough. And in the 4v5, they do not have the damage without the shockwave. Malrang doesn't find the right angle on the kick, but it doesn't matter. The chase, they're just able to continue forward. The mobility that each of these champions have, they will not be denied.
Yeah, they're so nifty, man. Aegis and Malrang, or Malrang I should say, and the Lee Sin going in and out, back and forth, to going for slows, back to his team, back in for a slow, back to his team. It's so hard to shake them. Kaboom, I love that word choice, Hawk. Unrelenting in this game. Now 3,000 gold ahead. They're on Soul Point. You can see the confidence growing for them. Natuno and House, the carries that we've been gassing up all game, are really coming into their own. And Red, they need to stick together. Safety in numbers. The herd is together strong. You can't get picked off.
Now we can get a little bit of BR Ram action. Red, they know, as you say, apes together strong. Everybody just stick together and do not die. But, I mean, Kaboom, They have found so many angles this game, so many beautiful angles that you almost wonder, is Red even safe ever?
Yeah, it's for people like Malrang, right, who can just section out one. They can kick them out of safety to try and remove them there, and House is still poking and prodding, separating them. If you clump up, you get hit by a big one, everyone's gonna hurt after it. You don't want to stand next to everyone else. It's hard to manage for Red. It's very hard to navigate. And we can see that struggle getting worse now. As late as the game goes, we are going to see this Red composition start to level up once again when the 3-4 item mark starts hitting for Senna. For Grevthar, the shockwaves are going to start hurting even more. There is still plenty of growth and scaling to be had by this Red Canids composition, but whether they'll be allowed to find it is another question.
And I do think that's the thing. You know, there is still plenty of scaling to be had, but at this point, Red is online, right? They have their item spikes that they need, and you know, level 16's coming through on their solo laners. Jojo, I wonder if at some point they'll be able to click over him so we can see the Senna stacks, but like, it's not like they need to go that much further. Sure, they will continue getting stronger, but this is the point in the game in which they should be able to fight back. It really just has been. I want to praise Kaboom for the way they have fought together, so on the same page for only week 2 into Split 1 with this completely new look Kaboom roster. I think that speaks volumes to not just these players, but the coaching staff as well for what they've been able to put together.
Unatuno again leading the charge, and Aegis is dismantled.
Oh, Malrang
flies in to secure it. TP in from Lonely. They don't have the front line. They don't have the crescent sweep. Now nobody can stop this Udyr. Grevthar has nothing to offer. Kaboom are unleashed, dashing, chasing after Red Canids. It's a double for Natuno. 3 dead for Red, and the Baron is live.
And they're going to get it. There is no answer with only FNB and Jojo alive. And you know what we said all the way back in the beginning of this game? You know, Red, they may have the more cohesive composition, but Kaboom, they might just be able to thrive in a little bit of chaos. And none other than Malrang, Natuno, and House have done exactly that. The way they have split Red like the Red Sea, it is just impressive. Red, they are trying everything to stay alive, but Aegis stepped too far forward, got punished, and they are going to lose not only the Baron, but the Dragon Soul. And you know what? That might just be the straw that broke the camel's back in this game for the day.
Momentum really slipping away, and I think that Soul and the Baron combination, this should be enough to crack the base for sure. You know, so many pundits and casters, we love to say things like, well, this team, you know, sometimes they're just 5 fingers, but this team, they're 5 fingers and they can make a fist. They can play together and they can all come at you and be stronger and than the sum of their parts. I feel like Kaboom is 5 arms, each with a fist on it. You know, they're all so strong. They're all carries. They're all competent, and they're not necessarily winning by all being super synced up on every engage, but they're all doing their part in the fight, in the chase, in the objective play, and they're all mechanically succeeding in their own ways as part of this mission. This is the dream. This is what we wanted for this Kaboom roster, to see so much talent on display, all pushing towards the same goal.
And let's see if the 100-handed one with their newfound confidence can look for this fight. House has the package. And Red under their 2-2 turret, desperately trying to defend, but the Void Mites, the culling, the damage, it's all so much pressure.
Here's the healing, but House is not even there. We're not even dealing with the rockets right now. He's just taking down Inhibs, and the 5 members of Red are
someone's got to answer this
by their bot side inner. Can somebody answer the Void Mites? You can see House is even thinking, are they going to stop me? Surely someone's going to come here and stop me, right? As Red do slightly start to peel back, but damage is done. Inhib is down.
Yeah, and sure, they don't get the tier 2, but any more pressure, and Red is going to pop.
The cake back once again to FMB. That frontline Aatrox already dead before anyone can stop him. Kaboom always finding the pick, and House and Malrang with the flank coming through round this tower as it crumbles before the Kaboom advance. Natuno dashing forward once again. The shockwave only hits 1 and the towers are laid bare. Kaboom, they could be going for the end.
They absolutely could be. FNB down, it's only one member, but the Baron buff, the Void Mites, they have this for 30 more seconds. One more wave with double inhibitor death. The waves are not synced, but a super minion is here, and Natuno does so much damage.
The culling again, House as well. The towers are melting like butter before Kaboom. 4v5, it's do or die for Red, but Kaboom love to get down and dirty. They will take another fist fight, and they will claim the victory over Red Canids.
And what a game it was. So well played from both sides, but Kaboom, just a better team on the day. Look, you look at the scoreboard, 23-6, and you might say, you know, Hawk, that didn't really look that close, but the way in which Red understood how the map was supposed to function that game, so effectively answering, it felt like everything Kaboom was doing for so much of the game was just brilliant. But Kaboom, they saw yet the slightest chink in the armor, and they exploited it, drove a spear right into the heart of Red, and did not stop, just twisting it. An unbelievable masterclass in how to, once given an inch, take a mile. Kaboom, take a bow. What an incredible game here in the CBLOL.
Yeah, I've got to say, man, this, as I was saying at the end there, this is the Kaboom that lived in my dreams. You know, this is the one that I saw in my mind's eye when they announced this roster, and I thought, okay, this could be insane. And that's how insane it could be. They were so effective at picking apart the Red composition, picking them off one by one, driving them back, chasing them down, leaving no window for Red to ever get 2 feet under them. So impressive for Kaboom. And that's a roster that could beat anyone. You know, this Red Canids is talented across the board, experienced across the board, and they drafted the composition that plays well together. They're great synergized players, but even that wasn't enough to keep the arms of Kaboom from just reaching in there and tearing it apart.
And that is what terrifies me about Kaboom, is I feel like Red, all things considered, played together pretty well as a team, but their setups were worse. Their team play was worse, and they just struggled to find those angles, and that speaks not to Red's mistakes so much as to me, how coordinated and how together Kaboom is for only week 2, day 2. This is definitely going to be a terrifying team, and I think if you're a Red fan as well, you come away from that game, you feel completely fine with how your Canids played today, but it just was not enough to get past Kaboom.
Yeah, it's not that like, oh, we threw this one and we should be stomping everyone. It's, man, CBLOL's kind of strong now.
CBLOL kind of stacked this split,
This isn't a freebie anymore. We can't just rock up with the, you know, with the cousins and expect to start winning again. There's a lot of killers in this bracket, and we absolutely love that. For now, though, let's go to a break. We'll be back with the last game of the day, which will be Fluxu versus Vivo Cade Stars. Again, I'm not going to come out here and say that any game is going to be more exciting than the other, because today has been absolutely stacked with excitement from top to bottom. You don't want to miss the last game of it. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the last game today on the CBLOL English. Welcome back, everybody. Time for the last game of the day here at the CBLOL English Round 4. Fluxu versus Vivo Cade Stars. Now, we've seen our upsets today. We've seen our fair share of them, honestly. The blue side curse does seem to be holding strong. But for now, Fluxu is a team I think that we're still questioning, right? We're still unsure of them. We've seen Liberty take down Pain Gaming. We've seen Loss take down Furia and almost take down Red, right? We've seen a lot of good things out of these low echelon teams. Fluxu's kind of the last one of the three. So what do we think are they bringing to the table? What are they going to offer us to kind of give us that same hope that we have in the others?
Well, you know, Trajan, I at least hope they're going to offer us a very explosive mid lane matchup, right? Because when I look at both of these teams, and Fluxu in particular, their new mid laner, Fu, has been someone that I have been impressed by, and also I think that is sort of the catalyst for this Fluxu team. And on the opposite side, staring down a mid laner that has been very highly touted into Kui. I don't know if it's, you know, this is like the way Fluxu, the path to the promised land necessarily, but I want this to be a high mechanical, very explosive mid lane battle between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think that definitely seems to be a good way to attack Cade Stars, right? It seems like they so far have lived and died by Takui's mid lane performance. When he is popping off on Azir, he is going crazy, and the team is all in line behind him, and they're all firing on all cylinders. But when he's shut out of the game, when he doesn't have a lead, when he doesn't have a pick that he's as comfortable on, it seems, everything just starts to kind of fall apart. So the mid lane matchup does seem very important for Cade Stars. Now into Fu, who is... We've seen a great Akali game out of him. We have seen, you know, a few struggles as well. Not as experienced. I would assume that Takui would be able to be a bit more comfortable there, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Maybe Sting can tilt that one, like over. I don't know. Words are hard. This is my 5th game of the day. I've run out of vocabulary. Maybe Sting.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he could tilt that matchup, you know, one way or the other. You know, they have an impact in the mid lane, because once again, it is another mid jungle focused game. And for Fluxu, you know, like you said, it has been a fair share of struggles as well as success. Only 3 games under their belt this split. The first one looked really good, and we already touched on it, largely in part due to Fu, an insane Akali performance, 11-1-4 on the first game of the day. And that was also one in which Sting was able to get really heavily involved with 17 kill participation in his own right, the highest on the team. And to me, it's been the games in which the other two, Sting and Fu, have not looked like they've been as together. And so I think if you're a Fluxu fan, that's where you've got your eyes. This game is, you know, whatever the result may be, because I think a lot of people have Vivo Cade Stars pegged as one of our top of the table teams. Whatever your expectations are for this game, you want this mid jungle to play well together and to attack, again, who is someone who is a great player in the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think Desamas is such an interesting quantity for me, talking about mid jungles, because he always feels like a player that is one of these, like, oh, he's got so much potential, he's so good. He's almost there. He's always almost there. Even back to the Liberty
Trajan,
days.
I know we were riding that Desamas wave last split.
Yeah.
We were really high on this player, you and I personally. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and maybe like I'm just waiting to see who has the key to kind of unlock Desamas and bring him up into that top echelon of junglers. Because see, sometimes some of the games this guy pulls out are absolutely incredible in terms of the control he has, even against the Aegises and the Crocs and the Karaokes of the CBLOL. So there's huge value there. Gigu as well has been around and about for so long, and he is always very reliable. Now the bot lane is very interesting for VKS because they seem very solid and reliable. We know Pro Delta has an amazingly high ceiling, and it feels like Smiley's not really doing anything wrong. Like there's not really big mistakes coming out of this bot lane, but I'm wondering if they're going to be able to keep that value as the other bot lane duos bed in. We've seen the Tuna and Seos start to really get going, right? And are they going to have the firepower to really match up come playoffs time?
And I do think it's going to be really interesting looking at both of these bottom lanes, because honestly, the way in which these teams have functioned, I feel like has been kind of similar throughout this split so far, where for Vivo Cade, it has just been so much about this top side of the map. Takui, Gigo getting so many resources, and Desamas, I think understandably sending it that way, and Smiley and Pro Delta perfectly capable in their own right. It just hasn't really been about them so far. And whether or not, that's by design or what, we just haven't really seen the game revolve around them for Cade Stars so far this split, right? And, I think, like you said, they've played perfectly well in their own right, but the bot lane pool here in CBLOL is incredibly deep. At the marksman position in particular, it feels like we have so many great marksmen here in Brazil. I mean, you've got the likes of Titan, Brunsey, Root. I could go on to Tuno, right? There's so many great players at this position. And so Smiley and Pro Delta, I want to see like where they're able to slot themselves in. And I think similarly for Fluxu, we've talked about, we want to see this mid jungle link up a little bit more. I think something that's been interesting about this team is that Sting has been more willing to pull out the carry junglers than someone like DeSamus would be, and make the game about himself. But in a similar fashion, it's just not really been about Kojima and Scamber so far.
Yeah, these are two very hot prospects, Kojima coming fresh out of academy. Kojima and Reaper were the two names that people were thinking, okay, the Brazilian AD carry factory is still very much running, and these are the next two coming off the assembly line right now. And then Scamber we saw on that red roster for kind of a split when they had, I think, their just slight pullback split. I think that might have come in as a replacement from Curry when Titan and Curry was happening, and they had Bowl Avenger. I think that was the Scamber era. So we saw a little bit there. It was fine. And now he's coming back in with Kojima. Still fine, it seems solid, but we're waiting to see how this is going to develop once they've had a few weeks to really get settled, when we know the mechanics are there. Like I said, we've seen them take a win over Furia in that first week. We know they've got the ability to win over teams that are still fairly solid. So it's the jury's still out for me, and a lot of these players will just have to keep data gathering as we have gotten into the champ selects. We're getting into draft here for the last game of the day. And now we've seen some odd B1s. We saw Lucian B1 before. We have seen some very varied prio, and looks like we might see another one. But Hawk, are we convinced yet by the Lucian B1 after we saw Natuno go absolutely wild on it?
I don't know, but not everybody in the CBLOL is Natuno. It's hard to be that good.
It's true.
However, I don't know how to feel about the Lucian B1. I'm going to be honest. It makes sense because you basically just guarantee yourself a bottom lane that's going to be useful, useful TM. The problem is it also is just it can really fall flat on its face, and then it falls flat on its face, and then you realize you don't have a consistent marksman. And what are you giving up, right? Vi, something that still has a lot of priority here in the CBLOL. We've already seen good performance on it from DeSamus so far this split. And you're giving over Azir, who has been unequivocally the strongest mid laner on the current patch.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen a lot of Azir Orianna today. Generally, the Azirs have been coming out on top. Dinkato did put a win together. No, he didn't actually. He actually lost to Liberty. So, nope, I think the Orianna's generally been suffering into the Azir so far. We'll see if Fu wants to go on to a comparatively scaling mage. He has had more success on the more active champions like the Akali. But we'll see what that's going to be. Sting back to his Zinjao. This is a classic Sting pick even before this year. He's been very confident on this. This is a solid meta for his style of jungling. And it looks like we will see a similar run back there with the Milio paired up with Lucian. So Kojima and Scamber are going to have the tools to get aggressive. Hell knows we saw what Natuno and Seos did with this pairing, even against the very safe, kind of reliable, as we said, uncrackable duo. They were still making their effects known.
And now you got a couple options. Udyr, Cassante, or you pick your marksman. That's it. That's your choices here if you're Vivocade. I don't think... this draft has been pretty straightforward. We're seeing a lot of meta so far. I think the only interesting thing is that Cassante 100% pick ban. We saw in the game right before I came on that how disgustingly broken that champion can be with Makes just being him on that champion 1v3 and people still up and available. I would expect to see it banned here by Fluxu. I think you just ban Cassante, Udyr, get rid of both the super safe top lane blind picks, and force Gigo into a matchup against Chiari, who I do want to take a moment to talk about Chiari for a second. A player that I think was on Liberty last year. A lot of struggles for that team. No secret, right? But a lot of us found Chiari to be one of the shining lights. It felt like he was not one of the best top laners in the CBLOL, but also far from the worst. And you know, he was oftentimes able to do things that sometimes gave Liberty those signs of life, despite how much that team struggled. We've not really seen it so far this split. And in this matchup against Gigo, I want to see Chiari really step up to one of the best top laners in the CBLOL and say, hey, I can play against this guy and I could potentially beat him.
Yeah, for sure. With the Rumble banned away, we've already got one of our most dominant picks taken there. I know the Aatrox, I think, is something that's been sneaking in when the Udyr Cassante dichotomy is removed. We're seeing a fair bit of that coming through, as it is a lot of support focus on Fluxu. The Blitzcrank and the Rakan removed from Pro Delta, whereas VKS are trying to fix that mid lane matchup. As we said, I think that is very important for them right now. Getting away with the classic counters, and we'll see what Fu wants to do. If he wants to go back to a mage, something like a Syndra, or if he's going to go into an assassin. The Akali is still there, you know? It's probably not as fun in lane, but those team fights can still be very deadly. Cassante locked in for Gigo, and the Udyr is painfully open. So we'll see if Fluxu just want to draft Kaboom's comp and just see that worked pretty well. So.
It's probably Udyr or Rumble. I mean, I don't think there's really any other option. Talia is interesting. I would expect this to be mid for Fu. It's a good matchup into the Azir. You have range advantage, you have push advantage early on into the game, as well as just in general, a more powerful early to mid stage than the Azir, who generally takes that little bit longer to come online. And I mean, okay, it's not the Udyr. I'm impressed by this. I like this for Chiari.
Yeah, I think this is a great, it's another strong AP carry top laner. They're performing very well right now. We have seen a couple of Gwen games, at least one so far, and the damage this champion is doing late in the game is insane. It's great at cutting through things like Cassante's. There's a lot of kind of true damage coming through there with the needlework. There's a lot of value they can have in tank shredding, plus is also good backline assassination. So I like the fact they're betting on themselves with a carry. As the Nautilus comes in for Pro Delta, paired with Aphelios for Smiley. You don't seem chuffed about that one, Hawk.
I think this is a terrible 2v2. I don't know how you're not getting dominated by Lucia Milio in this matchup. Like, Nautilus to me here feels like, what do we pick? I don't know, Nautilus. Like, it's good. It's just, Nautilus is good. You know what I mean? But yeah, when paired with the Aphelios, it just creates a 2v2 in which you just kind of have less stats to work with when compared to the Lucia Milio. The amount of steroids that they can put down with the shields and the passive and the attack range and the healing onto the Lucian, the amount of damage that can come out, especially when you're factoring things like first strike and press the attack. Very vulnerable. And you know, Pro Delta, this just, again, to me says, hey, I'm going to try to get out on the map and do something. And now I think VKS has a still really solid composition, right? They have the Azir Aphelios, with Vi to get things started alongside Nautilus, Cassante to be a big front line. It makes sense, and it's going to operate very well in a vacuum, but I think I really like what Fluxu has right here. They have a winning top and mid, as well as bottom lane, actually 3 pushing lanes with the Xin Zhao for Sting to try to get involved, and now we can really have that test of can Sting and Fu link up to try to play for sides and generate an early lead.
Yeah, I think that Fluxu's comfort zone is where their highly mechanically skilled players are given free reign to go a bit crazy on them and kind of be responsible for their own effect on the game. And I think that is the kind of comp that they have together. So if they come out of these lanes looking good, if they're on the same page, if they're feeling good today, they could easily do a lot of damage to VKS that has, as you say, it's a very standard composition. It makes a lot of sense, right? But sometimes we've seen VKS start to struggle. I'm going to be looking to this mid lane matchup, as I said. We like the choice that Fu has taken for the matchup there, but that is more towards, you know, effective side points. And Takui might be able to just kind of vibe in mid lane and get to those 1 or 2 item spikes on the Azir, which could be all they need. We're going into the game just now. Last game of the day, everybody. It's been a long, exciting day, and we have one more banger for you. Fluxu versus Vivo Cade Stars. Let's see who can end this day on a win.
Only bangers here in the greatest region in the world. CBLOL never fails to deliver. Always brightens up my Saturday and Sunday mornings. And Fluxu, Vivo Cade Stars. Truly, I am expecting a good one. Vivo Cade, I think they're the favorite coming in, at least early on here in the split. Fluxu, a team, a lot of question marks surrounding them. But this is the kind of composition that a team can really come together on and show how their practice pays dividends. But Sting, you got to be careful.
Yeah, hook from Pro Delta onto Sting. This is a rough start for the Xin Zhao. He's not getting out. He knows it. And it's first blood to Smiley. Woof, that ain't the start you want.
You know what, though? That is really nice from Vivo Cade, because to me, they watched tape. They said, hey, Sting is going to walk in and place this ward, because why the hell is Pro Delta otherwise sitting in Raptors there? Like, that is a pre-prepared level 1. Vivo Cade knew that Fluxu was going to do that. Great punish. I think that's just excellent scouting from them, and Sting rightfully gets taken down.
Smiley going to be happy with that one. No chance to go and buy and get that in his inventory right now, but that first back is going to be hitting quite different. Kojima and Scamber going for a super aggressive level 1 past the tower. Hook lands onto the melee, but Kojima on this Lucian can get a lot of damage through with the passive. Smiley firing back as well. And ultimately, I think it's VKS favorite. Smiley seems pretty comfortable.
But you know what, though? Health is a resource. Kojima and Scamber, they trade a little bit of it to get positioning on the wave, and I think Smiley and Pro Delta might have missed a minion of experience. I actually want to track this, because if they hit level 2 later, it might not matter, I guess, if they have push, but... So scratch that. They're going to get level 2 first anyway, but I like the idea from Fluxu, even though it doesn't end up working out.
Yeah, Scamber did drop the heal, unfortunately. Another hook from Pro Delta landing, getting that lane nice and comfortable for themselves, stripping the summoners away from Fluxu. As we see Desamus heading down towards the bot side river. Sting instead heading up towards top with fairly standard mid and top lane matchups. No big leads accruing so far, but we've got to be always have like a second eye watching onto Casantes in the top lane, because sometimes they just decide to kill your opponent. You know, you can't really sleep on them.
Yeah, but mismatch clears here from the junglers, and Vivo Kate starts crashing just a little bit too early. I would have loved if they could have held for the 4th wave, maybe looked for a bit of a dive action with the Samus and really try to punish this early pick Lucian. They don't end up going for it. They're just going to play the slow early game. Of course, Vivo Cade, they do have the scaling advantage this game. They have the easier to execute 5-on-5 composition. I do think the ball is in Fluxu's court. They have a very explosive mid game. I'm looking at like those 1-2 item spikes to be when this composition is at its strongest. That's when they want to break open the game. We just saw Kaboom do something very similar. Fluxu trying to do the same.
Ego getting a lot of these grass procs off, man. Chunking down Kiari, getting the push in his favor. Runs himself out of mana for the privilege. Will likely just shove it in. Pull the recall. A Sting is now still on that top side. Doesn't seem to be tending towards Gigo, though, in the top lane. Or maybe he is. Maybe he just wanted that scuttle and is trying to punish Gigo for hanging around. There's no vision on him. Just maybe spotted the corner of him there, and Sting will clear out the wards, but won't find an angle onto Gigo himself.
Gigo puts on that red light. Sting does not continue singing up in the top lane right there, as everyone's just going to take a reset. It's going to be a slow early stage of the game. There's not really a whole lot of playmaking potential in any of these lanes for anybody, especially until Desamas hits level 6 on the side of VKS. A lot of safety, mobility almost everywhere. I think we're really looking towards those early team fights, early skirmishes around the Grubs, Dragons, and Heralds to be where the action comes.
Yeah, such a cool thing about the Grubs. It just gives more things to fight over as Kiari dashes forward, as Gigo goes past him, escapes the snips, and now knocks him back with the Intofo strikes. The Conquerors are coming out, and Kiari's dropping ever lower, goes in aggressive, has to hit this Q, flashes are traded, and Gigo loses out in the end, but they're both on a sliver.
And they both lose the flash up, but the wave is in a more difficult position for Gigo. That's going to slow push into Kiari, which is devastating. And Gigo doesn't have the mana to continue fighting. He had to back away. He's actually going to stay to try to get this one in, but I mean, he's got the teleport. Should be fine. Kiari just going to match. So both top laners brawling, but no dice. Now Takui, just be careful freezing.
Sting's right there. Taku with no ultimate has to burn the flash, but there's Fu ready with the seismic shove, and it's clean as you like in mid lane.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see. Fu and Sting together. Confident flash right there from Sting. Finds the knockup. Fu, immediate flash follow, seismic shove. Takui goes down, and now full priority in bottom river. And they don't want the Dragon Trajan, because guess what? After these map changes, you know what the easiest lane to gank on the map is? It's bottom.
Oh, here it is. Pro Delta on the wrong side of that bot gank right there. Burned the flash on reaction, but nowhere to go to safety. And Kojima picks this one up. Now Fluxu are starting to get rolling.
And you know what? That's a really big kill for Kojima to pick up, because something that we need to talk about that I didn't really notice is that Smiley is dunking on Kojima right now in CS. Almost 20 ahead at just 6 minutes into the game. That level 1 that I said I liked the idea of, clearly Fluxu got punished. We didn't really see what actually happened there in bottom lane, but despite the death, it's really VKS that's still in the driver's seat on that side of the map.
Yeah, as much as I can praise Kojima and tout him as, a very exciting prospect out of Academy, Smiley is no slouch. Smiley has been around for a great many years, been operating in the European regional leagues, the Prime League, LFL. He's been on Vegas Squadron back on CIS when that was a Tier 1 region. This guy's been around the houses and clearly knows what he's doing. And then paired that up with Pro Delta as well. It is a pretty fearsome duo, especially for the new pairing of Kojima and Scamber. So VKS firing back on the bot side, and Desamis going to look to take that control, turn it into a Drake.
Yeah, and that's a really big Dragon pickup as well, because it's not being answered by the Void Grubs. Neither team really prioritizing that objective on the top side of the map, despite the pressure that Chiari does have in the one-on-one. As I say that,
all committed in the ultimate from Gigo. Chiari there. Does he have what it takes to get away? No, he doesn't. I feel like we've seen this so many times today, Hawk. The K'Sante lane just explodes when the ult is ready and the solo kills start flying.
And there's a reason why this is one of two champions at 100% pick ban rate. K'Sante just so strong. Even the Gwen counter, it gets so much priority later on into the game with how much it's able to outscale in the 1v1. But early on, K'Sante no slouch, and Gwen, after multiple nerfs throughout Season 11 and 12, just doesn't have the same early laning punch that she used to. Gigo gets a solo kill, and I think this is something that's going to worry me for Fluxu, is they're not doing anything right now. They're not able to find a gank bottom because Desamis is there. The solo kill prevents any sort of grub take. That Sting was not prioritizing anyway. And so, yes, they get a couple of nice plays, they get a couple nice kills, but the game, to me, still favors Vivo K-Stars at this state because of the pace at which it's being played.
Yeah, for sure. I think, when we have a team like Fluxu, I want to see them be able to cut loose and everyone flex their mechanical prowess and all push towards the same direction. But you have these younger rosters that tends towards the kind of shorter term thinking. They can set up a good gank in mid, but what's coming after that? What's coming after that? Whereas VKS, I think, do seem a little bit more controlled, a little bit more measured. And now Fluxu are going to head onto the grubs to try and get something back for themselves. Desamis is nearby, but both supports are also rotating over, and I imagine this will be Fluxu's to sew up.
And it should still be winning for Fluxu, as you say. They've got the prio in mid. They just have the stronger early game skirmish composition, but Vivo K-Stars might still have something to say about it, as Desamis now going to buy Takui first move. And Sting is doing these very slowly, able to pick up 2, but there's going to be a contest here, Trajan.
He's still healing up. Heals away for now. Desamis, what's he want to do here? Q's through the grub. It's about to reset, but it's not there. The smite is ready.
Flop's
and
coming.
It's 2 for 1, but now Fluxu on the back side of it. They're on to Pro Delta. This Nautilus will not survive. Chiari on the front line. Baits back in Desamis. Gigo is there as well, but the number advantage so heavily in Fluxu's favor. Fu can get through there. Takui's back in and bulldozes Chiari with the Shurima shuffle. Fluxu, though, still coming out on top. They had the good start to the fight, and Gigo can go crazy. He can go K'Sante mode all he wants, but I think he might be able... Oh, don't tell me. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Makes would have won it, but, I guess...
Hey, Fu had to flash. Fu had to flash to not get K'Sante momented right there. Gigo really trying on the top side, but it's a good collapse from Fluxu, recognizing that they have the stronger early game composition and Pro Delta just not tanky at this point of the game. I think something as well, split call here from Vivo K-Stars. Takui sends the soldiers out over the wall, while Desamis and Gigo want to re-engage the fight, meaning they lose so much DPS from their Azir. I almost wonder if Vivo Cade would have actually won this if they were just a bit more together. Unfortunately, not the case. Fluxu, well-played fight from them, able to clean it up. I think it was a 4 for 2 at the end of the bloodbath in the top side of the map.
Yeah, that one went a little bit crazy, that's for sure. Ended up with 4-2 Krug score as well, or so I guess just 3-1, because we're not going to get another spawn, I think, before the Herald.
I think we should, but barely. Like, there's going to be like a 45-second window, I think, for teams to do the grubs, because the Herald spawns at 14 minutes now, and the grubs are up in like 2.5. So, yeah, it's going to be like, you'll have 15 seconds to do the grubs. Someone rush them down.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get that one done, that's for sure. We have a lot of gold onto Fu right now, so a bit of responsibility placed on this young mid laner's shoulders once again. We have seen him pop off with some resource investment in the past, and that could be a good turning point to keep VKS's mid lane down. Takui has hit his first item as well, and this mid game is going to be very telling for Fluxu as he head towards the end of plates, towards the second round of grubs. If they're going to keep stepping up and finding these good early skirmishes, or if VKS, now that they've got some gold, now they've got some control, they're going to start really swinging things in their favor.
And I've seen a lot of mid laners do this now that the Mythic system has been removed with the Archangel Staff Rush. And I haven't done the math or anything to calculate it out myself yet, but I really don't know how to feel about this if you're in Fu's position. I feel like getting a damage item earlier on is just better because we talked about how important this mid lane matchup was and how explosive the mid game will be. And Fu, once the Seraphs is completed and he gets a second item, going to be explosive amounts of power coming out from this Taliyah. But first item on the Seraphs just feels a little bit passive almost, like you're not leveraging the pretty sizable gold advantage that you have in the one-on-one to continue dominating this mid matchup. We'll see if it bites them, but just something that I've noticed, like some mid laners have built a damage item first, some mid laners have built Archangels first, and it kind of depends on who you're playing and who's playing it.
Yeah, we'll see if we're going to really feel that lead from Fu as the Dragon has been started up. Desamus leading the charge on it. Sting trying to force his way in. The 4 versus 4 is ready. TPs are available, but it's already
Good
down
wall.
to Xin Zhao. Sting walks in and takes it, and the fight is breaking out in earnest. Desamus the first dead. Beautiful TP location for Chiari, though. One is down already. Takui scoops him out, but it doesn't save him from the culling. Gigo arrives late to the party. Fluxu have already won.
And you know what? You can feel your lead when you have a nice Taliyah wall like that. Fu perfectly separates out the team. And right now, Fluxu, they are looking coordinated. We said this is the kind of composition that a team can really strut their stuff on. You can show what you're made of and have a good look for the rest of the split when you're team fighting like this. 2 members put in the front line alone to be picked off. 3 members separated out the back. And Chiari, no hesitation on the teleport. Guigo may be showing up, but it's far too late. 3 for 0. Dragon in favor of Fluxu as well from the nice smite from Sting. In this mid jungle, we asked for them to deliver. How about 8 kill participation apiece at 14 minutes?
Is exactly what we wanted from Fluxu. The confidence is there. They're happy to step up and take the fights that they should be able to win. And there go the Grubs, dying, I believe, just to the Herald, and it'll be a 2-1 count in the end. But Fluxu, they do have the lead. They have some control to play with. And it's going to be up to VKS to try and stop that bleeding. Give themselves time to scale, time to set up a bit of a safer play for themselves. Because Sting is wasting no time. Straight onto the Herald he goes.
Yeah, Sting's strong and he knows it. It's all about the mid game for Fluxu. They're on that 1-item spike. They're approaching that 2-item spike in which they're strongest. And while you want to make sure you don't get picked off, you want to make sure you have wave control. I like this restraint. Overall, Fluxu, they've got control of the map. They're, as long as they can be clean in their setups, they'll be first to the punch, and they'll be able to take anything that they want now with control over mid. This should be an objective traded in favor of what was the first tower of the game for Vivocade.
You can see now that Fu has hit onto that Seraph's, got it fully stacked up and transformed and heading towards that second item now. So should get that damage to spike.
They want this shutdown.
Yeah, they really want to get some of that gold off right there. Samus and Takui would love to punish this Taliyah. This young mid laner promoted up into the CBLOL First Division with some weight on his shoulders to bear for Fluxu right now as they've grabbed up that Herald and get back to save this mid lane tower. We'll see what Sting wants to do with it. If he wants to crack that mid or wants to maybe hold on to it and use it for one of the side lanes.
And Fu paying good respect not to give over anything, not leaving the safety of that tower, because in the entire time that Herald sequence was happening, Dasami's just lurking on that side. Fu, a big chunk of change sitting on top of his head that you do not want to give over, particularly to this Azir, because despite how good the early game has been for Fluxu so far, how can you convert this advantage? Only 1,000 gold in the lead, only 1 grub up, and the Drakes are even. They've got that Rift Herald. I want to see them open up this map together as a team to really take control, because that's going to be the big test, right? Good teams can get ahead. Great teams have to be able to close.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely they do. I do love that the CBLOL has blessed us with at least 3 Infernal Rifts today. I think we've had maybe a Hextech, maybe even 4 Infernos, honestly. It has been all flames all day. Very explosive fights as the game goes forward, as Chiari aggressively starts through with the W. Maybe Takui forgot how that one works, I think, and Sting will step in to finish it off.
You know, we've not seen any Gwen as immune memes in a little bit, Trajan, but yeah, Takui. That's a tough scene. Hey, you know what, buddy? We've all been there. It happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, gets punished, and that should be top lane tier 1 going down in favor of the Fluxu.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like it makes sense to Kui. We're on your side, but alas, that is how it works. So he goes down in that top lane. The Herald dropped into top as well, but it's going to be a bit of tower damage, not that much impact. Mid lane, however, is going to fall.
Okay, in a missed optimization of the Herald on the top side of the map, so you can still drop Shelly and have her charge, just like she did through, like, Season 7 through, 7 through 13, right? But on Season 14, if you jump in and drive the Herald, you get the Void Mites that pop out. That does not happen if you regular drop Shelly. So you should always jump in if you have the means. Obviously, I think Chiari didn't want to miss the minions, but you want to jump in, get those extra Void little dudes, and start hitting the tower, because that can really make a difference in the amount of damage you're able to output. So, you know, for your solo queue games, jump in and learn to get your driver's licenses, guys.
Yeah, just commit. Don't take the passive route. Don't let it autopilot. You can't be trusted yet. Okay, it's get in, get behind the wheel, and get that extra value. As we have the Infernal Drake spawning VKS right onto it on the very second it comes onto the map, and Fluxu not really responding here. Now they're going aggressive onto Gigo, not in time to save the Drake, and they might just go for mid push instead, but they kind of seem like they're backing up.
Vivocade is going to be giving up a lot for this, because it's going to be top lane tier 1 as well. We already saw mid lane tower drop after Gigo TP topside, so it's just going to be a reset from the Cade Stars. Dragon traded for a tower yet again. We wanted to see Fluxu open up this map. I would like to see them control these dragons a little bit better, but they do still have time to fight for them. It's not like Vivocade has any sort of soul win condition of their own. They just do need to recognize that while I don't think they're on a hard clock this game or anything, they do not get massively outscaled. Their composition does become more difficult to pilot relative to the opposition later on.
We do have a second item, Cosmic Drive, here for Fu on the Talia. This is not an item we see very often right now. What do you think about this item? Because, and I guess, why is it that we don't seem to see it picked up very much?
Great question. I kind of forgot this item existed on Season 14. Like, there's so many broken mage items now, right? Like, the old ones kind of fell by the wayside. Let me get back to you on that. I'm actually going to do a bit of research into this item.
Malignance, because there's no damage ultimate, so you don't really need the Malignance thing. And you don't really need Storm Surge, because you're not like... Maybe Storm Surge, because you're bursting, but I guess that doesn't feel like as impactful. And I guess just no Ludens, because the wave clear is already very good, and you just want to be running fast. I don't know. It's an interesting pickup, especially second, right? It feels more like a 4th or 5th item, or maybe in a 6th item kind of thing.
I think something interesting about Cosmic Drive is it still gives 25 ability haste, which in Season 14 is a lot. It also gives a little bit of HP, a little bit of movement speed, like all stats that Talia likes. I think the biggest reason we've not seen it is it only gives 80 AP. Like, Banshees and Zonias give more AP
or something.
Than Cosmic Drive, and that's by a pretty significant amount. So I've seen this mostly on bruiser-oriented AP champions. Like I think Singe still goes Cosmic Drive, maybe. Or maybe not. I don't actually know.
I build it on Ryze, and that's it. I always just, like, if I'm playing Ryze, I'll build Cosmic Drive. Maybe Galio mid. But even then, it feels like there's other things that you kind of want, and you could just go full burst or like full bruiser, and it doesn't really feel like you prioritize the Cosmic Drive ever. So we'll see. I guess this overall, Fu's got this big lead, and then we're like, he's going Seraphs, that slows him down. He's going Cosmic Drive, maybe that kind of slows him down. And I want to see if this actually does come back to bite him, because it's definitely not super damage focused.
Yeah, I think the read is like, okay, I don't need Zonias or Banshees. I'm going to go for like a somewhat offensive item. But yeah, I don't know. I'll give you a definitive answer. I don't think I'm a fan. Willing to be proven wrong, though. I definitely forgot this item existed in Season 14, and we'll see if it works out for him.
I'm going to go with, if Fu wins, it was a good idea.
Yes. Let's go for results-based analysis only. Yes. I have never been wrong in results-based analysis ever in my life.
It's true. No one's ever been bitten by that one, for sure.
Absolutely.
As we have had a bit of a lull to give us enough time to just chat a bit of nonsense about Cosmic Drive. We're still 10-4 in Fluxu's favor, and they're still holding on to that 2.5k lead. Generally, they do seem to be in control of the map, and now the Baron is live. So we have a bit more stakes if someone can get a real lead.
We absolutely do. And no dragon for a minute 40 either. I would expect that to be the next objective that these teams focus, so I do still think we have a bit of time. Of course, these teams still going to make sure that they have control over this side of the map. Side waves really just being traded right now. It is Fluxu that do have control of the top side for the time being, as Vivocade is going to take their reset, and they want Smiley.
And of course the flash off the seismic shove right there. Both summoners in fact burnt off the Aphelios. TP coming in from Gigo, dashes back to the safety of his team. And look in the bot lane, Chiari still on the push. Fluxu have VKS in full retreat while they're getting objectives on the far side of the map. It's another great setup for this blue side roster. They'll lose nothing mid, and in comes the money from bot.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, a free tier 2 picked up from a nice play from Fluxu. They don't want to go too far, though.
This could be the 4v5. TP now in from Chiari as Takui has rocked up. One completely separated. Sting has died, but now Chiari, does he want a little bit more? On the side, we've got Fu blocking Takui, who slides in, flashes away to safety. Chiari now hooked up, locked up, isn't going to be allowed to escape, and it's gone a little bit awry for Fluxu. The knock up on Chiari isn't going to be followed up, just the 2 kills. And now it's not quite so one-sided.
Yeah, it was a really messy fight. Such good map setup from Fluxu initially to that play. Gigo takes a base to go answer Chiari, but Fluxu, with full information of what has transpired, says, wait a minute, let's just fight mid, force out Smiley Summoners, force out the TP from Gigo, immediately disengage the fight while Chiari takes the tower. But now they go too aggressive. The play is over. You have taken your turn. You have taken their shot. Now it's Vivocade Star's turn. They're the ones with first setup. They're the ones with 5 members, and Chiari is not immediately threatened. And anything, Sting, you cannot go that far forward, gets punished, and from this point, the focus is split. The fight just breaks down. Fu doing negative damage to Takui, actually, with the Cosmic Drive. I mean, he's honestly getting 1v1'd on the side, meaning that the damage isn't there. Fluxu, they lose 2, and ultimately the play ends up being even when it should have favored Fluxu, and K-Stars off screen took the dragon as well.
Yeah, we see a little bit of overconfidence there again, perhaps a little bit more forethought needed for that play as it comes through, as VKS now still backing away in the mid lane. Those summoners being missing from Smiley could be massive. They can get another Weaver's Wall onto them. If they can get a flank onto him, perhaps Sting with just a flash in to force the issue. As again, they're fighting in this top side jungle, but it will be a lot less bloody this time. Now we have the dragon taken by VKS. They are now on Infernal Soul Point, and there's potentially a lot more time that they have to play with, while Fluxu feel like they need to be the ones making stuff happen.
And Fluxu really does need to start making things happen. 3,000 gold up. They have a nice advantage, but they're really they're just struggling to find that kind of advantage that can win them the game. 24 minutes in, this is going to be one of their strongest spikes. Kojima not going for the Energizer Lucian build. We saw the Cyclosaur last game coming out from Netuno. This time it's just going to be straight crit. Kraken Slayer, the Navori Quick Blades, a little bit more Season 13 here with the Lucian, but everybody on 2 items, and Fu, in fact, on 2.5. This is going to be their strongest point in the game. Chiari getting run down, but Jungler going to show on the bottom side of the map. Look at the Baron.
He has the needlework though, but he misses it onto Takui critically. Can't trade his life for the mid laners. And the answer from Fluxu might be a little bit of desperation. There's no Disarmus ready for the smite fight though, but look how long it takes for the Baron to die, Hawk. This is not enough time, surely. Who drops the Weaver's Wall? TP coming in from Gigo.
Oh, are they committing?
5 could be on. We're down below 4k, and now they peel off, and VKS will simply pick it up at 5. Fluxu, you've got to stick around now. You can't just give it over. Sting flashes in late, and it's catastrophe for Fluxu on the Baron.
Yeah, catastrophe is right. I mean, what was that? They had no idea if they wanted to finish the Baron or if they wanted to peel away, and in the end, they peel away too late. Indecision is a slow and insidious killer here in League of Legends as they lose their top laner, they lose a Baron, they lose their mid-tier 1, and they lose their grip on this game.
You can see on the gold graph there, dropped off a cliff. VKS, now they're the ones in control. They've got the Baron to coast them nicely right up until that Infernal Soul spawns. They are going to have all the map control they need, and it's even more time pressured now for Fluxu to find a catch, find some sort of play to slow VKS down. Fu is there with the ultimate not quite online. It's very tough to lock a Cassante in place.
It very much is. I mean, Gigo, so strong, has the Kanik. Rooker still very, very strong on this patch. The probably, I would say, like, top 3 most broken new items in Season 14. Kanik, Rooker, and just so much tankiness that comes through from that magic damage shield. The low cooldown on it in particular means that you can absorb so much. But Trajan, I've so often heard it said, it's not the first mistake that kills you, it's the second mistake. Kiari getting picked off in a side lane when his team is not in position to make a punish is the first mistake. The second mistake, though, is the team thinking that they still have a punish available to them and giving over a Baron. And that really is the one that's going to come back to bite Fluxu in this game.
Now we're trading turrets across the map, but VKS wearing the Baron buff feels a little bit more potent in this regard, and Takui steps up towards that top lane tower. Weaver's Wall comes out, Fu desperately trying to clear out the minions, and Talia will do a decent job at it. Bot lane, Gigo's pressuring onto Kiari, and Fluxu have backed off in mid lane. The gold steadily ticks away from them now, almost 4,000 plus. Is the power play for K-Stars.
Yeah, the advantage is just completely flipped on its head. I mean, the full control is lost. The team fight composition online. Gigo, the fact that he is able to just free push a tower in the face of a Gwen is very concerning at this stage of the game. Yeah. Kiari having 3 items doesn't mean a damn thing. He's actually up in items, at least for now. Yeah, okay, for now. Not anymore. As that is a complete jock show that was just purchased by Gigo on that base.
Jeez, just ripped the whole thing out of the inventory right there. We see Crypt Bloom done for Kiari as well, and the Void Staff instead for Fu. So for once, Fu opting for the more damage option in this build, as Samus just goes in, just calls the fight. 5v5, let's go, guys. He's on the front line, has to flash away. As Sting drops the ult to protect himself. Kiari on the flank, can't do much right now. Gigo trying to isolate him, trying to go all out, and Kiari will simply melt under the onslaught of the K-Stars.
Yeah, I mean, Gigo is just styling on Kiari right now, and I said in the draft, Kiari, it has been a rough first 3 games so far, and make it a 4th. Unfortunately, just not able to stand up to a player of the caliber of Gigo. A lot of promise shown from this player in 2023, but it just does not appear that Kiari is going to be someone that Fluxu is able to rely on, at least so far this split. Dragon's Soul now in the back pocket of the K-Stars, and even though the gold lead is only 3,000 at this point in the game, which is far from insurmountable, it's been quite a while since we've seen signs of life from Fluxu in this game.
Yeah, we just don't really know where the impetus is going to come from, who is going to be leading the charge for them back into this game. And now especially that the soul is done for VKS, there's no big objective there to be fighting over for Fluxu. I guess technically the Elder in 5 minutes. There's Baron before that, and you can see VKS now stepping up very confidently into the jungle, taking away camps, placing deep vision, really getting this map under their control to start cracking the base.
With the Azir Tower as well, now they can't be dislodged, they can't be dove. Smiley sniper gun, great for a siege. No Baron, probably not even a problem, as Fu not here yet. Forced answer top.
Trying to get that shove on top side. The rotation from Fluxu's pretty rapid, and this Cassante is going to have to take a fair bit of damage.
He's
goes
fine.
All out, tries to dash back to safety. The rest of Fluxu stepping after him, forces the flash. He won't get the counter knockup, but now Samus back over the wall. Big damage onto Kiari, has to drop the Hallowed Mist, and now the Cassante drops ever lower.
Sting is in there.
Really want to kill him, but they just can't get it done. The re-engage from VKS is massive. Takui on a killing spree. And Fluxu, try as they might, they just cannot break out of this.
And Sting goes so deep, wants a kill, but it's not going to mean a damn thing.
Yeah, Kiari wants to keep it going. A bit of desperation, perhaps, and he will limp away, but it's just delaying the mid lane push. VKS really in control right now. Nothing Fluxu do is sticking. And as the scaling tips away from them, the waves crash in. We could be going into the last few minutes.
And Gigo better get MVP for this game as well, Trajan, because you know what? The way he's bought space for his team has been unreal. Not only has he been styling on Kiari in the one-on-one throughout the game, like just the way he plays team fights, always in between his carries and the rest of the composition of Fluxu, and the CBLOL observers are rightfully putting the camera on this man. This has been a masterclass of tank play and a huge part of the reason why the team fight composition of VKS has looked so unshakable in this game.
This has really been a day for big top lane pop-offs, man. We had Super Clever and Makes hold it down for the rookies. Gigo reminding us all why he is such a feared name in this lane after so many years. Championships under this guy's belt, and we can see why. But this... Oh, hang on a second. He's looking for another highlight. We've got another Cassante play on the cards right here. A lovely stop by Milio. Keeps him from getting in, and he will just W his way out. Won't pull the trigger for now. Fluxu remain together as they head towards the Baron, perhaps.
Flux is just dropping creeps and side waves everywhere. I mean, they're so desperate to not lose this Baron that they might just lose the game off of it. They are getting forced out of the mid lane, forced out of their own jungle, forced out of everything. And look at Vivocade. They know that the longer this sequence goes, the worse it gets for Flux, who is completely lost on the map. Kiari forced to cut the wave so that Vivocade can't end the game, but now VKS wants to fight.
Delta in with the hook onto Sting. The ultimate is already popped. Desamus ulting in deep onto Scambra. Gets the flash away, and the Zinjao's already fallen. Desamus, though, picked apart by Kiari. The fight's not done yet.
Hold on, they got Takui!
Where's Fu? Where's Kojima? The carries are going to do it for Fluxu, but VKS disconnect the fight with the Emperor's Divide, and it's just the 1-for-1. Both junglers down. No smites available.
Oh, and so clutch. Takui almost went down in that fight, as Scambra almost did as well.
Yeah.
That was very close. If Takui dies, it maybe is winning, but the fact that he's alive, red buff health regen to come through as well, the Baron to be burned, neither jungler alive, but now is the time that Fluxu forced to go back and answer those waves. They're going to be too late to get to this Baron. The Weaver's Wall comes out, but Gigo can frontline for years.
Trying to get onto Smiley. He's got no summoners, but he's got red and white guns. You do not want to be trifling with that Aphelios right now. And Fluxu, they call the recall, they go 1-for-1, but they still lose the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets burnt down so fast. Azir Aphelios, they're approaching, I mean, full build at this point. Takui, 4 items, and Gigo!
Gigo going a bit nutty again. Lovely seismic shove from Fu, though, and the support from Sting could be a step too far from the Cassante, and he's gonna surely fall eventually, but he goes straight as well! Even in the 1 versus 3, Gigo still gets his man.
Are you kidding me? Oh no, Gigo, you didn't have to die. You were so young. Or Kiari, rather. Kiari.
This is a Gigo moment. You cannot forget him. You cannot count him out. You know what I love? This is a great showing from VKS that even when Takui does not pop off, when he is held down in mid, that's not the be-all, end-all. Gigo is there to step up. Smiley has had a very solid performance here, 2-0-3. Yes, he's been aggressive at times, but he always finds his way out. And this shows us there is a bit more depth here to VKS, as again, Sting takes a fat chunk of damage, but Smiley still without summoners. He's kind of isolated right now. I might have spoken too soon.
Okay.
There's the trade back. Milio for Aphelios. Can Fluxu do anything with this?
Yeah, I mean, you take those. No TP on either top laner as well. They can barrel down mid. I don't know if they can get anything. Vivocade a bit out of position, though. Elder Dragon is alive. No defense of the base.
3 in the river. Sting evaporates. There's the Nautilus ult onto Fu, but VKS already have it. Flash queuing from Desamus. There's the commitment onto Fu, and there it is. A 3v3 excellently played by the Cade Stars as Kiari walks up to this party, but it's already done.
Yeah, and you know what? Takui may have been held down in mid early on. Fu played out the early game so brilliantly. I definitely predict a bright future for the mid laner of Fluxu, but Takui showing why this player has the pedigree that he does, because even when he's not popping off, he is still an insanely consistent carry. Smiley, likewise, like how you gave him a shout. Another game not necessarily about him, but one in which he is doing his job. 2 members down, the main carry Fu, one of them. Vivocade Stars are looking to end.
30 seconds on the Baron buff. They've got the tools they need. Sting off the fountain. Only 1 dead for Fluxu, and it looks like that's a bit too rich for Cade Star's blood. Instead, they're stepping onto the Elder. Gigo, though, will he be allowed to step away? He is a Cassante and therefore invincible and will not take any damage. Cade Stars, they're going to sort this Elder no problem.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gigo only dies on his own terms. Yeah. You know, when he picks a 1v3 in top lane that he probably doesn't need to. Yeah. That's the only time.
Intentional bait to waste their time. That was the reasoning. And now VKS, the Baron may be gone, but the Elder's pretty nice as well. Mid and bot lane pushing in. Fluxu have to find the God fight to get their way out of this scrap.
And I mean, just how do you find it? Smiley and Takui commanding so much range. Gigo not to be walked beyond. And with the Elder Dragon, you would have to think that this will be the final push. Double inhibitor death. Super minions have not arrived yet, but they might not even need them.
Welcome to Xin Zhao. The fight is on in earnest. This could be the end of the line for Fluxu with the Elder burning away. The Infernal Soul kicking them down as Scamber falls to a Aphelios from half a mile away. And the waves continue to crash in. It's not quite technically done, but we're surely moving to the end. Kojima takes so much damage as still ticking lower and lower. The towers are falling, but Pro Delta steps a little too far forward. Sting has somewhere to heal, but I don't know if he's got time. Turrets are down, Nexus exposed, Smiley stepping up, Takui ready to back them up, and this is going to be VKS picking up their 3rd win of the day to round out the CBLOL on this fine Sunday afternoon. The Cade Stars get it together, they withstand the onslaught of Fluxu, and they will pick up another W.
And you know what? It wasn't clean, but Vivo Cade Stars ultimately winning together as a team, playing out a team fight composition exactly the way it should be when done together. Gigo on the Cassante Gigad, I should say, as what a performance from him, showing why there are only 2 champions at 100% pick ban rate. Cassante is one of them. Just so insane. And I mean, for Fluxu, we asked the question, could they convert? Good teams can get leads. Great teams can close them out. For Fluxu, the answer was no. They were not able to find the pieces. They were not able to press their advantages despite what was some really nice, well-coordinated early game planning. This team, unfortunately, still has steps to take as they now find themselves at the bottom of our CBLOL standings.
Still a long way to go to Fluxu for sure. We knew this was a development roster coming into this one. A lot of academy promotions, a lot of new prospects that need some time to kind of marinate a bit. And that's kind of where we're sitting into right now, as you can see the standings on your screen. Cade Stars, Kaboom, and Loud at 3-1, sharing that top spot. Liberty and Los Grandes just below them, really surprising us so far this week, alongside Pain and Red, who have had their struggles, but still clearly have a high caliber under the hood. Furia, INTZ, and Fluxu rounding out the bottom, but only really Fluxu has looked like they've been consistently struggling. I think Furia and INTZ have shown us great things already. They've shown us they can get good wins, and even in their losses, they're not just going down quietly most of the time. So we definitely have to keep an eye on them. We cannot get complacent. That top of the table is not safe for sure.
Oh, if anyone's getting complacent here in the CBLOL, let me introduce you to how things work here. Anything can happen. There is nothing sure. You know, death, taxes, and chaos. That is the CBLOL way. Maybe Loud Pain in the finals as well. But we're hoping that teams like Kaboom can maybe rise up and contend for the top this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking like very strong contenders, and you'll have to keep coming back to chart their progress and see who is going to rise up to try and challenge Loud if they even make it into the finals at this rate. We just don't know. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. As always, it's been a pleasure. My name is Trajan. Hawk, thank you so much for joining me for games 4 and 5. Shout out to RMC on games 1 to 3, and for Rose for sticking with us on production for the whole dang day as well. Follow our socials everywhere: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. We'll have these in descriptions, and you can find us on Twitter at CBLOL_English, CBLOL English on YouTube and TikTok, and CBLOL_English, of course, on Twitch. So please, thank you everybody supporting us. There is a community Discord you can join as well, where we're all active in there chatting and theorizing and learning about this league that we love so much. So have a wonderful afternoon or evening or morning, whatever time it is. Thank you for watching, and we will hope to see you again next Saturday.